Sitting in front of the old seer grandfather, Liu Di asked him to predict how many years he would live. Noticing the light of the stars in the boy's right eye, thanks to which he could begin to see again, the old man inquired about the reason for such interest. The boy said that his right eye was a fake because he lost it 3 years ago to save someone. Rising from his seat, he added that he considered the words of the old seer not entirely true. Looking at his phone, which received a message, Liu Di smiled and thanked his grandfather for his words. Finally, he said that fate was harsh because going blind at a young age was even worse than death. But unexpectedly, for the first time in recent memory, the young man felt pain in his right eye, which sparkled with a pink light. Not expecting this at all and not understanding what was happening, Liu Di grabbed his eye and exclaimed in pain. He looked irritably at the old man and asked himself if he would really go blind right now. Exhaustedly plopping down on a nearby bench, the boy grabbed his head and exhaled tiredly. Before his eyes, he saw strange windows that indicated the end of regeneration and fusion of nerves from the brain. Seeing the same windows above all the people, the boy screamed in shock, not understanding what had happened. A digital boy suddenly appeared in front of his face and greeted him. Liu Di scaredly threw himself away from him and screamed, considering the boy to be a real ghost that came literally out of nowhere. The boy introduced himself as Mo Tong and said that he was a supercomputer located in the young man's right eye. He said that he had merged with Liu Di's brain and therefore was going to explain everything to his new owner so that he would calm down. Pointing his finger at some unfamiliar girl, Mo Tong declared that she was in danger. Not even a second had passed after his words when the girl slipped on a handle that appeared out of nowhere and began to fall. Liu Di took a quick glance at his friend and immediately felt a strange surge of power that he suddenly liked. The guy immediately ran up to the stranger and snatched a hand from under her legs, grabbing the girl and preventing her from falling. Note: to the surprise of the owner, the digital boy explained that he had just compiled a rough model of the situation based on all the data. Smiling contentedly, Liu Di realized that it was just a predicted hologram that Mo Tong had created. But suddenly, the boy whispered excitedly that people were approaching them with highly destructive energy. Just like the last time, the kid turned out to be right, because a moment later, a dozen strong men appeared in front of the guys who looked like security guards. Pausing for a second, they looked around at those around them and settled on Liu Di. The guy himself, in turn, asked Mo Tong in surprise who these tough guys were. Thanks to his new abilities, the young man looked at them and realized that the guys were from the famous Inji company, which was the best in the field of medicine. Using his new eye, the young man understood that although the level of danger had not changed with their arrival, he needed to be on guard. Noticing the notifications about the analysis of the body in front of his eyes, Liu Di thought about how much this thing could change him. Meanwhile, one of the guards approached him and said that his boss wanted to meet with Mr. Liu Di. Liu Di himself and his digital friend looked at each other and smiled contentedly. Since they forgot to answer the guards, the men once again restrainedly and calmly asked the guys to come with them. "I'm not going to argue with these thugs in black." Liu Di immediately followed them and entered a huge black-tinted bus. The boy's right eye once again shone pink, and he saw in front of him a sign about analyses of the aesthetic side of a person. Looking closely at the darkness of the bus, he saw a young girl inside, dressed in the same formal suit. After analyzing the blonde, the young man noticed her tense expression on her face, which made him start to get nervous. The beauty, in turn, with a smile, asked the boy where he had been all this time because about 3 years had passed since that incident. Liu Di immediately remembered her, because she was the girl whom he saved from a group of street villains 3 years ago, because of which he himself later suffered. Noticing the misunderstanding on his face, Yan Qingwen reminded him of what happened and introduced herself by her name. Having measured her acquaintance with an attentive glance, the girl noticed with a smile that the boy was very handsome. When the young man felt something was wrong, Mo Tong immediately said that he had changed his facial features, and now he looked like a real ideal of beauty. Turning his eyes to Yan Qingwen, the boy happily declared that he was indeed her savior. The blonde confirmed this and said that she had been looking for her hero all those 3 years, because she really wanted to repay his help and not be in debt. Suddenly, a complete description of this girl appeared in front of the boy, which informed him about her complete life path. A second later, Yan Qingwen's father called and asked if she had found the boy, to which the beauty agreed and said that she would decide everything now. But the father was not satisfied with this answer, so he ordered his daughter to bring the boy to his office, after which he reset the phone. The blonde looked up at Liu Di and said that he had a meeting with one very important person. Paying attention to the confusion of her savior, she clarified that this man was her father. Hearing this, Liu Di instantly realized that this girl had just received a call from the richest man in Shanghai, Yan Hongxin. Breaking into a joyful smile of anticipation, the boy said that he was ready to accept this invitation with great respect. While driving in the car, Liu Di kept thinking about why the girl was so cold towards him if he really was her savior. Yan Qingwen lowered her eyes a little sadly and said that since childhood, the people around her have always had bad intentions towards her. Expecting to hear one of those heartbreaking childhood stories, Liu Di folded his hands behind his head and leaned back in his seat. But something else caught his attention, because the boy still didn't know where Mo Tong and all the superpowers that he gave him came from in his head. Since the digital boy was related to the boys, he immediately said that he was an ordinary computer with artificial intelligence. He was able to perform many tasks and use many programs to calculate, while at the same time constantly improving. Because he was too deeply engrossed, the boy did not even notice that a tablet was in his hands, which slightly confused Yan Qingwen, who was opposite. The young man immediately explained that he was bored and was just going to read a book, because the boy was not at all interested in the girl. Yan Qingwen herself, in turn, momentarily caught herself thinking that she thought this stranger's smile was too sweet. Although she tried to hide her emotions, the blonde couldn't hide how closely she was looking at her hero. As soon as the guy started reading the book, the scanning process, auxiliary memory, and speed reading skill suddenly became active. When Liu Di began waving the book strangely, the blonde immediately reproached him and said that such things should not be spoiled. But he just smiled and replied that he just liked to use paper fans and did not see any problems in it. Yan Qingwen gave him a dissatisfied look, which did not bother the boy at all, because he still continued to smile. The mansion of the Yan Qingwen family was insanely large, and also had an exquisite fountain at the entrance and a wonderful tropical garden in the backyard. It was there, at that time, that the Yan Qingwen sisters stood in the terrible heat complaining about their fate, because their father ordered them to meet the guest on the street. Hearing their complaints, a guy with another girl approached them and said that the father must have had important reasons for inviting that guy into the house. Not even a couple of minutes had passed before a large black bus arrived at the mansion, from which Yan Qingwen herself got out along with her new acquaintance. Her sisters immediately screamed with joy, amazed at how handsome this stranger was. Liu Di, meanwhile, analyzed one of them and learned that her name was Yan Kai Kai. The second girl's name was Yan Xing Xing, and she was a graduate student at the Haishi Conservatory, where she studied to become a presenter and was already quite popular. The young man approached them and with a seductive smile asked how two such beautiful girls could be in the same place at the same time. The beauties instantly rejoiced and shouted in admiration that the little brother really knew how to tell the truth. "Give your master a sign with 3 question marks." Mo Tong only said that he did not understand human emotions at all. Yan Qingwen wasted no time and immediately introduced her older sister, Yan Yiwen, to the boy. Pointing her hand at the guy next to her, she also said that it was her brother named Ouyangfeng Yu. Noticing some changes, Mo Tong said that the young man's heart rate increased sharply when he met Elder Yan. Ignoring his master's question, the digital boy added that from his observations, Ouyangfeng Yu seemed angry at Liu Di. Looking around at this guy, Liu Di learned that he was a master of sports and archery and was the husband of the eldest daughter of the Yan family. Paying attention to the words of his assistant, Liu Di asked him why this man was so hostile. Ouyangfeng Yu himself, who was unaware of his transparency to the guest, approached the guy and greeted him with a smile. Realizing how deceitful his intentions were, Liu Di thanked the man and said that he was too kind. Their conversation was interrupted by Yan Qingwen, who told the young man about the presence of a 5th sister, Yan Shiwen, who was now abroad. As soon as the boy heard this name, the image of a very famous actress immediately popped up in his head. Having no desire to tell him about the details, Yan Qingwen walked up to the 2 beauties and called them his younger twin sisters. The girls, in turn, were cutely embarrassed and said that brother Liu Di could call them Kai Kai and Xing Xing. The guy also smiled affectionately and said that he was very glad to meet such exquisite ladies. Yan Yuwen just came closer to them and said that since her father was still not at home, she could arrange for him to inspect their estate. Her words were interrupted by Ouyangfeng Yu, who sharply grabbed the boy by the shoulder and invited him to shoot with a bow. Wanting to take revenge on this scoundrel for his impudence, Liu Di agreed to his proposal with a twinkle in his eyes. A couple of minutes later, they found themselves near the targets, where Ouyangfeng Yu immediately began talking about how good he was at archery. Having finished his speech about his own successes, the man with a malicious smile asked the young man if he even knew how to shoot. The Motong system did not fail the boy at all, so he suddenly saw a notification in front of him about new archery skills. Without showing any sign of joy, Liu Di invited his opponent to spar, adding that he was a shooting novice. Hearing this, the Yan twins immediately became worried because Ouyang Fengyu was very strong in this sport. Not wanting to miss this opportunity, Ouyang Fengyu approached the boy and agreed to his enticing proposal. Kai Kai intervened in their conversation and said that since it was a competition, she wanted to add punishment and winnings. Ouyang Fengyu along with Liu Di agreed with her and signed up for the loser to eat upside down. The elder sister's husband immediately grabbed his bow and shouted that he was going to start sparring first. After spending a few seconds taking aim, the man finally fired an arrow that hit straight in the center. The Yan sisters immediately showered him with applause because their son-in-law's skills were truly unparalleled in this type of sport. Taking the second bow in his hands, Liu Di smiled and asked if he could win if he hit the distant target. The twin girls immediately giggled because with such heavy equipment, even Ouyang would not dare to target a distant target. The man himself, in turn, added with a relaxed smile that with such a heavy bow, the young man would not be able to shoot an arrow 5 meters. Looking at him with a passionate look, Liu Di only asked if they were really so sure of this. "I wish to add interest to the competition." The young man invited Ouyang Fengyu to stand in front of the target if he was so confident of his defeat. The man laughed at such a ridiculous argument and agreed without hesitation, heading towards the target. Liu Di took the bow and arrows in his hands and walked to the shooting site, raising the bow up and drawing the arrow, trying to aim. He turned his gaze to the Yan sisters and asked with a smirk if they happened to have a fear of blood. Concentrating again on the target that was right behind the insolent man, Liu Di looked at him with a menacing look, wanting to aim specifically at his head. But holding back his wild desires, the boy still fired an arrow, which flew towards Ouyang Fengyu. A moment later, the sharp tip of the arrow dug into the soft material of the target, hitting straight into its center, which was a few centimeters from the scoundrel's head. Out of surprise, Ouyang Fengyu instinctively jumped to the side and fell to the ground, clutching his chest. While Kai Kai ran to her son-in-law, the second sister began to scold Liu Di for going too far. But the boy only rejected all her reproaches, justifying it by the fact that it was an ordinary competition. The victim of the hit came up to them and remarked that it was really just a competition and not something to worry about. He patted the boy on the back, hiding the fear in the depths of his soul, because this boy was very good at archery. Turning around, the man invited everyone to go and have lunch, because he had had enough competition for that day. Liu Di immediately heard the worried voice of Motong, who saw how this impudent person had just broken an iron arrow out of anger. 10 minutes later, the guy found himself at a table laden with a bunch of aromatic dishes and desserts that were so inviting. While waiting for the head of the family, Liu Di looked at Ouyang Fengyu and wondered what lay inside this man. Recalling his friend's words about how easily his son-in-law broke the arrow, the young man assumed that he could have practiced witchcraft earlier. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by someone's stern voice, after which a tall male figure appeared in the dining room. Seeing his father, Yan Qingwen and his son-in-law rose from their seats and rushed to greet Yan Hongxin. But the man, who looked very young at 75 years old, approached Liu Di and greeted him. After this eighth, the head of the family sat down at the table and invited everyone else to join the dinner in the same way. Yan Hongxin asked the boy for forgiveness for not being able to find him for 3 whole years since rescuing his daughter. But the young man just shrugged it off and said that it wasn't a big problem for him at all. Smiling slightly, the man said in a calm tone that he had invited the young man for the offer to become his adopted son. Liu Di exclaimed in shock, pointing his finger at himself and asking if it was really about him. Ouyang Fengyu froze with approximately the same stunned expression on his face and was no less surprised than the boy. The son-in-law ran up to his father, who was just taking a few sips of hot tea, and said that he should have thought about this decision. Liu Di, in turn, immediately realized that such a skeptical attitude on the part of his son-in-law was due to the fact that he was afraid of losing the shares of the Yan family. But Yan Hongxin only confidently stated that he was completely convinced of his decision and wanted to see the boy as his own son. The members of his family did not like this decision of the father at all, who stood on the sidelines just as surprised and with their mouths open. Noticing this, the man reproached the boys for their hypocrisy because in order to save Yan Qingwen, this boy lost his right eye. Hearing that her savior paid such a price for her life, Yan Qingwen was frozen, unable to find words. Liu Di himself, meanwhile, awkwardly scratched the back of his head, trying to figure out how to explain to the guys what he could now see. Suddenly, the boy heard Mo Tong's warning that he urgently needed to eat because his sugar and protein levels were critically low. Ignoring the family squabbling aside, the guy immediately dived into the food, stuffing chicken leg after chicken leg into himself. The Yan twins stared at the guest in surprise, beginning to feel sorry for the poor guy that there really wasn't everything in order in his life if he was throwing himself at food like that. The head of the family, in turn, ordered the butler to better bring the boy a glass of water. Liu Di was still sweeping away everything edible from the table, trying to replenish his supply of nutrients and improve his condition. Not wanting to miss a single opportunity, Wu Yangfeng Yu immediately came up with a plan to shield himself from this kid. He approached his father and invited the man to try the 1982 Lafite collection wine, which he got especially for this dinner. Leaning closer to the man, the son-in-law noticed that this guy had absolutely no manners, because of which he could disgrace their family. Having risen, Wu Yangfeng Yu announced the beginning of the wine tasting, adding that this did not seem at all to Liu Di, who, living in poverty, was not at all used to this. But the young man only answered with a slight smile that such wine from 1982 was just an excuse to cash in on the rich. The head of the family turned his confused gaze to the boy and asked what he meant. Liu Di said that the price of this wine was terribly high, not because of its quality, but because of the growing location, which had no vineyards at all. Taking a bite of steak, the boy said that due to the drought in that region, all the wines before 1990 were simply terrible. Having swallowed the meat, the young man asked his son-in-law with a twinkle in his eyes, did he try this wine if he was so sure of its wonderful taste? Not wanting to dwell only on this, the boy reminded the scoundrel who emerged victorious from their shooting competition today. Realizing that a real wave of shame was about to pour out on him, Wu Yangfeng Yu exclaimed in concern. But the young man just laughed and told his son-in-law that he shouldn't worry, because it was just a joke. Surprised by such knowledge, the head of the family asked the guy what else he knew about the Chinese economy, after which Liu Di began to tell him the whole story. Listening to this, the blonde understood that this boy was not just making superficial remarks, but was actually telling the real truth. Watching how innocently the young man was still stuffing himself with food, the girl tried to understand what kind of person he was. Yan Hongxin, in turn, decided to ask the boy what he thought about the Yingji group. Liu Di immediately said that Mr. shouldn't have asked him about this, because the young man was not interested in becoming his son. Suddenly, the guy's right eye once again sparkled pink so that not only Liu Di noticed it. Not understanding what was happening, Mr. Yan stared at his guest in surprise. But the boy only managed to see a vision where it was clearly stated that he would soon be killed, and Yan Qingliang would gain complete control. A cunning plan matured in Liu Di's head, and, looking at Yan Qingwen, he said, he really didn't want to become their son. The boy pointed his finger at the beauty and announced that he believed that he had his eye on the daughter of the Yan family. Hearing this, Yan Qingwen immediately jumped up and shouted in her voice that Brother Liu was talking at all. But the head of the family immediately stopped his daughter and said that it was quite normal for young people to fall in love. While the blonde was extremely pleased with this statement, the young man explained that he just wanted to have a good job and be close to the master's daughter. Yan Hongxin agreed, and said that he would support this boy's love choice of work because no one had the right to interfere in his life. Continuing his cunning plan, Liu Di said that he could be his daughter's driver, because that way he could be closest to her. Everyone around them exclaimed in surprise, because this was an extremely unusual position that they did not expect to hear from the guest. But the head of the family agreed to his proposal and said that in this case the boy needed to live on their estate and always be in touch. Liu Di agreed without any hesitation, because even though Mr. Yan still wanted to adopt him, the young man could not put his family in danger again. Despite this, Yan Qingwen was still not happy with this situation, since her father did not even pay attention to his own daughter's feelings. The twin sisters were no less joyful because if this young man managed to anger their sister so easily, he needed to be driven out of there. The deal, meanwhile, was reinforced by the order of Yan Hongxin, who announced the new driver of their family to the whole family. The man took a gold card from his pocket and handed it to the boy, adding that it was a small gift as a sign of gratitude. Although the boy could use some extra money, he wasn't sure if he wanted to take it, because right now the young man was not at all popular. He nevertheless decided to refuse such a generous gift, because he saved the blonde not at all with a desire to profit, but out of conscience. Even with this nobility, Liu Di was still irritated by Wu Yangfeng Yu, who thought that this young man was too materialistic. But the head of the family, in turn, again insisted on the money, because it was only 5 million, which was not a terribly large amount. Hearing such a huge amount, Liu Di immediately shouted in surprise because he simply could not help but take such a sum of money. Suddenly, a message came to his phone saying that his account was constantly replenished with round sums of money. Not understanding what was happening, the guy asked Mo Tong about it, who immediately said that he had been involved in the coal trade a long time ago. At that time, the butler approached the boy and insisted that he accept the master's gift, because he would blame himself for the rest of his life. Liu Di nevertheless agreed and added that he was ready to do everything to make Mr. Yan feel better. The twin sisters in turn perceived this as an attempt to extort even more money from their father, so the boy began to irritate them even more. Mr. Yan Hongxin himself breathed a sigh of relief and ordered Yan Qingwen to take the boy to the shopping center to buy him some things. Having given orders to his entire family, the man finally left the dining room, leaving the young man alone. Not wanting to stay there a second longer, Liu Di went outside and headed to one of the balconies of the mansion to get some air. While he was thinking about the wealth of the Yan family, which was very different from his life, the boy's attention was suddenly drawn by someone's footsteps behind him. Turning around, the boy saw twin sisters there, who ordered him to go down because Sister Wen was waiting for him below. Wanting to make fun of the girls a little, he meekly put his hand to his forehead and said that he accepted their order. Despite their hatred, the twins once again could not resist the godlike beauty of this boy. After following the beauties, Liu Di suddenly found himself in the family's hefty garage, which was filled with expensive cars. Noticing the movement of one of them, the guy came closer to her and gently knocked on the window. It sank down and the dissatisfied face of Yan Qingwen looked out, who annoyedly asked what he was doing. The young man pointed his finger at the exquisite red Ferrari behind him and invited the girl to drive over this car. The blonde, in turn, refused him because he was an ordinary driver without any right to choose. "I'm not going to persuade her for a long time," Liu Di pressed for pity and said that driving such a car until he was completely blind was his dream. Having imagined in her head a terrible picture of how this poor fellow was sitting on the street and collecting money from passers-by, the girl took pity. Rolling her eyes, she lowered her head and agreed indifferently, which made the young man seriously happy. When the guys approached the Ferrari, suddenly, behind them, they heard someone's voice asking the young man if he knew how to drive such cars. Turning around, Liu Di saw his son-in-law in the next car, who had just offered him some driving lessons. Such brazen demonstrativeness embarrassed the boy a little, because he had never really driven a sports car in his life. Realizing this, Mo Tong immediately stepped in and quickly installed machine operating manuals for his owner. Not wanting to succumb to the scoundrel's provocations, the guy laughed and said that this would indeed be the first time he would drive such a car. Oh Yangfeng Yu laughed loudly and said that in that case he would move on. After getting into the car, Yan Qingwen displeasedly asked her driver if he really knew how to drive, because he looked very ridiculous behind the wheel. The guy smiled contentedly and said that the beauty should not worry because he had everything under control. When the driver grabbed the steering wheel tighter and pressed the gas pedal to the floor, the red Ferrari rushed forward with all its might. Not expecting such a sudden start, Yan Qingwen grabbed the handle tightly and shouted that this guy was crazy. Mo Tong stepped in as usual, reminding Liu Di that men behind the wheel made girls fall in love with them 12% more successfully than everyone else. He immediately took the hint, so he went into the turn without slowing down, thereby making the blonde scream in fear. As soon as the son-in-law saw the driver's car in the mirror, he immediately flared up with anger because he was trying to overtake him. Having no desire to give in to him, the man only increased his speed. Noticing how her men accelerated decently at the next turn, Yan Yiwen exclaimed with displeasure. Measuring him with her gaze, the girl realized that she did not want to get into an accident so easily. Despite this, she still couldn't help but wonder why Oh Young-Feng Yu had been so irritable lately. As soon as the guys arrived, Liu Di immediately stared at the blonde, who instantly jumped out of the car. When she leaned against the Ferrari, a dozen security guards immediately ran up to the girl and asked if everything was okay. They stared menacingly at the driver and warned that if he tried to harm the lady, he would have to deal with them. Liu Di, in turn, carefully examined these, silently analyzing the biography of each of them. Smirking slightly, the young man asked Mo Tong how many big guys Mr. Yan had already adopted. Yan Qingwen immediately approached TC, the main one, and told the man not to touch this boy because he was under his father's wing. Turning towards the entrance, the girl told Liu Di that they needed to go and buy clothes. As soon as they entered the shopping center, they instantly attracted a lot of glances from the huge number of security guards. When the beauty finally took the young man to one of her favorite stores, the boy said displeasedly that he didn't like it there at all. Pointing Liu Di to the LVV sign, the girl reproached him for being picky, but this did not change the driver's opinion at all. Without giving up, Yan Qingwen pointed her finger at one of the other stores, but Liu Di still didn't like it. This time the girl was seriously angry because she thought that the petty scoundrel did it on purpose. Deciding to mock the blonde, Liu Di only told her to stop acting as if she were his wife. After these words, the boy grabbed his friend's hand and dragged her along with him to choose the clothes that he liked. When the young man brought her to one of his favorite stores, all Yan Qingwen could do was stare in surprise at its sign. Realizing that this was a below-average store, the girl said that wearing such clothes would make everyone laugh at Liu Di. But the guy only ignored her reproach because a few steps away, he saw his longtime friend Jia. Noticing Liu Di, the boy also exclaimed joyfully because he had not seen his brother for a very long time. And Jia rushed to hug him and ask where his friend dared to disappear for such a long period of time. After being asked how he was doing, he said that everything was the same with Li Li. Remembering how his friend fell behind Song Li Li, Liu Di realized that he could not even think that after a while the guy would become an ordinary salesman in a clothing store. But then, Jia turned to Li Li with a smile and invited the girl to see who came to them. Looking behind his friend, Liu Di saw behind her a beauty in the same apron as Jia, realizing that she also worked in that store. As soon as the girl noticed brother Liu Di, she was seriously surprised because she herself had seen him back in her distant university years. Coming closer to him, Li Li carefully examined the sign up to his head and asked if he had really become a rich man. Turning her attention to Yan Qingwen, she asked if this blonde was his girlfriend. When Song Li Li heard that her old acquaintance was an ordinary driver, she simply snorted disrespectfully. The beauty turned around and headed back to the store, ordering Jia to take at least 300 yuan from his friend, which he could afford. And Jia, in turn, apologized to the guys and said that Li Li had been in a bad mood lately. The young man, meanwhile, said with a smile that she would never change their trio, thereby making Jia run to him for clothes. Yan Qingwen, who heard about that very same trio, stared in surprise at the driver, extremely interested in his past. Once in the fitting room, all that remained for the blonde while she was waiting for her friend was to listen to the admiration of some unfamiliar beauties of Liu Di. When the guy finally left the fitting room, the squeals and admiration of these youngsters became even louder. Since Liu Di was not at all picky, within a moment they were standing at the checkout, where Li Li was indifferently checking out his purchases. Turning her gaze back to the boy, Yan Qingwen was convinced that this young man had taste, because he looked quite good for such a cheap price. Watching how the old friend was punching things, the guy asked if Jia would get something from this purchase. Hearing only a reproach from his side, Liu Di told the guys to pack him 3 dresses worth 200 yuan each that were behind. With such an order on his part, his friends were extremely surprised because it was quite a hefty price. Not wanting to show his shock, Jia asked his friend if he wanted them packaged. Since he had about 34 million on his card, Liu Di announced that he was willing to buy a dress even for 200,000 yuan. Yan Qingwen smiled because the young man finally had a conscience. Otherwise, her father's money was just collecting dust on his card. As soon as the young man finished with the clothes, he found himself in the next store, where he already asked the consultant to wrap some things for him. After asking if the guest really wanted to buy a collectible lighter with a red diamond, the consultant named its price. But the boy confirmed his purchase in the same way and handed her a gold card, thereby making the girl happy with such an expensive acquisition. The blonde, in turn, asked if the driver had gone crazy because after a shirt for 300 yuan, he decided to buy a lighter for 1 million. The boy gave her a playful look and said that he had been smoking since he was a small child, so he simply needed a lighter. He said that this was his special and unique method of saving, since the shirt was much less important than the lighter. The consultant, meanwhile, handed the boy a card and said that the payment was successful. When they left the shopping center, Liu Di asked his friend to wait for him, because he still needed to buy something. After 10 minutes, Liu Di finally returned to the dissatisfied girl who did not understand how a beauty like her could be kept waiting. The guy approached the blonde and handed her ice cream, saying that it was a small gift. Yan Qingwen looked up at him with her dull gaze and said that the young man's lips were completely stained with ice cream. Immediately wiping off the remaining cream with his tongue, the boy asked if there were still traces left. The girl ignored it and said that if she gets sick from this ice cream, the responsibility will be on him. But as soon as Wen tried it, the beauty immediately felt how delicious it was. Liu Di, meanwhile, jokingly reproached her for such a stern face, which did not at all suit such a sweet girl. Suddenly, behind his back, the boy heard someone's steps and a woman's voice asking his brother where he had been. Trying to figure out who it was, Liu Di turned back to look. The boy saw Song Li with a phone in her hand, who said with a smile that although they were not former classmates, they did not know each other at all. She came closer to him and stared at him with her magical eyes, saying that they could add each other as friends. The guy was surprised to ask his longtime friend if she really had Zito Yan's contacts. Song Li folded her hands sweetly on her chest and babbled in a gentle voice that she would definitely share them if Liu added her as a friend. The boy handed the girl his phone, on which there was a message that he had successfully added a new friend. Seeing this, Li burst into a satisfied smile and added that now they will always be in touch. "I'm not going to tolerate this circus." Yan Qingwen grabbed her driver's hand and said that they had to quickly pick up the clothes from the store. Watching the beauty's irritated expression, Liu Di and Mo Tong simply assumed that she was jealous. Song Li, in turn, has already developed a plan through which she will win this boy with a lot of money. Once at home, the girl joyfully wrote to Liu Di about the offer to introduce him to her friend Shitu Yanran. Looking excitedly at the phone, Lily remembered that although Xiao Yun was his ex-girlfriend, now she had a new rich boyfriend. Suddenly, she saw an unfriend notification on her phone screen, which made her angrily throw her phone on the floor. In the Yan family mansion, meanwhile, the twin sisters were just watching Liu Di's packages, thinking about the clothes he bought. While the girls were thinking about how much it all cost their sister, a brilliant plan matured in their heads. The sister herself was just trying to find out from the driver why he brought her to the Haishu area, which was next door. Giving him a dissatisfied look, the beauty asked if the young man wanted to remind her once again that she was indebted to him. But the guy protested and called her ridiculous idea too boring for him. Such impudence on his part angered the girl a little, who instantly exclaimed that the young man had no right to insult her. But Liu Di did not pay attention to her reproaches and within a second led the blonde into some strange room. And looking around, the first thing that came to Yan Qingwen's mind was the similarity of this place to a scene from a horror movie. Hiding behind her driver, the girl excitedly asked what this place was. But the boy remained standing still maintaining silence without showing a single sign of excitement. Looking behind him, the blonde saw how some old man cut the chest of an unfamiliar guy who was lying in front of him on the table. Since the girl instantly screamed, the old man irritably ordered Liu Di to calm her down, because this prevented him from saving the person. Yan Qingwen did not want to calm down, so in an even more angry tone, she reproached the old man for not helping that poor fellow at all. Grandpa looked displeasedly at the alarmist and said that if medical knowledge was important to her, she could save the guy with her own hands. Leaving the blonde alone with his patient, the grandfather turned to Liu Di and asked if he had brought him wine. Listening carefully to their conversation, while at the same time bandaging this bitolagu, the girl tried to understand what the relationship was between them. Half an hour later, the guys finally left this strange room and found themselves in a red Ferrari, saying goodbye to Master 2. Grandfather and his students, in turn, waved to the young man, after which the master asked the boy to bring him wine next time. After fastening her seatbelt, still unclear, Yan Qingwen asked Liu Di what kind of place it was. The guy told her that it was an ordinary hospital, and that the man was treating poor people who could not afford more. Having received the long-awaited explanation, the blonde asked his friend how he met the master. Liu Di said that 3 years ago, when he lost his eye, it was Master 2 who saved him from death, and clenching her hands awkwardly and pressing herself into the seat of the car, Yan Qingwen squeezed out words of apology to the boy. Smiling maliciously, the young man said that the beauty could easily make up for her guilt with a few kisses. Yan Qingwen immediately called him a scoundrel and a fool for even thinking about it. Liu Di laughed and said that he simply wanted to joke, which made the blonde seriously angry. As night fell, the friends finally arrived at the Yan family mansion, where the twin sisters were already waiting for them. Kai was the first to run up to him and said that they had just prepared his room for Brother Liu, after which he handed him the keys. Awkwardly scratching the back of his head, the guy thanked the girl after hearing Mo Tong's warning that these sisters had good intentions towards him. Yan Qingwen praised her sisters for being able to get ready so quickly and then asked where their room was now. But when the blonde heard Xing's words that they were now living on the ground floor, she didn't like it at all. The twins confirmed her guess and said that it was not at all difficult for them to let the new driver stay in the suite. Agreeing with them, Yan Qingwen turned to the guy and asked, "How about starting over?" In response to this, the boy only said that he was very tired and wanted to rest, after which he walked towards his new room. Walking along the huge corridors, Liu Di was indignant at the fact that in this estate they were so long. Paying attention to the camera that hung in the corridor, the guy thought that the twins were probably somewhere watching his suffering. He turned out to be more than right, because the girls actually watched him through the tablet and laughed at his clumsy search for the room. Although Xing Xing knew that this was extremely bad on her part, she was really looking forward to the moment when he would find a room. Suddenly, on the screen of the tablet, the girl saw how surprised the young man was when the light bulb on the ceiling lit up. Liu Di, hearing strange sounds around him, immediately realized that some kind of trap was waiting for him. The guy was right again, because out of nowhere, a bunch of small eggs flew at him. The twins watched as he tried to dodge and laughed loudly, assuming that he would not escape from the next trap. Suddenly, the tablet turned off and the sisters looked at each other in confusion. Liu Di, in turn, carefully removed the bowl of water from the door and praised their ingenuity in the field of practical jokes. Looking around, the boy concluded that this room did not look like a basement at all, although it was a little damp. Taking a closer look, Liu Di saw huge pianos in the room, which made him a little surprised. He ran his hand over the keys of the instrument and said that as a child, he always dreamed of being a real pianist. But suddenly, before his eyes, the young man once again saw a notification about acquiring new skills and realized that this time Motong decided to help with his dream. Sitting comfortably on a chair, the boy began to play the piano and hum his childhood song. Imbued with the meaning of the song and enjoying every sound of the piano, memories gradually appeared in his head. Liu Di remembered the place where he first heard this song in his own headphones, when he was buying ordinary fast food. Opening his eyes to return to the real world, Liu Di still continued to play and hum. When he finished, he immediately received praise from his digital friend, who admired his artistic abilities. But something in Motong's intonation still alerted the boy, and he looked at him with a suspiciously piercing gaze. The friend could not restrain himself and let it slip that he recorded the owner's game on video and posted it on the internet, because it was a real talent. The young man, surprisingly, reacted to this very calmly, after which he heard a compliment about his name, which was very interesting. His concentration was overwhelmed by a bunch of notifications on his phone, which was literally bursting with constant barrages. Looking at the screen, Liu Di saw about 1 million views on the video of his game in just a matter of minutes. Reading a bunch of positive comments and admiration, the guy realized that in the era of social networks, it was not worth underestimating the strength of this community. Sitting back on the chair near the piano, he leaned back and said that show business was still much more difficult. Looking up, the boy whispered that he still dreamed of opening his own business. The Yan sisters, meanwhile, were in their room, wondering why the driver failed to fall into any of the traps. Xing Xing finally couldn't stand it anymore and invited Kai Kai to go with her to the second floor to look at the evil brother Lu. But when her sister simply ignored her words, continuing to stick to the tablet, the girl got a little angry. Looking at the screen, she immediately understood why her sister had disappeared from the world so much, because there was a video of Liu Di playing the piano. The girls stared together at his wonderful talent, listening to every note and admiring the godlike sound of his voice. Even though this boy irritated them, the sisters couldn't help but admit that he actually sounded good. The origin of this stranger began to interest the beauties even more because he still hid his real name, having so many secrets. Without any strength to overcome their desire, the girls unanimously exclaimed that they wanted to marry this handsome man. Their delighted squeals and screams were so loud that they did not let Yan Hongxin fall asleep. Liu Di, at that time, put down the book he was reading and yawned and said that he was hungry. Rising from his chair, he realized that at this time, even ordinary thoughts were taking away his strength. Heading towards the kitchen, the young man finally decided that without food, he would die of hunger. Only the boy managed to open the door when suddenly he saw 2 dark figures behind it. Not even a second passed before some kind of spray appeared in front of his eyes, which was immediately sprayed into his face. In surprise, the young man fell to the ground and shouted that this was his room. Rubbing his eyes, Liu Di saw 2 twin sisters in front of him, who guiltily covered their mouths with their hands, realizing that they had confused him with a thief. Having no desire to give up their own positions, they immediately called the boy shameless for still remaining in their house. Hearing how he confirmed their words and added that he lived at their expense, Kai Kai was just about to tell him something. But the girl didn't have time to say a word before the young man turned around and headed to the opposite end of the corridor. All they had time to shout was for him not to even come near their sister's room, but it was no use. A few minutes later, Liu Di found himself in the kitchen to prepare the food for which Mo Tong had given him a moment ago. Hearing the fragrant smell that came from the ground floor, the twins immediately found themselves there, quietly watching the boy. I watched how passionate her sister was about this guy. Xing tried in every way to distract her, but it was completely useless because the young man cut vegetables so skillfully that it was impossible to take your eyes off his movements. Realizing this, Xing still tried to control herself and not succumb to the insidious plan of this beautiful man. Grabbing and dragging her by the shoulder, Kai threateningly reminded her sister why they came to this place. Liu Di, meanwhile, had just finished preparing pilaf with a bunch of vegetables and shrimp according to a special recipe. Looking at the plate in front of him, on which he had just placed a portion of food, the girls exclaimed in shock. Notice how they stared at his dishes. The young man smiled and asked if they wanted to try him. Xing was about to agree to his proposal, but Kai immediately refused and said that they were not hungry. Having no desire to wait for them, the young man took a spoon and put the rice in his mouth, feasting on it and enjoying the wonderful aroma of the dish. Moving the plate closer to them again, Liu Di asked the sisters one last time if they really didn't want to try it. The girls shouted in chorus that they could no longer hold back, so they immediately rushed to the table and asked to forgive them. In less than a couple of minutes, the twins had completely emptied the plates and left them on the table. Kai said that they simply couldn't eat this food for free, but he still owed them 4 million. The boy agreed with them and changed the topic, asking why he hadn't seen Wu Yang's son-in-law. The girls told him that he and his sister lived in another house that belonged only to them, after which Liu Di began to think. They were frozen in misunderstanding after the young man whispered that only 3 beautiful fools lived in this house. The guy laughed and leaned closer to them, asking with excitement in his eyes what didn't suit them. Immediately rising from his seat and turning around, he finally advised the beauties to be careful at night. The twins stared at the boy in fear, not understanding why he spoke about this with such seriousness in his voice. Since he lacked freshness in that damp basement, the boy decided to go outside and get some air. But as soon as he found himself on the roof of the mansion, the thought of the relationship between Wu Yang and Yan Qingwen immediately came to his mind. Remembering the daring intentions of that scoundrel, the boy thought about the fact that Qingwen could potentially wish for death. He decided to ask Mo Tong to observe his son-in-law for a while, but the digital friend convinced him that the Yan estate was under his personal control. When Mo Tong showed the owner what his son-in-law was doing now, what he saw seriously angered Liu Di. The next morning, Yan Qingwen stood in the middle of the manor's front yard and wondered why Liu still hadn't come down. One of the security guards approached the girl and reported that even after several knocks on the door, the driver still did not wake up. After the guards offered to become her driver for one day, the blonde instantly refused and said that it was Liu Di's duties. She sent the man to the guy's room to continue knocking on the door, but unexpectedly, something stopped him. The guys noticed how Liu Di himself ran into the estate, moreover, holding some strange package in his hands. Staring at the boy, Yan Qingwen was surprised that he had already gone for a run so early. Handing the package to the beauty, the guy said that he spent an hour getting to the bakery in the city and getting hot buns for her. Remembering that the bakery was located 20 kilometers from their house, the girl was seriously surprised that he was able to run such a distance in just an hour. But she still remained firm, so she reproached the guy that this did not justify his being late in the morning. In the security guard's earpiece, meanwhile, a message was heard from the other guys, confirming the veracity of this guy's words. Glancing at his mistress's driver, the man praised his physical fitness. Watching Liu Di take a shower, the blonde complained to TC that the current drivers were too arrogant. When she asked the guard why professionals like him had to resign, the man simply remained silent. Within half an hour, the girl was sitting in the car and carefully looking at the video in which a guy who looked very much like Liu Di was masterfully playing the piano. I enjoy his wonderful singing. The beauty still couldn't understand how he became so popular overnight. Carefully peering at every movement of his fingers on the keys, Yan Qingwen still could not understand what lay behind his image. After some more time, the guys finally arrived at their destination and immediately got out of the car, heading inside. Entering the huge hall of the building, which looked very modern, Liu Di stared in surprise at the reception, trying to understand what was happening. Looking at the top sales list posters, the boy was surprised that the chairman's daughter had to participate in such business competitions. Noticing that the young man was deep in thought about something, the blonde asked what heavens he was in this time. The girl immediately explained that this was the financial culture of their company, because all the employees there were considered sellers. Smiling contentedly, Liu Di suggested that since he was considered an employee of the Inji Group, he could now also engage in sales. But Yan Qingwen clearly let him know that he was wrong, and then headed deeper into the office, greeting the guards and workers. Having passed through a hefty corridor, in which Liu Di managed to count about 36 doors, they finally came to the desired office. There, a girl with blue hair instantly ran up to the lady and greeted Miss Yan. She carefully examined this beauty from head to toe. The driver assumed that she was a secretary because she was already handing her some papers. The girl thanked Qian and asked her to arrange a meeting with the CEO of Shi Nen Hospital. Having accepted the lady's order, Qian approached Liu Di and suspiciously asked him who the young man was. She was ahead of her by Yan Qingwen herself, who introduced the guy as her own driver, even though he looked too handsome for such a position. Qian grabbed his hand and pulled him along, justifying it by saying that they could not help but confuse Miss Yan. Since the boy had no choice but to follow the secretary, a few minutes later he found himself straight in her office. Finding himself under the strict supervision of the beauty, Liu Di analyzed her with his right gaze and realized that this young lady was not worth messing with. Their conversation was interrupted by Qingwen, who through the transparent window of the office ordered the secretary to get to work and not bother her driver. Qian immediately moved away from the boy and said that she more than understood her responsibilities. Not wanting to waste the opportunity, Liu Di decided to ask the girl about who was rumored to be in Yan Chengwen's heart. The secretary said that although she didn't know his name, this man saved the lady 3 years ago and truly settled into her heart. Hearing this, the boy's expression immediately showed excitement from the fact that the blonde really considered him a hero. His surprise was instantly interrupted by Mo Tong, who reported that something strange was happening in Yan Qingwen's office. Sensing the excitement in his master's eyes, the digital friend immediately calmed him down and said that it was something funny. Looking through the window at the blonde's office, the boy saw 3 strange bottles that appeared on the floor. The blonde herself looked as if she had come out of the grave, because there were too many strange things around her. Mo Tong emphasized that after analyzing all these strange attributes, he learned that they were needed to curse mortal evil. As soon as the boy finished his theory, he immediately laughed at how people could believe in all sorts of curses and gods. After asking Liu Di if this curse was just a myth, the digital friend convinced him that these were just ordinary legends. Hearing about this, Liu Di opened his mouth excitedly, because he did not understand who could have planted the attributes for casting a curse in her office. Not going to waste a minute, the boy stood up from his seat and told Sister Qian that he was going to the restroom. The guy immediately entered the blonde's office, who seemed extremely unhappy that he entered without knocking. Seeing how he looked at the strange vase in the office, the girl said that it was a gift from the vice president of the Zhao Group. The young man turned his gaze to the strange statues at the edges of the office, which were also attributes, and heard that they were a gift from Wu Yang. Called his head finally formed into one heap, and the boy realized that the magical attributes were given to her by her beloved son-in-law and his accomplices. Continuing to look at the strange vases and run his hand over them, the guy thought about how he could break them. Not wanting to waste his resource on long thoughts, he accidentally pushed the vase and it immediately fell to the floor, breaking into pieces. Yan Qingwen immediately jumped up from her seat and screamed at the driver, ordering him to take his hands off the vase. But when the guy broke all 3 samples and said that it was just an accident, the girl screamed angrily. Because of their screams, an excited Qian came running into the office, who immediately froze when she saw the chaos that was happening in the office. Having calmed down a little, the blonde rudely declared that Brother Liu had really gone crazy. The boy immediately convinced her that he would definitely return the beauty's money for the vases, even though they cost 6 million or more on the market. Miss Wen exhaled exhaustedly and said that she would write these antiques out of the driver's salary. Liu Di did not pay attention to this and said that 6 million was pennies to him because he could invest as much as 100 million in their company. Mrs. Yan's question about where he got that kind of money was interrupted by the secretary because they had to go to a meeting with the gentleman from the hospital. Yan Qingwen irritably ordered the girl to call the cleaning lady into the office, after which she and the driver headed towards the exit. Sisters Xing and Kai, meanwhile, tried to play tennis, but it was very difficult for them due to the terrible heat that was outside. After several attempts to continue the game, Kai finally decided to go to the estate to rest a little. Once in the dining room, the girl's attention was attracted by a familiar golden card that looked out from under the plate. Sing Sing approached her and the girls were already staring together at the map that her father was giving to brother Lu. Realizing that the boy had not spent a penny from this card, the twins suddenly felt very ashamed for their insults towards him. They remembered how they ate his rice and deducted 5 million from his money. Moreover, they definitely tried to prank him more than once. The girls shouted in one voice that this young man was truly incredibly noble and handsome, and as a bonus, he was also an amazing cook. They felt incredibly ashamed of all their actions because now the girls thought that they had really offended the boy. After thinking that it was all their fault, the twins decided to apologize to Liu Di. But suddenly, they thought about where this guy could have gotten so much money for new clothes and everything else he bought. Xing Xing immediately angrily placed the card on the table and concluded that the scoundrel was most likely spending the third sister's money. All the twins' pity suddenly disappeared somewhere as soon as they realized that this young man was also spending their family's money, but in a different way. Kai Kai sighed and said that sometimes people seem so kind when in fact they have terrible ulterior motives. Xing Xing supported her, but the girl did not understand how the young man could leave as much as 5 million on the table, because it was a large amount. Her sister immediately came up with a wonderful idea to spend this money secretly from everyone. Yan Qingwen and the driver, who had just sneezed and thought that someone might be remembering him at that moment, were racing along the highway. In the salon, meanwhile, Qian Qian worriedly warned her mistress that the chances of winning the deal with the hospital were minimal. But Miss Yan was too firm and decisive to back down from business proposals after the first failures. Listening to their conversation, Liu Di assumed that the owner of China's largest hospital, Mr. Li, was indeed a complex person. After a few tens of minutes of driving, the guys ended up in the office of a man who gladly greeted Mrs. Yan. With a slight smile, he added that the project they discussed earlier would be quite difficult to implement, so they had a lot to discuss. Liu Di, who was standing behind the lady, asked his digital friend to find some information about Mr. Li. The boy immediately followed the order and said that earlier this man had sold counterfeit medicines, because of which a lot of patients died. Even after it was stolen, the hospital did not suffer any punishment, and now the lawlessness was still going on. Turning his menacing gaze towards Mr. Li, who was sitting at the table, Liu Di mentally scolded him for what an immoral person this scoundrel was. Yan Xingwen, in turn, tried hard to negotiate with the man about cooperation with their company. But Mr. Li remained steadfast, so he avoided her questions, offering to have dinner in the evening and discuss everything in a calm atmosphere. As soon as the driver of the beauty heard such impudent proposals from the fat man, he immediately screamed furiously. The boy attacked the gentleman with reproaches for the fact that he even dared to offer such things to a young girl. But instead of approval from the blonde, he only heard a threatening order to shut up. Miss Yan asked the gentleman to pay attention to her driver, who was not yet accustomed to the new job. Having forgiven this beauty for the first time, the scoundrel added threateningly so that the boy would no longer interfere in the affairs of his superiors. Finally, the shameless man said that thanks to his connections, if desired, no one would want to cooperate with their company. This conversation bothered Mrs. Yan no less than her driver, so she agreed to dinner on the condition that the gentleman would sign the agreement. She also added that it was supposed to be a regular business dinner, which she would attend with her assistant, Qian Qian. Since Mr. Li could not lose such an opportunity, he had to agree to the blonde's terms. After leaving the hospital, Yan Qingwen scolded Liu Di for daring to ask her to wait for him after the prank with Mr. Li. The guy reacted to her anger with a smile. I remind you that in the Inji group, everyone could sell their services, including him. Although the girl ordered the guy to stop behaving like this, her words were useless because Liu Di had already headed to the hospital building. He entered Mr. Li's office without knocking, thereby inviting his side to irritable remarks from the scoundrel. But since his threats did not frighten the boy at all, Liu Di took a few steps and ended up on his desk and called the man a real animal. Mr. Li was not going to tolerate such impudence, so he immediately blew himself up and threatened the young man that he would cut off his leg. With a smile on his face, Liu Di suggested that he check his own email before threatening him. As soon as the man opened the letter that appeared in his mailbox a few minutes ago, the expression on his face immediately became covered with fear. In front of him, Li saw a video in which he openly offered a deal to one very important person. This video also contained evidence that he used counterfeit medicines and ordered the Steelies to obey him. Finally, the man plopped down on the sofa and declared with a loud laugh that everything in this world could be solved with money. The scoundrel's heart beat several times faster, because he understood that if the media found out about this, his career would come to an end. Staring at his own computer screen, the impudent man tried to figure out who this boy was if he could get his hands on this video. Looking up at Liu Di with frightened eyes, the man said that he had a bad memory, so he asked the guy's name again. The young man, in turn, broke into a satisfied smile and introduced himself, after which he added that he was Mrs. Wen's new driver. Mr. Li immediately fell to his knees in front of him and began to beg the guy for mercy. Leaning towards him, Li Du suggested that the man do something that would please him, if the scoundrel admitted his guilt. A few minutes later, the boy, as if nothing had happened, left the hospital, at the exit of which a dissatisfied Yan Qingwen was waiting for him. The beauty ordered him to get behind the wheel and return to the company, but Liu Di stopped her and asked her to wait a little. A moment later, Mr. Li ran out of the hospital, begging Miss Yan to wait. After looking at the paper in his hands, the man stated that he had brought the blonde a contract and wanted to sign it right now. Showing his signature and seal on the paper, he added that now Yan Qingwen only had to confirm her involvement. In order to fully justify himself to Liu Di, he even offered the girl a contract for as much as 2 million instead of 1. Tian watched him with contempt because deals could not be concluded in such a terrible way, begging her colleague to sign up for the terms. Yan Qingwen looked at Mr. Li in confusion, trying to understand what the catch was because a couple of minutes ago he refused the offer. Still, the blonde signed the contract and already in the car, tried to comprehend the fact that she had just concluded the greatest deal of her career. The beauty's secretary at the time informed her with a smile that they had received a payment from Chi Ren Hospital in the amount of 2 million. Still trying to believe what happened, Miss Yan asked her driver what he told that scoundrel that made him decide to sign the contract. The guy was pleased to say that he was able to find out about some of his dirty deeds and threatened to publish this information in the media. Instead of praising her friend, Yan Qingwen scolded him again and asked him with disdain whether he could behave normally. Without losing his positivity, Liu Di laughed and said that he was actually Li Dahai's nephew, causing Qian Tian to giggle softly. When Yan offered to pay for his help, the boy refused and told the girl to take the money for the broken vase. Finally, the boy added that with the remaining money, the girl could pay for a psychologist to get rid of all the negativity. Yan Qingwen's jaw dropped from such impudence, and the girl did not find anything sarcastic to answer the young man. Qian Qian, who was still sitting nearby, watched these lovebirds and thought that there was definitely something between them. Meanwhile, near the Yingji Group office, a bunch of employees had gathered to discuss Ms. Yan's successful deal. The guys talked about rumors that spoke of some kind of relationship between the lady and her new driver. Suddenly, one of the company's employees suddenly felt someone's hand on her shoulder, which made the poor fellow exclaim. Turning around, she saw the smiling and charismatic Liu Di, who advised her not to discuss company employees in public. But very quickly, a blonde came up to him and irritably grabbed his hand, pulling him along and telling him not to embarrass himself in front of the workers. Once again, paying attention to the strange tension between them, Qian Qian was once again convinced of the chemistry between the two. Mr. Li, meanwhile, was talking to brother He Hu and talking about how some little driver had just found out everything about his past. In an instant, anger reigned on the man's face and he hissed that he would kill this boy. Otherwise, he would not be able to sleep or eat. But on the other side, he heard a slight chuckle from brother He Hu, who said that recently they had offered 5 million for this kid's head. The working day at the company had just come to an end, so all its employees happily returned home. Yan Qingwen and Liu Di were also planning to return to the mansion, but before that they decided to visit the secretary. Entering the office, they saw Qian Qian, who with a slight smile asked the young man what he did in the evening. Instead of the boy, the blonde answered her and said that she and the driver were going to have dinner at home because there was still a lot of work. Without waiting for the girl's answer, they headed towards the car, in which Liu Di told Miss Yan that he had discovered something strange. The boy smiled widely and stated that he could not help but notice Yan Qingwen's jealousy. The girl instantly attacked him with abuse and threats, while the young man simply laughed out loud. After half an hour of driving, the guys finally found themselves at the Yan family mansion, where a wonderful dinner awaited them. The twins had already gathered around, looking with great appetite at the number of dishes that were on the table. Watching how awkwardly the girls stood and stared at the food, Liu Di invited them to sit down and start dinner. The first to start eating were the twins, who unanimously shouted that they were very hungry. But then they turned their gaze to brother Liu and froze in surprise, their eyes bulging. The boy attacked the food as if he had not eaten for decades, or even hundreds of years. The reason for this was another shortage of living elements due to the large absorption of energy by the young man's body, which was constantly improving. 10 minutes later, the part of the table where Liu Di was sitting was completely empty, and the young man collapsed exhaustedly on his chair. Yan Qingwen, meanwhile, hinted to her sisters that after such a meal, they should go and exercise. Ignoring the girls' protests, the blonde let herself down and approached Liu Di, inviting him to come with her. As soon as Kai Kai and Xing Xing heard about this proposal, a picture immediately appeared in their heads of how the older sister defeated the boy in boxing. They found this fantasy very funny, so the girls giggled quietly. Picking his teeth with a toothpick, the guy with a slight grin asked the blonde if she really wanted this. The girl considered this as an underestimation of her strength, so with a desire for reprisal in her eyes, she said that she was convinced of her desires. Having agreed to her offer to fight, after some time the guys found themselves in the gym of a hefty mansion. Yan Qingwen gave the young man a mocking look and asked if he wanted to change clothes before the fight. Liu Di, in turn, said that he was only going to take off his clothes, which could potentially prevent him from defeating the beauty. By unbuttoning his shirt and throwing it aside, the boy made the twins feel embarrassed and lose their composure at his beauty, but not Yan Qingwen. Even Liu Di himself was surprised at how muscular his body was, because he did not expect Mo Tong to try so hard. Having finished his narcissism, the boy looked up at the blonde and asked where they would fight. But even Yan Qingwen found it difficult to take her eyes off his Apollo body, even though the girl tried very hard. Even though she once possessed a red belt, this guy's muscles were still inferior to hers. While the beauty was thinking about what she should do if he decided to attack her, Liu Di asked when it would start. Miss Yan immediately exclaimed in displeasure, not understanding how this scoundrel could do this to a weak girl. Liu stared at her in surprise, incomprehensibly asking what she meant, because the proposal for a competition came precisely from the blonde. Realizing that the beauty was trying to give back, the guy said that he was ready to let her go if she admitted defeat. Wen really didn't like this impudence, so she shouted that she would never give up so easily. Suddenly, the door to the gym opened and TC entered, who, having heard about the sparring, wanted to look at him. He came closer to the boy and emphasized that the lady was his rival, which is why he proposed a battle with him. When she was 10 years old, due to some circumstances, he was adopted by Yan's father. From childhood, the boy was taught various martial arts to keep him in shape and prevent him from becoming limp. If a guard were faced with a bunch of bandits, he would defeat them all without receiving a single injury. But 3 years ago, when the beauty was attacked by hooligans, Ji was unable to come to the rescue in time, which is why he still blamed himself. But still, Liu Di should not be underestimated either, because this boy is definitely an unusual person with very strange abilities. Not wanting to waste time, TC took a fighting stance and invited the driver to start sparring. Since the guy was more than in favor of any movement, he folded his hands on his chest and announced the start of the battle. Noticing the seriousness in the guard's eyes, Madame Wen warned him to be careful not to harm the little one. Being an honest player, TC told the young man a little about his fighting history and asked if he could find out something about Liu Di. The boy smiled and said that he was an ordinary citizen of his country who, thanks to the grace of God, learned to fight. Since Mr. Liolny wanted to tell them the truth, TC said that he would recognize it with his own hands. The man immediately jumped up and rushed at the guy with his fists, trying to hit him and strike him. But Liu Di was too evasive, and besides, Mo Tong had just reminded him of the magnetic field that could suppress the enemy. The young driver really liked this prospect, so not wanting to give in, he still continued to dodge the blows. Noticing this, TC was more and more surprised by his impressive speed and dexterity of movements. Their battle continued with renewed vigor and played with new colors, while Mo Tong was busy improving his master's aura. In the moment, he finally stated that the strength of the boy's aura was now directly connected to his body. Overjoyed at this miraculous improvement, Liu Di instantly used it to hit his opponent with his inner strength. This turn of events slightly surprised the guard, who thought that this boy had come straight from the underworld. The man knew that the boy was definitely not an ordinary person, and could previously have been a member of the elite troops of the king-level army. Not wanting to end up with broken bones and a broken face, TC decided to retreat and admitted defeat. This move made Liu Di laugh, who didn't even have time to have fun. But this did not change his respect for the guard, who was truly a loyal fighter. Putting his hands together, the driver invited the man to go to another place, which was clearly less crowded. This proposal made the guard a little surprised, because he did not expect such determination and perseverance on the part of the guy. Taisi took a few steps towards him and, putting his hand on his heart, said that he was ready to lay down his life in serving the young man. Seeing this, Yan Qingwen immediately shouted displeasedly for Shi to stop this horror and humiliation. Well, the man just gave her an exhausted look and asked why Lady Yan didn't agree with him. The girls fell to the door, behind which there was a battle, which was accompanied by some very loud sounds and made them worry. While fighting against the guard, Liu Di tried to teach the man techniques for releasing power and a couple of other interesting tricks. Since Taisi himself was interested in this, the man easily succumbed to all his instructions and deftly dodged the blows. But at one point, he still couldn't dodge, so he fell to the ground, after which he immediately heard the boy's praise. Staring at this kid, TC could not understand how he knew the Eastern Excalibur because it was a secret Chinese intelligence service. Since only 2 people knew about this special service, the man had a very impressive thought. Taisi laughed absurdly and said that he was in vain to worry about the master, because someone like Tian Liu could not compete with petty hooligans. The guard explained that if Liu Di knew about the Eastern Excalibur, then he was a participant in it and belonged to a respected military circle. The man bowed low to the boy and said that although Ji had eyes, he did not dare to look at the boy. Thinking about how to tell this man that he was wrong, Liu Di decided to ask which hooligans he was talking about. When TC said that one of the criminal bosses had offered 5 million for the young man's head, Liu was surprised that he had enemies. As soon as he appeared in the Yan family, he immediately made a couple of enemies, where the first was his son-in-law and the second was the director of the hospital. But the guard continued to say that his brothers still had some influence in Shanghai and could help. Liu Di refused help and asked how the man knew about the 5 million reward. Taisi said that this information was spread from mouth to mouth, and he heard about it from He Li, the leader of the Shanghai underworld. Immediately understanding what was happening, the boy remembered exactly how Ouyang Feng Yu had communicated with him a few days ago. Turning around and heading towards the exit, Liu Di told the guard not to think about it and suggested that they compete some other way. But Sai added that one of his acquaintances named He Shan would be very glad to know that Mr. Liu was also in Shanghai. Opening the door in front of him, Liu Di told the man to inform him in advance before he told Mr. He Shan about this. As he left the room, he thought that he shouldn't have exposed himself so quickly, because the young man would never be able to explain his new powers. As soon as the boy left the hall, an excited Yan Qingwen immediately ran up to him and asked if everything was okay. The young man agreed and asked if he had told her that it was not at all worthwhile for a young Yan girl to behave like that. Yan Qingwen turned around and exclaimed offended because she only showed a drop of concern. Laughing at her cute reaction, Liu Di turned around and walked away in the opposite direction, bidding her farewell. A security guard immediately approached the girl, from whom she asked about what had been happening between them all this time. The blonde suspiciously asked TC if he had beaten the boy, but the man only said that he could not tell her about it. He also added that from now on, she will definitely protect the lady and she should not worry about anything at all. Returning to his room, the driver, meanwhile, plopped down exhaustedly in his chair. Seeing Yan Xing on his phone, the boy was surprised by the message that, very close by, Shin the Duckling was broadcasting live. Having accessed her broadcast, the guy heard his own song, which one of the twins sang, and collected a lot of views. While the sisters were walking around their own mansion, Kai Kai decided to ask her sister how she knew Di Yi. Kai Kai looked at Xing with displeasure and said irritably that she didn't know him at all. Despite this, after a while, another sister called her and asked her the same question again, shouting into the phone and demanding an answer. All that Kai Kai could do was hopelessly fall to her knees and repeat for the 801st time that she didn't understand who she was talking about. But on the other side of the phone, she only heard information that their sister was currently filming a new film, and she just wanted to invite Dai Yi. Having dropped the call, the poor thing fell to the ground and burst into tears because she really didn't have this guy's contacts. At the office, meanwhile, there was a wave of furor between the employees because of how handsome their boss's driver was. These conversations were already annoying Liu Di, who listened to compliments in his direction literally every 5 minutes. Trying to ignore the noise, the boy walked into the office and asked Mu Tong to help him find information about He Li. Looking at the biography that his friend dug up for him, the young man realized that this guy really was something. After carefully examining what companies he owned, Liu Di hissed with a smile that he would definitely have fun with him. Meanwhile, his assistant burst into Mr. Hai Li's office and said that something strange was happening. He said that an hour ago the police visited 2 of their ports, and the ship that was delivering a new order was intercepted. The man put out his cigarette and came to the conclusion that a traitor had appeared among his people. The assistant said that at first he thought the same thing, but during the interrogation of the guards, they received a call and were told not to look for a traitor among their own. Haley angrily shot up from his seat and hissed that something interesting was happening this time. Suddenly, the boy's phone rang again, and a familiar voice was heard on the other side saying that the boss's father was respectable. Not wanting to tolerate such impudence, Mr. Hailey fiercely shouted at the young man, but he only apologized and explained that it was a message from the phone. He handed the phone to his boss, and the interlocutor on the other side said that the man should only come to him if he had the strength. He threw the phone into the opposite ring of the room. Haley called the stranger names and growled angrily. His second assistant, who had been standing nearby all this time, suggested that the boss simply track this call. The man handed her the phone and ordered her to do it immediately, entrusting it to the most experienced hacker in the city. Sometime later, the boss received a call and was told that they had found this stranger in an internet cafe next to the Mars nightclub. Hailey ordered his guys to send 30 of their own people there and do everything to bring this brat to him. After finishing the phone call, the man put on a serious expression and left his office. Seeing another call on his phone, he was surprised, because this time the call was from a completely different number. The gentleman picked up the phone and heard how the interlocutor on the other side advised him to find new hackers. 20 minutes ago, Liu Di, in turn, was just handing his card to the hotel employee and asking him to kick out all the visitors for one night. The guy had no choice but to agree with Mr. Lee and convince him that everything would be done at the highest level. Heading to the exit from the room, the worker began to think about who this rich man was and where he got so much money from. But as soon as the employee left the room, he saw in front of him a bunch of unfamiliar men running as fast as they could towards Liu Di's room. A second later, in front of the boy who was sitting relaxed on the sofa, there were about 30 strangers with various weapons in their hands. After exchanging glances among themselves, the guys screamed loudly and rushed to attack the young man. Without worrying at all and calmly finishing his cigarette, Liu Di just smiled at the fact that today he would finally have fun. The boy swung his hand and, with a slight movement of his hand, threw his half-smoked cigarette straight into the face of one of these scoundrels. The man did not like this at all, so he rushed at the boy with even greater speed, but in response he only received a slap in the face. Wanting to take revenge on the petty scoundrel for such impudence, the second guard immediately decided to attack him. But he was no less lucky than his colleague, because the next second he felt the boy's heavy blow on his ribs. The same fate awaited all the other scoundrels who even dared to attack Liu Di. Not even 5 minutes had passed from that moment when all 30 people were lying immobilized on the floor of the room. Liu Di, in a cold and menacing voice, ordered them to tell his boss Hailey that he would get him sooner or later. His assistant was already running as fast as he could to Mr. Hailey to report that they had almost lost 100 of their best fighters. After hearing this, terrible anger began to appear on the man's face and he hissed, "How was this even possible?" But as soon as the man heard that 100 of his people had been killed by just one boy, he froze in shock. Having come to his senses, Mr. Hailey shouted in anger how this happened because this boy should have been a real monster. Turning around in the opposite direction, he ordered his assistant to gather Tai Gu and Dao to defeat this petty imposter. The man's assistant immediately took the order and called Brother Dao, who immediately came out just at his request. Confirming his words, the guy informed the boss that their people had already gone to the place where they were ready to finish off that child. Unexpectedly, a huge explosion was heard in the Hailey mansion, which blew off the doors with a blast wave. Behind a huge column of smoke and dust, someone's figure could be seen, which already looked very much like a man's. Having looked closely, the guys recognized the man as Jack, with whom something had clearly happened. Having taken a few steps in their direction, the poor fellow fell powerlessly onto the cold tile. Immediately behind him, Liu Di appeared in the doorway, who was to blame for the explosion itself, but did not seem to regret it at all. Looking behind him and looking out into the street, Hailey and her assistant froze in place. They saw a huge pile of corpses and pools of blood, and also, on a small pile of human carcasses, an unknown male figure. Because Mr. Hailey didn't expect to see this man at all, he froze with his mouth open, not knowing what to say. His shock was interrupted by the boy Liu Di, who finally began to walk towards them. The boss's assistant, in turn, leaned into his ear and whispered that he almost fainted from fear. After taking a few puffs, the guy looked at the two scoundrels and said that they had a lot of things to discuss. With rage in his eyes, he asked how Hae Lee could offer 5 million for the head of such a kind and sympathetic boy to people and animals. Finding himself a few centimeters from Hae Lee's face, the boy asked with a smile whether the man considered this amount justified. But the boss hardly found the strength to explain his business with a shaking voice and emphasized that there was a misunderstanding. The boy put his hand on his shoulder and said in a menacing voice that this was a very bad place to talk. When the man did not respond to his remark, Liu Di asked even more irritably whether the scoundrel had heard him at all. The master's assistant, who wanted to somehow help his boss, in a trembling voice ordered Liu Di to think about how he behaved in front of Hae Lee. The young man burst into a wide smile and said that the assistant was too smart and brave, so he had 10 seconds to admit the mistake. Well, suddenly, a girl who had always been Boss Hae Lee's maid entered the room. She came closer to Mr. Lee and, bowing low in front of him, asked for forgiveness. Raising her eyes, the girl said that Hae Lee more than admitted his mistake to the magnanimous master. But this trick did not work on Liu Di, because he immediately analyzed the stranger and realized that she was the real Miss Hae Lee. She heard in her disclosure, the girl froze in a misunderstanding of who this guy was and how he knew everything he needed. The beauty turned to her boss and said that they should have canceled the next meeting and continued communicating with this young man. Liu Di in turn cast a playful glance at her and said that if he wanted, he could figure out any secret identity and find out anything. Miss Hae Lee convinced the boy that from now on, the master would be completely at his service, in return asking not to reveal her identity. Not paying attention to her words, the boy turned around and asked if she knew who asked for 5 million for his head. Hearing the name Liu Di, Miss Hae Lee thought about it because it seemed very familiar to her. After thinking a little, the girl said that it was Zhao Ji, who at one time was the vice president of the Yingji group. Expecting to hear a completely different answer, the boy turned to her and asked if it was Wu Yangfeng Yu by chance. Catching his master's misunderstanding, Mo Tong reminded him that Zhao Jie was the one who gifted the curse attributes to Yun Qingwen. Putting all these thoughts aside, he asked Miss Hae Lee if they had received an assignment to kidnap Yan Qinglian. She nodded her head obediently and said that Zhao Ji himself had entrusted them with this task. Realizing that his son-in-law was not so stupid, because he knew how to get away with it and use others as weapons, Liu Di smiled slightly. Trying to save herself and her master, Miss Hae Lee offered to help the boy deliver the scoundrel straight to him. But he refused and asked the beauty to get him Zhao Ji's teeth, for each of which he would give 1 million. When the girl agreed to this and asked what he wanted to do with the teeth and the man, Liu Di refused to answer. Finally, he just added that he wanted to get 1 tooth a day. Miss Hae Lee put her hand on her heart and said that her group would definitely fulfill Mr. Lee's request. Extending her hand, she decided to invite the guy to meet the bosses of the other groups in their club. But the young man only said that the boss of the Hae Lee gang would not change for others, because he could always become a beauty or her henchman. Heading towards the exit, he said over his shoulder that for the next meeting, they would address him by his pseudonym, Emperor. Relieved that he had finally left this snake cube, the boy headed down the corridor. Unexpectedly, his attention was drawn to some cry for help, which Liu Di simply could not ignore. Turning around, at the opposite end of the street, the boy saw 2 scoundrels running after 2 beauties. Taking a closer look, the boy saw in these 2 beauties the Yan twins, who were trying with all their might to fight off the hooligans. Crossing his arms over his chest, he thought sarcastically about how the 2 could get into trouble again. Thinking that he probably owed a lot to the Yan family in his past life, the young man headed towards them. Trying not to make any unnecessary sounds, the boy approached the villains from behind and stopped, watching them. The bullies, meanwhile, continued to grab the twins by the hands and laugh, repeating that he really wanted to play with them. To clarify the situation, the girls remembered their terrible idea to spend Brother Liu's 5 million on a casino. If they knew that they would lose absolutely all their money, they would never even go to that place. The scoundrels continued to press the beauties because they were to blame for about 1 million, which the girls could easily get from their parents. Since they refused to pay them what they lost, the men only pressed and escalated, threatening the girls with violence. In the end, Kai Kai gave up and, grabbing her sister's hand, said that they would return home to get the money and then bring it to the hooligans. But this option didn't suit the men either, because they weren't at the market at all to come and go as they pleased. One of them said that the girls had 5 minutes to find the money, otherwise they would regret going to that casino. After such an impudent statement, Liu Di no longer stood aside and threateningly asked whether the scoundrels had asked for too much. Measuring the bastards with his cold gaze, he said that the problem was only a few million. The men, in turn, laughed because this guy wanted to show off and save the girls. Their squabble was interrupted by the twins, who suggested that the young man borrow money from his older sister, which they would later return to her. But Liu Di only sighed dissatisfiedly, mentally calling the sisters rude people who did not even know the meaning of the word respect. The boy again turned his gaze to the bully and said that since he could not help return the money, he was very happy to fight these freaks. As soon as one of the scoundrels agreed, the boy immediately analyzed him and realized that he was a major named Renbo Yuan. Liu Di instantly realized that this Nisha guy was not at all worried about losing or winning, because he just wanted to get his sisters. Taking this into account, the driver suggested that he continue betting and start a new game. Without waiting for Renbo Yuan's answer, the boy went to the poker table to sit down and begin paying back. Having specified that the yellow-haired man had bet 3 million, Liu Di offered a bet of 5 million. The evil. Kai Kai immediately ran up to him and said that Brother Liu had gone completely crazy if he decided to make such a bet that would kill them all. Renbo Yuan, in turn, looked at this boy and wondered where he had so much pathos since the casino owner had been bribed a long time ago. Knowing that he would receive the cards in his favor anyway, Renbo Yuan raised the bet to 6 million. While Xing Xing was measuring him with a piercing gaze, Liu Di was not going to retreat, so he raised his hand up and declared that he was betting 100 million. But the bully was no fool either, so he decided to call the casino manager to find out if the young man had that kind of money. 10 minutes later, when the casino workers checked the balance of Liu Di's card, they offered him their VIP zone and the opportunity to come at any time. Renbo Yuan's face now showed only defeat and surprise, because he did not understand where this young man got so much money. The man really liked the fact that the maximum amount that was once in his account was 100 million, unlike Liu Di. Little sister Yan, meanwhile, was still standing in astonishment, wondering where this guy could have gotten so much money. In order not to retreat or give up, Renbo Yuan in turn called his brother and asked him to lend him some money. Hearing approval from the other side, the bully smiled contentedly and put the phone on the table. The man said that he was putting a whole billion on the line, even though he could be kicked out of his house for such fraud. There was silence in the gaming room as Liu Di continued to wonder whether he was willing to bet more. The boy's expression suddenly began to look insanely crazy, and he said that he was ready to bet 10 billion, which was not the limit. Renbo Yuan froze in surprise at Liu's level of confidence and amount of money, because he could not predict the cards. The scoundrel was so angry that he grabbed the cards lying on the table with all his strength, scratching the table covering. He began to shove these cards into his mouth and shout out that he didn't even know what to do. Having completely lost his composure, he began to insult Liu Di and ask how the kid dared to come to his casino. As soon as Liu Di heard that this bully was going to call his brother and gang leader He Li, the boy smiled contentedly. Less than 10 minutes had passed before he and the sharp Yan found themselves surrounded by a dozen, if not hundreds of security guards of the establishment. The girls began to noticeably worry and ask Brother Liu what they could do now. But the guards had no intention of attacking them and said that their boss had only asked to ensure that no one left the building. Without ceasing to smile, Liu Di calmly said that he was even scared by their severity. Pretending that he was incredibly tired, the young man headed to the sofa in the hall and asked the girls and security guards to wake him up upon the gentleman's arrival. The Yan twins clung to each other in fear, begging the driver to forgive them for their stupidity and desire to waste money. Their screams were interrupted by the loud steps of a man who finally appeared at the casino. Behind Mr. Feng, there were a dozen more guards who looked much more serious than those in the casino. Renbo Yuan immediately ran up to him and reported that that impudent scoundrel had mocked his nephew. Mr. Feng looked around the room with his menacing and cold gaze and asked who dared to mock the boy. Not wanting to waste his uncle's time, the yellow-haired man led him along and was going to show Liu Di. Meanwhile, the Yan twins ran up to the driver himself and reported the arrival of gang leader He Li. Noticing how harmlessly the young man was lying on the sofa, Renbo Yuan pointed his finger at him and shouted that it was him. When Mr. Feng took a closer look at this boy, he immediately froze in surprise and whispered something. His nephew, hearing his uncle call this scoundrel master, immediately became indignant and asked his relative to quarter the scoundrel. Realizing that the uncle and his men were doing nothing at all, the guy shouted for them to go and take revenge. He was in such despair that he promised to take full responsibility upon himself, if only they would beat this little guy. But instead of obeying his nephew, Mr. Feng only prescribed a blow to his face. Flying to the ground, Ren Boyuan shouted in tears that his uncle had hit the wrong person. Mr. Feng himself, in turn, did not order his men to beat the crap out of this yellow-haired man who was lying at his feet. All 10 guards instantly rushed at Ren Boyuan, swinging their legs at him and trying to take the best possible revenge on the petty bully. Less than 10 minutes had passed since the poor fellow sat and sobbed, being covered with many bruises and abrasions. Turning towards Liu Di, gang leader He Li bowed to him and announced that they were finished. Hearing such kindness from this terrible man, the Yan sisters froze in shock, not understanding what was happening. Liu Di himself, in turn, finally opened his eyes and, shaking off specks of dust, declared that in this case he was ready to leave. Mr. Feng handed him some strange thing and said that it was exactly what his nephew had taken from the young man. After Liu took the cigarette in his hands, the man also added that he would give it to Caesar and the boy could come and take everything he needed whenever he wanted. Without saying a word to the gang leader, the driver turned to the Yan sisters and said that it was just time for them to go. As soon as the guys left the casino, the angry Mr. Feng turned to his nephew and began to scold him for daring to contact the owner of the entire city. While they were sorting out their relationship inside the casino, Liu Di and the twins were just heading to the car. Before entering the car, he turned to the girls and ordered them to return home as quickly as possible. They once again began to apologize to the boy for creating a lot of problems for him and forcing him to save them. But Liu Di only said that those 5 million were still their money, and he helped them only because he did not want discord to reign in the Yan family. I didn't expect to hear such an answer at all. The girls shouted in one voice, "What did this young man say?" Having calmed down a little, they asked the guy in surprise why those bandits were so afraid of him and followed all his orders. When the boy explained that those scoundrels knew his good friend who stood up for him, the girls finally breathed a sigh of relief. The boy's calm was unexpectedly interrupted by another telephone and a call, which he immediately answered. After he heard the angry voice of Yan Qingwen on the other side, who was extremely dissatisfied with the absence of the driver in the company, the boy rushed to leave. Once in the company, he met his friend's secretary, who stated that the madam went home without her driver and ordered him to accompany Qian on a date. Walking closer to the girl, Liu Di asked with a playful smile if the blonde really said about a date. Without waiting for the secretary's answer, he left her and headed to Yan Qingwen's office. As he expected, there the young man saw Yan Qingwen herself, who was still sitting at her desk and working. The boy came closer to her and with a dissatisfied expression on his face, asked how Mrs. Yan could simply ignore someone else's life. But the girl only wiped the blood from her hands and stated that she was just going to Master 2 because she had to help him with several transactions. The guy thought and measured the beauty with his gaze, sarcastically thinking about what a kind heart she had. She handed him the lists and asked the young man to look at them, because since Mr. 2 had a bad character, she wanted to offer him some medicine. Liu Di only reproached her with the wrong tactics, because if the beauty had donated wine to the man, then he would have remembered that she was his goddaughter. Yan Qingwen smiled as he was indeed right because Master 2 was a heavy drinker. Miss Wen took her purse from the table and asked the driver to take her to the bank. When the boy asked why, she turned her head and answered in a dissatisfied tone that she just needed to withdraw money. One of the bank's security guards, meanwhile, notified the boss that in 10 minutes the bank would close and they could begin Han's mission. Turning to the guy, the man asked if old man Duan Hua really wanted to compete with his soldiers, because simulating a robbery was a bad idea. Well, the guard just said that with all due respect, Duan Hua's soldiers were much better and stronger than their guys. The man turned his dissatisfied glance at him and said that he would definitely be able to fight back the old man because he had several aces in his pocket. Hearing this, the guards smiled contentedly, since they were not beginners, the best warriors in the entire country. This scary man was the commander-in-chief of a secret military organization in China named He Shan. But the one who was considered his guard was actually the captain of Team A named Tian Luo, call sign Grizzly Bear. Watching the cameras, Tian Luo informed the boss that 6 of their rookies were on site, so they just had to wait for the robbery. Sitting down in a chair, He Shan said that Duan was too confident in himself, which is why he was waiting for a failure, which they wanted to watch. Liu Di and Yan Qingwen, meanwhile, had just entered the bank so that the girl could withdraw the amount she needed. Suddenly, the boy's right eye lit up with a pink flame, and he heard Motong's warning about the impending robbery in 5 minutes. Having examined the bank premises, the boy realized that some of those present were not ordinary passers-by, but accomplices in the robbery. Taking a closer look, Motong pointed out the weapons in the belts of some of them. With an exhausted sigh, Liu Di asked himself why he could not live at least one day in a calm environment. His thoughts were instantly interrupted by Yan Qingwen, who handed him a wad of money and asked the boy to take it, because she knew that he needed it. But the young man refused these papers and said that the girls should not have worried about his finances at all. When the blonde insisted that he take pocket money, the boy simply asked her to buy him cigarettes. Angry, Madame Wen angrily asked the guy why he was such a terrible person. But the boy just laughed and said what kind of cigarettes he wanted, while she turned around dissatisfied and muttered something under her breath. Leaving the girl alone, but still watching her, the young man decided to approach one of the participants in the robbery and say hello to him. Noticing Liu Di above him, the stranger also greeted him with a gentle and friendly smile. Sitting down next to this guy, the driver asked him with a grin what he thought about robbing a bank in such wonderful weather. The smile on the stranger's face instantly disappeared, and he incredulously agreed that the weather really was good. Realizing that there was some unusual person in front of him, the guy stood up and asked what Liu Di had just said. Mr. Liu himself stood up in the same way, and shouting out an apology for the fact that he had appeared without warning, swung his fist at the stranger. Kicking him straight in the jaw, the boy knocked out 2 whole teeth from the scoundrel. Within a second, the guy was at Liu Di's feet, lying on the floor unconscious. He Shan, meanwhile, had just made himself a cup of coffee and approached the A-team commander to ask what was going on. Tian Luo told the man that although he got acquainted with information about all of Chief Duan's people, he did not find such a person there. At that time, there was a real massacre in the main hall of the bank, because all the accomplices of the robbery who were there attacked Liu Di in one heap. Despite the huge number of these scoundrels, the boy dodged them with deft movements and delivered powerful blows. The poor fellows did nothing but scatter in different directions after each of his attacks, which usually landed straight in the chest or face. Liu Di, in turn, did not stop and did not spare any of them, because he was going to disrupt this ferocious robbery that could harm Miss Yan. As he scattered more hooligans, the young man was finally faced with the last 2. Even though he had just killed almost their entire team, the men were not going to stop and wanted to take revenge on this little insolent. As soon as they attacked the boy, they instantly regretted it, because he was more than prepared for their attack. A second later, the villains were successfully lying on the floor of the bank, not showing any signs of life. Liu Di himself stood contentedly over their bodies and examined them carefully, while simultaneously looking at all the other men that were lying around in the bank hall. Tian Luo and his boss watched all this in shock through the cameras and could not hide their surprise at the strength of this boy. In the end, the boss ordered Tian Luo to go and catch this kid and then bring him to him unharmed. After making sure that all the robbers were localized, Liu Di admitted that although they were strong bandits, they still chose the wrong road. Looking up in front of him, the young man saw the furious commander of Team A ahead, moving straight towards him. The boy realized that, apparently, the situation was heating up and he needed to gather all his strength for the decisive blow. Without waiting for Tian Luo to come closer to him, the driver swung his hand and sent his final fist straight into his chest. Not expecting such a powerful attack from this boy, the poor guy immediately flew into the opposite wall, slammed against it, and fell to the floor. Having come to his senses, Tian Luo grabbed his chest and thought about how this was possible and how this boy foresaw the blow. Chief He Shan, who all this time was watching what was happening from the cameras, had the same opinion. Yan Qingwen suddenly appeared in the bank hall. She just wanted to ask the driver about Hua. Well, seeing the mess, her question changed. Liu Di reassured his friend by saying that this bank was just about to be robbed, but suddenly one guy appeared and defeated them all in 3 moves. Not wanting to stay in this place a second longer, he grabbed the girl and led her to the exit because they had to leave. While they were making their legs, Tian Luo tried with all his might to get up, thinking that if he caught the boy, it would seem like a lot to him. After 10 minutes, an ambulance and several police squads were already standing near the bank, inspecting everything around and evacuating the wounded. Together with them, He Shan himself arrived at the crime scene, who simply froze at the sight of what was happening inside. Next to the boss, there was another stranger who laughed at his promises of a successful robbery, which was just a civilian guy. He Shan looked at Duan Hua with displeasure and hissed that it was just an ordinary accident. But this did not stop the man, and he began to continue talking about how such accidents simply never happened in their beautiful city. Reviewing the surveillance cameras, he concluded that based on the strength and abilities of this guy, it was possible to determine his 5th level. Since He Shan needed to accept his failure, the man began to think about recruiting this wonderful fighter to join him. Having finally made his decision, he turned to the grizzly bear and ordered the boy to find this young man within 12 hours. Tianluo immediately accepted the order, but was surprised to ask if the captain really wanted to recruit him. Typing something on the keyboard, the man confirmed and said that he could become a wonderful mercenary. But even more important was the fact that with this boy, their plan could actually come true. Duanhua approached the boss and, placing his hand on his shoulder, asked permission to fulfill his duty as the owner of the city. The captain turned around and hissed with displeasure for the old man to drink some water, because he was not finished with him yet. Not expecting such a violent reaction, Duanhua looked at the man with an offended look and said that he just wanted to offer him a drink. The leader of the city stared after the commander, waiting for the moment until he completely left. As soon as there was no trace of him, the old man turned to the commissioner and said that he had 10 hours to find that boy. Taking another look at the surveillance cameras, Duanhua realized that he wanted to see this child as the leader of the war in his police squad. Liu Di himself, in turn, was riding in a car a long time ago and listening to information from Mo Tong that a hunt had already been opened for him. Having heard everything that his digital friend managed to find about him, the boy ordered him to clear the recording and hide for a while when he was finished. Heishan and one of the other commanders, meanwhile, were sitting at one of the computers and trying to compare faces. Duanhua, at that time, was sitting in his own car and watching the video of the fight again, admiring the skills of that guy. But unexpectedly, the computer screen on which the faces were scanned went dark, displaying a technical failure, thereby surprising the commander. Mr. Duanhua's phone turned off in the same way, turning the screen black, causing the man to swear. A technical analyst approached Commander Heishan and reported that all the videos of this guy had simply disappeared without a trace. At the Yan family mansion, meanwhile, the butler walked up to Yan Hongxin and handed him some papers, asking the gentleman to take a look. Having looked at the rating of the company's employees, the man was delighted with the high abilities of his daughter, Yan Qingwen. When the mansion employees said that young Yan Qingwen was indeed very good, the gentleman stopped him. He rose from his couch and asked the butler what he wanted to tell him. The mansion worker began to speculate that since Liu Di was at the center of this event, he might have great talent. Turning to the butler, Yan Hongxin said that at his old age it would be quite difficult to find real talents for the company. Looking out the window again, the man added that Liu Di was indeed a real talent, which was extremely rare to find. The butler interrupted his thoughts again and said that it seemed to him that Mr. Liu had no interest in the Yan family. Yan Hongxin confirmed his suspicions and said that with such talent, he was arrogant towards everything since he was still very young. But even without considering this, the master had a way of making him reconsider his priorities and take control of his Yan family. He informed the butler of 2 orders, the first of which was to inform everyone about the transfer of equipment sales to the control of Yan Qingwen. Deeply surprised by such a request, the man suggested that the gentleman think about it because the project was too important for their company. Yan Hongxin knew that he could not rely only on his daughter, who was not experienced enough, so he left it under the guidance of Liu Di. Even though the mansion worker knew that Mr. Liu liked Qingwen, he still believed that the boy would not let them down. Smiling contentedly, the leader of the family was glad that his daughter was talented enough to charm that brat Liu Di. Noticing the misunderstanding on the butler's face, the man said that in a couple of days he would return to Shanghai and hold a family banquet there. Turning around and heading to his chair, he added that he would invite 2 of his friends who would play a key role in the development of the business. Sitting comfortably in a soft chair, Yan Hongxin also said that his old friend, who was very important in the army, recently arrived in Shanghai. Remembering some of the people the master had previously introduced him to, the butler asked if it was General He Pa. While pouring himself some hot tea, Mr. Wen said that this was the general they were talking about. This time, he was going to create conditions for his young friends to meet high-ranking people, even inviting Duanhua. Liu Di and Yan Qingwen, in turn, just entered the Yan estate and headed towards the kitchen. The blonde noticed some strange pink smoke in the air and asked her friend about what was happening here. Entering the kitchen, the guys immediately covered their noses and mouths with their hands. I felt the poisonous smell eating into their eyes. Looking closely, they saw the twins Xing Xing and Kai Kai, what were trying to cook dinner near the stove. Coming closer to the sisters, the blonde asked what they were doing, and Kai Kai said that they were trying to prepare dinner for Liu Di. Hearing this, Yan Qingwen was seriously surprised because they spent 2 whole hours on this. Noticing the misunderstanding in their sister's expression, the twins said that they had really offended the boy and wanted to apologize. Not going to waste time explaining, They walked up to Brother Liu and grabbed his hands, and then led him to the table. The boy had no choice but to go with them and sit down, intending to try the girls' culinary masterpieces. Looking at the strange emulsion on his plate, he asked the twins if it was his fried rice and egg. The beauties immediately confirmed this and added that they tried to cook according to his recipe and really wanted the guy to try it as soon as possible. After analyzing the dish, Mo Tong informed the owner that one of the most carcinogenic poisons in the whole world was discovered there. Hearing this, Liu Di immediately moved the plate away from you and said with a smile that he forgave the girls even without such handouts. They instantly became happy and squealed because the young man was so kind and generous. They turned their gazes to Sister Yan Qingwen and stated that they had something to tell her. The girl stared at her sisters in surprise, not understanding what they were talking about. The beauties handed her a gold card and said that the driver had left the bank card given to him on the dining table. They guiltily lowered their eyes to the floor and said that they had no reason to consider this guy a bad person because he was his father's gift. Taking the card in her hands, Yan Qingwen immediately thought about how this boy got so much money and whether he was really there for her. Catching herself that she had just thought about this young man in a romantic way, the girl immediately shook her head, driving away the thoughts. Sing Sing turned to her again and stated that in fact, Brother Liu had a lot of money, which made Miss Wen no less surprised. Leaning towards her older sister, one of the twins told her that he had approximately several billion. Yan Qingwen stared at the girl. I don't understand how this could be true because according to rumors, the driver was from a poor family. But Xing Xing was sure that this stranger had at least 10 billion on his card. Since such a figure placed the boy in the ranking of the richest people in the world, this was simply impossible. Trying to believe everything she heard, the blonde turned to the twins and asked how they knew about it. The girls hesitated a little, but in the end, they decided to talk about how the young man immediately bet as much as 10 billion in the casino. Hearing the words that mentioned the casino, Yan Qingwen opened her mouth in surprise at what this boy was even doing. Noticing her surprise, the twins immediately began to convince their little sister that Brother Liu was definitely a good person. This did not reassure Yan at all, so she said that they needed to find out everything, but for now pretend that they knew nothing at all. But the twin beauties managed to get ahead of her, so they said that they knew everything a long time ago. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by some too delicious aroma of food coming from the kitchen. Liu Di himself appeared at the door of the room and asked the beauties if they wanted to try real fried rice with egg. As soon as he put the dish on the table, the twins immediately rushed to their plates and said that the taste of this rice was different from the previous one. Not wanting to rush at all, Yan Qingwen, in turn, stared at this young man and began to think about whether he was a bad or a good person. But all her doubts were dispelled exactly the second the blonde tried the first portion of cooked rice. Liu Di, meanwhile, confirmed the changes in taste and said that this time he used an inkgo tree seed, which removed the spiciness. Squeezing the seeds in his hand, the boy said that he specially fried these 3 for them in order to calm the anger in the girls' hearts. Realizing that this scoundrel was eavesdropping on them, Yan Qingwen immediately attacked him with reproaches. Turning around, the boy only said that they were talking too loudly, but unlike him, he still had one more important thing to do. Finally, the boy said that when he was done with this matter, he would give all his time to help the Yan family. Staring after him, the thoughts that Yan Qingwen had misunderstood this good man began to torment the girl more and more. Sensing her doubt, Liu Di shouted that he had too broad an outlook, so he was not going to argue with the beauty. Having finally freed himself from these girls, the boy eventually found himself in his room and sat down at his laptop. Opening its lid, he informed Mo Tong that it was time to put their plan into reality. Taking out his phone and looking at its screen, the young man realized that the fervor had finally died down a little and it was time for something more. Exclaiming joyfully, Liu Di announced to Mo Tong that he was posting a money lottery on the forum. An unfamiliar blonde with glasses sat at her computer and stared at the auto-read equation that was in front of her. Since this name seemed familiar to her, the girl immediately realized that it was the famous mathematician who had invented the multiplication sign. When she saw on the screen that her answer was incorrect, a message arrived on the girl's phone. Unlike the computer screen, on the phone the blonde saw a message about winning 500,000 yuan. Liu Di, in turn, sat and watched as thousands of people on the forum worked hard to win by answering questions. But suddenly, his eyes shone with a pink light again, even though nothing serious was happening around him. The boy ignored this and returned to his laptop, ordering Mo Tong to prepare to publish the second question. In one of the world's companies, even after several hours of publication of the issue, a meeting was still taking place to resolve it. Unexpectedly, one of the girls eventually realized that this was not a math problem at all, because the question asked about coordinates. The girl frantically began typing something on her laptop, hoping that she had just found the answer. The next day, Liu Di still continued to sit in front of the laptops and watch what was happening on the forum. Finally, he felt that the time had come that allowed them to get down to business. The guy, who won the task a few minutes ago, just downloaded the necessary data without looking up from eating his ice cream. Seeing how unreliable the application's software was, the boy was unhappy that he had not uploaded personal data. Suddenly, on the screen of his phone, he saw a message about the completion of the personality analysis, which made him surprised by the result. A moment later, the system informed him of a successful match with a user whose characteristics were very similar to his. The boy was immediately delighted to see a very beautiful girl on the screen and realized that he had to meet her. Liu Di was still sitting at his desk and was happy that the application carried out an accurate analysis and successfully made pairs as he wanted. Users of the newly born program were amazed at how its owner managed to gain unimaginable fame in a matter of days. The main question in numerical meetings around the world was now where the twins program came from. At one of these meetings, the boss's assistant was just telling him that the application was developed by a company called The Creator. He looked at the application documentation and did not understand how a recently registered company could be so popular. His assistant immediately announced that when the application entered the market, the number of their users instantly fell by 4% and continued to fall. Hearing such a gigantic figure, the director exploded in anger and said that they had never had anything like this in their lives. He ordered his team to copy the twins' technique and add it to their application, but the poor fellows only said that they could not do this yet. The boss was extremely dissatisfied with this statement, so he hit the table with his fist and ordered him to stop talking nonsense. Despite the chaos that was happening all over the world, Liu Di continued to sit at his desk and stare at the screen. Thinking about how popular the Geminis were, the boy decided that they needed to get an office space. Supporting his idea, the boy's digital friend asked the owner what exactly he wanted. Liu Di told him that he wanted to get a fairly premium, grandiose, and intriguing office. The boy instantly activated his search abilities and began scanning and analyzing all the information available to him. After a few seconds, he recreated a hologram of the entire Shanghai and said that the best building in the city was Rongteng. With a satisfied smile, Liu Di said that this was a wonderful option that he was just about to buy. Mo Tong brought up alerts that he had already selected 300 of the best candidates in all aspects to work for their company. Realizing how much this kid did for him, Liu Di sincerely thanked the boy for his help. A boyfriend named Aja, as usual, sat at the counter of his store and calculated something on a calculator. His concentration was interrupted by a phone call that came from his mobile. Picking up the phone, the boy asked his friend Lu why he suddenly decided to remember him and call. Liu Di greeted Ajia and asked him if the young man dreamed of opening his own business just like he wanted at the university. And Zia agreed with this and, completely suspecting nothing, said that these were all ordinary dreams of his youth. But his confidence was instantly shattered by the words of brother Lu, who invited the boy to come to his company and help with something. Hearing this, poor fellow Ajia's eyes instantly widened, and the boy froze as if he had just won the lottery. He incredulously asked his friend if he was sure that Ajia could help him, to which Liu agreed. As soon as he hung up, I immediately heard the dissatisfied reproaches of Song Li, who did not at all like his idleness on the workday. But Ajia was not going to remain silent, so he sarcastically asked when in the last 3 years this girl ever smiled at him. Jumping onto the counter, the guy turned it over with a deft movement of his foot and shouted that he would no longer work as a salesman in this place. Throwing his apron aside, he reminded the girl that she could not simply call him Ajia. Anger burned in his eyes, and he hissed furiously to his friend that from now on, she had to call him Zhang Tianjia. Brother Liu, who was in the Yan mansion at the time, was approached by Yan Qingwen and asked him to leave early that day. Since very important clients were visiting the company, the blonde was dressed much more elegantly than usual. Seeing her beauty, Mr. Li was even speechless for a few seconds. Since they were leaving in a hurry that day, the driver probably didn't have time to have breakfast. The blonde decided to bring him some buns. Liu Di took the pastries and thanked Yan Qingwen for her kindness and care, which he found humorously suspicious. The girl folded her arms over her chest offendedly and said that she had brought 30 buns just for the fact that she was not bored and died from overeating. The boy smiled broadly and asked if, in the minds of many women, men really looked exactly like him. Taking advantage of the moment, Miss Yan decided to ask the sample where he got so much money, and the young man told her about the company's creator. She thought to herself that the name sounded too unreliable, but Wen decided to remain silent and simply said that she understood. The beauty decided to add that if her brother ever needed help, he could always turn to her. The young man looked at her incomprehensibly and said that if the lady really thought so, he could tell her a couple of secrets. Yan Qingwen looked at her driver in surprise and asked what secrets they were talking about. Liu Di chuckled and said that he was actually a good singer, so he asked if his friend wanted to listen to him sing. The beauty's interest immediately disappeared, and she said with a smile that she would probably do without his screams and squeals, which he called singing. As soon as the guys entered the company, constant gossip and discussions of their relationship began to be heard around again. Sitting in the office that bordered Madame Wen's office, Liu Di was just thinking about who was supposed to come to their office that day. Suddenly, the door to the offices opened and Ouyang Fengyu appeared in it with his assistant. Liu immediately realized that the reward from He Li would be very generous and that he would soon receive Chao Jie's teeth, after which he would take care of his son-in-law. Ouyang Fengyu himself, meanwhile, approached the blonde and asked where the vases he gave her had gone. The girl looked at him guiltily and said that, unfortunately, the gift accidentally broke. The son-in-law did not like this very much, who immediately exploded and asked louder how such expensive vases could accidentally break. Yan Qingwen folded her hands irritably and said that Brother Liu broke them on his first day of work. Ouyang immediately became angry that this scoundrel, as usual, ruined everything without even having time to touch anything in the office. Looking at the boy in the next office, he reminded himself that he had to control himself through a huge number of witnesses. Although Yan Qingwen noticed his irritation and anger, the girl tried to ignore it, because now she was worried about something else. Rising from her seat, the blonde asked her relative when their clients were supposed to arrive. Liu Di, who was watching what was happening in Miss Yan's office, called her secretary over and said that he wanted to ask something. Qianxian immediately approached the boy with a playful smile and asked what exactly interested him. In a less calm tone, the boy asked the girl who the people they also gave were. The secretary, with the same smile, told him that they were waiting for the god of music named Dai Yi, who was supposed to arrive at the company very soon. Realizing that he had to get up several hours earlier because of an ordinary musician, the guy got a little angry. Qianqian ignored this and began to talk about what the chairman of the board of directors said to the sale of medical equipment yesterday. The secretary continued to talk about how some friend of the ladies had recently opened an entertainment company, and Dai Yi turned out to be his artist. The girl continued her story about what a strange coincidence it was, sometimes adding that the musician was incredibly handsome. Noticing how much this beauty was attracted to that man, an insidious plan matured in Liu Di's head. After some time, several black jeeps finally arrived at the Inji Group's office, from which a bunch of security guards and some guy got out. As he walked towards the task, he whispered that after 3 years of working abroad, the Yan family would never look down on Lu Ziming's heir again. Before entering the high-rise building where the office was based, Lu Ziming stopped and measured the building with his gaze, and then entered. "I don't expect to see such a guest," Miss Yan immediately stood up and said that they haven't seen each other properly for so long. Lu Ziming was also approached by Ouyang Fengyu, who smiled and asked him to relax and asked if he had seen Di Yi. Not paying attention to Yan's son-in-law's kindness at all, the guy asked why Di Yi would just go somewhere. He sat down in a chair in front of the blonde's table and said that on that day, it would be he who would resolve all issues on behalf of the singer. Ouyang Fengyu laughed loudly and said that brother was completely right because Di Yi himself was probably too busy. Lu Ziming also squeezed out a few laughs and said that his boss also didn't want to be torn to pieces by the fans. The son-in-law, in turn, said that if the singer could come and support their new project, the sales would be stunning. But Lu Ziming only said that Di Yi rose thanks to his financial support, which is why the guy did not represent his interests. Trying to hide his dissatisfaction, Ouyang said as generously as possible that it was an honor to work with Representative Di Yi. He also added that the company was willing to pay $300 million for the star's appearance in public so they could sign the contract. The singer's representative looked at the blonde's son-in-law with displeasure and said that such a price was agreed upon only because of their friendship with Mrs. Wen. The guy turned to the girl and said that if they had already agreed on the price, now it was worth discussing a plan for implementing the idea. Yan Qingwen was instantly relieved that she had decided to stay up last night to come up with this plan without screwing it up. She was preempted by Ouyang Fengyu, who approached the representative and handed him the documents with the plan that he had previously prepared. The girl screamed furiously at her son-in-law because her father had entrusted this project to her. When she heard Aoyang's argument that they were one family, the beauty ordered Lu Ziming to choose on her own. The representative examined the two plans and concluded that when the son-in-law's plan was noisy, expensive, and loud, the girl proposed charity. Madame Yan immediately confirmed his words and said that it was very important for them to get closer to ordinary people and fund the needy. Lu Ziming exhaustedly held his head and said that because of the disagreement between the guys, it was difficult for him to come to one decision. Having put his plans in place, he asked the lady with a slight grin when she would pay attention to him after 2 years of courtship. Having measured the beauty with his gaze, Brother Min said that he would accept her proposal if the girl went to dinner with him. Since this blonde's project was entrusted to her father, which made it super important, Yan Qingwen had to think about it. But she immediately stood up and exclaimed that work with relationships should under no circumstances be interfered with. The guy was not satisfied with this answer, and he said that in this case he would very seriously consider both options. Lu Ziming stood up from his seat and added that for now it was necessary to leave it and choose a day for the Yan family's banquet. Echidna smiled at the beauty and asked how Mr. Yan would react if he rejected Ms. Wen's plan. Breaking into a nasty smile, the young man asked why they could not note the young talent that Yan Hongxin was talking about. Unexpectedly, Lu Di, who didn't understand where he came from in Miss Yan's office, intervened in their conversation. The representative of the legendary musician did not like this at all, and he angrily asked why this young man was like a sign. But Liu just smiled and asked Lu Ziming if he had accidentally gone blind, if he had not once seen a smoking ghost. The guy was not at all going to tolerate such impudence in your direction, so he angrily rose from his chair and asked the little bastard to repeat it. The boy didn't bother for a second about this, so he said that it was him Mr. Yan was talking about when he mentioned the young talent. Hearing that this kid worked as an ordinary driver, Lu Ziming laughed at the fact that he even dared to call him blind. The boy confirmed this and asked if the entertainment company that registered a couple of days ago could sign a contract from DI himself. Lu Ziming was tired of this conversation, so he took the phone in his pocket and announced that he had a video of a musician rehearsing. Taking out his cell phone, he showed the boy a video of the singer sitting and playing the piano. He really turned out to be right, because Di Yi played and sang a song that was very familiar to the guys. The singer then turned his head towards the camera and said that he accepted INSEE Group's proposal for cooperation and was waiting for their meeting. Mo Tong, who as usual did not let his master down, told him that in this video there was an ordinary student of some art academy. Liu Di smiled and said that he admired Mr. Lu, so he offered him to conclude an agreement. Lu Ziming laughed loudly at this statement and said that he would definitely be able to provide the boys with a photographer with a great star. The boy did not pay attention to his ridicule and said that if his Da Yi was really real, he would break the scoundrel's right or left leg. Such impudence made the veins on his forehead stand out on the poor guy's forehead, and clenching his teeth, he hissed, "How did this kid even dare?" The son-in-law intervened in the conversation and yelled at the driver for the fact that even after the evidence was provided, he still continued to argue. Yan Qingwen also added that he didn't have to worry about the performance if he wanted to help Mr. Tu with the equipment. After thinking for a few seconds, Liu Di finally decided with them and stopped arguing with the star's representative. Turning around and heading towards the exit, the boy finally said that in this case he would look forward to the evening. Once in Mr. Tu's office, the boy said that he was incredibly envious of his calmness. Old Man Tu, after taking a few sips of water, excitedly asked Dear Liu why he was so angry. Smiling slightly, the guy said that everything in his life had been too confusing lately. After taking a few more sips of water, Tu said that he had to bravely fight for his life, releasing the fire in his heart for happiness. Not at all expecting to hear such an answer from the man, the young man fell to his knees and raised his hands, after which he exclaimed that he did not dare. But the old man only said that he knew the boy better than anyone, and a couple of years ago he saw how he worked tirelessly at 3 jobs and helped children. Remembering how difficult it was for him to cope with his injuries and live a full life, Liu Di lowered his head guiltily. Mr. Tu told the boys about his favorite saying, which said that he could do absolutely anything he wanted. Hearing this saying, Liu Di suddenly froze and decided to add something to these words. The man got ahead of him and, looking at the young man, asked if he was that vile young man from the bank whom all departments were looking for. The boy smiled awkwardly and said that he felt suddenly dizzy, so he'd probably go to bed. Having laughed with such awkwardness, the old man finally decided to tell him some wisdom. Mr. Tu said that Liu Di could always defeat anyone, but he would never go against his heart. Hearing such wise words, the driver of the Yan family smiled affectionately and said that he would definitely take this into account. Going outside, the boy stopped under one of the trees to rest a little. Motong had just decided to inform his master that the twins already had more than 400 million users. The digital friend also said that there were now more than 3,000 different chats in the application, where there were people with common interests. Liu Di was happy that once people finished forming, they would be able to introduce advertising integrations into each of the communities. At the headquarters of the Polar Bear Company, the 10th meeting on the topic of the twins application was once again taking place. Its director was still interested in who owned the application. One of the employees approached Mr. Li and said that the owner of the company was Di San, and the company was also not profitable. The man took the documents that his assistant handed to him and carefully measured them with her eyes. Then he put them on the table and said that he had instructed the vice president to purchase new equipment in the amount of 10 billion. His deputy, who was sitting on the left, tried to convince the director that he should not worry because they would absolutely overtake the twins. As it turned out, Liu Di had been standing near that tree all this time for a reason, because it was the meeting point with Jia. After some time, his friend finally ran up to the boy and emphasized how the young man had been swinging lately. Liu snorted and said that he had recently started playing sports, but his friend looked worse every time. They turned around and headed towards the building of the newly formed company, where their office was located. Noticing some excitement on the face of his longtime friend, Liu Di instantly calmed him down and said that he would explain everything to him. The boy headed inside the office, while Jia remained standing in one place, not understanding anything. But still, the boy ran with his friend, and they ended up in the elevator, which took the guys to the highest floor. When the number 87 appeared above the elevator door, the doors opened, and they arrived at the floor they needed. As soon as Jia saw what appeared in front of him after opening the doors, he screamed in surprise. The guys had a wonderful view of the spacious and bright floor, where a full-fledged working environment already reigned. Amazed, Jia, with a hint of excitement in his voice, asked his friend how he could even afford such a luxurious office. But Liu Di just smiled and said that their company worked with the internet and messaging, which required a modern headquarters. The young man explained to the guy that his duties included training staff for daily maintenance of the application and receiving investors. Finally, he also added that he would definitely organize a wonderful salary for Jia, thereby increasing the boy's surprise even more. Such defeat in his eyes only amused Mr. Liu, who grinned and said that they should always remain strong. Not understanding what was being said, Jia asked the boy what he meant by staying strong. Turning in his direction, Liu Di explained that they needed strength and patience to refuse at any time those who wanted to buy them. And Jia chuckled and said that having the makings of an entrepreneur was a good plus, as opposed to boasting. But Liu Di ignored this and said that soon the guy would be approached by various companies with whom they would have to work. Letting his old friend know that he understood absolutely all the instructions, Jia put his arm around his shoulder and tapped him on the back. Once again looking around their brand new office, the boy said that first they needed to move to this wonderful place. To clarify the situation, Liu told him that the young man was the official director of the company, while Di himself was hiding behind the scenes. Hearing this, Jia immediately plunged into thoughts of misunderstanding, but still did not contradict his boss and agreed. The guys laughed together and, hugging each other, walked off to inspect their own property. As soon as they stepped onto the roof of a huge high-rise building, they saw a huge helicopter right above their heads. This picture seriously made Jia worry, wondering if his friend had gotten into some kind of trouble behind his back. Once again, without giving a clear answer, Liu Di said that in any situation, Jia should not look down on him. The boy shouted loudly so that his friend would stop talking nonsense, because he was always and everywhere ready to rush to the boy's aid. Coming closer to Liu Di, he suggested leaving the development for later and asked whether Brother Liu had enough money for all this. The Yan family's driver smiled and said that he had sent him a letter about the company's plans and affairs, which the young man could read soon. Having calmed down a little, Jia asked the guy with interest where their company was, if they had already walked 3 whole floors. Looking into the distance, Liu Di explained that all the last 3 floors, including the roof, belonged only to them. Hearing this, Jia could not hold back the cry that escaped from his mouth after hearing this. The director of the company told the boy that the name of their company sounded like the creator. The main product was the twins' application. Not having any strength to digest what his friend was telling him about, Jia froze with his jaw open. Ignore his shock at all, Liu turned to the guy and suggested that he work on his image if he became a director. And Jia smiled awkwardly and agreed that he really should have bought a good suit. Liu Di let the young man know that he also owned a villa and a good car, which he could not always use, but now they were his. The guy's business partner exclaimed in amazement, not understanding how the boy couldn't use such good stuff. Once again ignoring his emotional shock, Liu put his arm around the boy's shoulder and suggested that he return. Later that evening, Liu Di was just driving home with Yan Qingwen when the girl suddenly asked him to stop the car. The blonde said that since there was going to be a banquet at the estate soon, Mr. Yan wanted the driver to go with her. The beauty explained that although the young man preferred to wear casual clothes, for such an event it was worth stocking up on something more formal. Looking out the window, Yan Qingwen said that they were near the best men's clothing store, so she wanted to give him a gift. Although the boy appreciated her concern, he still rejected such an offer and said that it was not necessary. In response to this, Miss Yan said that such adherence to principles was completely unnecessary, because she just wanted him to look official. Liu Di thanked the beauty for her care and said that strong people should not have shown their real status. Assuming that the boy might have misunderstood her, the blonde said that she just wanted to give him a gift. She opened a box with some green stone and handed it to the guy. Taking a closer look at what was lying in the small wooden box, Liu Di noticed a strange emerald stone there. But restraining himself, he returned his gaze to the road and asked if the blonde was trying to bribe the guy in this way. The girl, in turn, asked the driver if everything was fine with him. Otherwise, he had been too strange lately. Not understanding at all what was being said, the young man irritably asked Yan Qingwen what she meant. But Miss Yan only said that because of his sadness, this boy could not see anything at all. Having calmed down a little after her upset tone, Liu Di smiled and thought about whether the girl really had a kind side. In the meantime, guests began to gradually arrive at the Yan estate because the banquet was soon to begin. Yan Hongxin suggested that his butler take a look at Liu Di because the more he looked at this boy, the more he liked him. Noticing how formal the young man looked that evening, the butler confirmed all the gentleman's words about his wonderfulness. Even so, Mr. Yan was worried that it would be difficult for the boy to cope with all the stress of such events. Liu Di himself, meanwhile, was only interested in his own twins, which had already been downloaded by about 800 million people. The boy really liked these statistics, especially considering that these were his first steps in business. Suddenly, an off-road jeep drove up to the Yan mansion, from which another bone came out. Having measured everyone with his withering gaze, Lu Ziming got out of the car with several of his drivers. As soon as the boy appeared in front of everyone, he immediately came into the sight of Yan Hongxin. Together with Tian Cheng, he came closer to the gentleman and greeted him, avoiding the head of the Yan family. The son-in-law of the family immediately approached the fake representative of the star and welcomed him to their estate in the same way. Noticing Lu Di behind them, the guys called the boy to join them. When the young man approached the group, Mr. Yan introduced him to the young sons of his late friend, whom he needed to meet. Pretending that the guys did not know each other, Ouyang Feng Yu decided to introduce Lu Ziming to everyone as the leaders of an entertainment company. He turned to Brother Z and said that he really wanted the guy to have a good time in his mansion, which his brother-in-law was willing to help him with. Realizing that this was done to further his plan, Lu Ziming said that he would consider his proposal. Turning to Tian Cheng, the son-in-law also revealed that this man was the founder of an international travel company. Having carefully examined these young men, the head of the family noticed an interesting fact. They were both classmates of his daughter. Tian Cheng laughed and said that he was ashamed to remember the old days because the beauty Yan Qingwen refused the two of them. But trying not to lose his chance, he turned to the blonde and said that since he had changed, the girl might consider him as a boyfriend. Yan Qingwen ignored his advance and, pointing to Liu Di, said that she wanted to introduce him to them. The owner of the travel company stopped his friend and said that they already knew Ms. Yan's benefactor. Sizing up the boy with a disrespectful look, Tian Cheng whispered that he was an ordinary trash who was worth nothing at all. Even though these words were spoken in a whisper, Liu Di still managed to hear them. But Tian Chen instantly changed the topic and said that he did not want to spoil such a wonderful evening with his arguments. He extended his hand to the boy as a sign of reconciliation, but when Liu answered him in kind, the poor guy even grimaced from the force with which he shook his limb. Smiling, Liu Di said that he accidentally miscalculated the strength because he did not often shake hands with girls. Snatching his hand from his terrible embrace, Tian Cheng looked irritated at the insolent man, but remained silent. Trying to defuse the situation at least a little, Yang Feng Yu approached them and invited Tian Cheng to lead a tour of the estate. Since the guest was more than in favor, the guys immediately turned around and headed towards the mansion. When the guys moved away, Mr. Yan smiled at how the young people managed to argue so quickly after just meeting each other. Liu Di smiled in the same way from his observations and said that people like them still had a lot to learn. After examining this boy from head to toe, Yan Hongxin said that he was truly worthy of being a member of the Yan family. The main hall of the estate, as expected, was filled with a bunch of guests who were eating, drinking, and socializing. Moving away from the rest of the family, Yang Feng Yu reprimanded Tian Cheng for losing his temper in front of his father. Throwing her menacing look at the guy, the son-in-law said that since the people were a difficult person, they should have united in order to defeat them. Tian Cheng, along with Lu Ziming, stared at him incomprehensibly, not at all catching up with what Yang Feng Yu meant. Leaning closer to the guys, the man explained that their task was not to give Lu Di the opportunity to speak out when he tried. He turned to Lu Ziming's brother and said that later he would announce his son-in-law's offer, for which he would give him 200 million. Lu Ziming looked at him incredulously and asked if this would cause problems from Yan Qingwen. Yang convinced the boy that there was nothing wrong with this because the old man trusted his daughter very much, although he relied on Liu Di. He also added that the head of the family would lose everything. Lu Ziming would suddenly have more chances to get closer to the blonde. Having heard such sweet promises about his future, the singer's representative could not resist and agreed with the man's rightness. Yang Feng Yu promised him that he would ensure success in the third round of financing for his company and also entering the international market. The exact same sentence applied to Tian Cheng, who still glanced at his hand from time to time, which was sore after shaking hands with Lu. Drawing attention to this, the son-in-law said that it was completely normal to be impatient, but it was necessary to crush that little bastard with strength. Tian Cheng agreed with him and thanked Brother Feng Yu for his help, because if he had stumbled, he would have been terribly disgraced. Having found the remnants of determination and courage, he declared that together with Lu Ziming, they would definitely do everything. Liu Di wasted no time in approaching Yan Qingwen, who was standing aside and sipping red wine. As soon as he found himself near the girl, he immediately heard a familiar voice behind him. Turning around, the young man saw Tian Cheng and his son-in-law there, who were trying to apologize to him for the rudeness with which they had interacted before. Tian Cheng put his finger on his shoulder and said that since he was a good friend of the Yan family, they should treat each other politely. Immediately throwing his hand away, Liu Di said that it was normal for rich boys to not treat each other with respect. Feeling a surge of anger, the owner of the travel agency again almost lost his temper, but stopped in time. The butler of the estate at that time was just notifying Yan Hongxin that the lady would arrive to us any minute. Forgetting that it was the daughter of Nan Tianhai from Kyoto, the man was surprised to ask the butler who she was. But as soon as Yan Hongxin realized that Nan Ruoyi herself was supposed to come to his estate, his eyes immediately widened. A good friend of the man also added that the girl reported that her father had been banned from leaving the capital, which is why she would come in person. Since old Yan had nothing else to do, he decided to accept what he had just heard. When the lady's car drove into the mansion, Lu Ziming asked his son-in-law about their plan because they immediately needed to humiliate the scoundrel Liu Di. Since Nan's family had enormous influence in both politics and business, this girl was in a very high position in society. Confirming this, Yang Feng Yu said that this was why the guys had to show their best. Glancing at Liu Di, who stood innocently, the man hissed that they were able to use this kid as one of the stepping stones to success. He leaned over to Tian Cheng and said that they had to go and show themselves in the best light. Lady Nan greeted first. While the guys were talking, the girl was just about to get out of the car, having first asked her and the driver to open the doors for her. A moment later, she got out of her vehicle and greeted Mr. Yan, asking him for forgiveness for showing up without an invitation. The man smiled affectionately and said that it was a great honor for him to welcome the girl into his home. Walking closer to the head of the family, the red-haired beauty asked him if Uncle He Shan and Uncle Duan had already arrived. Yan Hongxin stated that since these guests were still on their way, he wanted to introduce the young men who had arrived to the girl. Trying to remove this formality between them, Madame Na turned to her uncle and said that he could call her Ruo Yi. The trio of scoundrels led by Yang Feng Yu, meanwhile, stood silently on the sidelines and carefully watched this beauty. Wanting to rectify the situation a little, the son-in-law of the Yan family was the first to approach the girl and introduced himself, extending his hand to her. Ruoyi looked at him suspiciously, without showing any kindness or friendliness. Immediately removing his hand, the son-in-law realized that a girl like her should not have been touched so casually. When Yan Qingwen approached them, old Yun immediately pointed to his daughter and introduced her to his arriving guest. Having greeted the blonde, Ruo Yi instantly grabbed all the attention of the boy who was behind her. Behind him stood Liu Di, who held glasses of champagne in his hands and did not even glance at Mrs. Nan. Having confused him with someone, Ruo Yi believed that this young man was the real Mr. Dr. After taking a sip of wine, Liu Di stared at her incomprehensibly because he did not understand at all who she had just called him. Wanting to clear up any confusion, the boy immediately waved his hand and said that his name was Liu Di. Surprised that the gentleman said his real name, Ruo Yi decided it was better not to reveal his real identity and simply greeted him back. The boy himself, in turn, could not believe that such a sweet girl was the leader of the Haley Mafia group. He took a closer look at the beauty and decided to use his analyzing skills Motong on her. Feeling his strange energy, Ruo Yi was convinced that it was the real Diaru. Noticing some notes of excitement on her face, Yang Fengyu asked with concern whether everything was okay with the lady. When the beauty ignored his question, the son-in-law came closer and asked if she wanted to sit down and relax in the gazebo. Trying to appear sweet and kind, Ruo Yi smiled and refused the offer, wishing to chat with Liu Di for a little while. She was immediately stopped by Lu Ziming, who said that this boy was not a member of the Yan family at all, but worked as a simple driver. As soon as Lady Nan heard this, she turned in his direction in surprise and asked the young man about his words. Having heard the confirmation, the girl began to look for this charming guy, trying to believe that he really worked as a driver. Noticing his indifference, young Ruo Yi realized that this boy had no interest in her at all. After thinking a little about what she should do, the lady still decided to accept Yang's offer and go to the gazebo. While the guys were talking, He Shan himself finally arrived at the Yan mansion. As soon as the man got out of the car, he heard a familiar voice behind him, who was glad that he had finally found the commander. Turning around, the boss saw Duanhua standing next to him, who handed him his phone and asked him to explain the black screen on the device. Seeing He Shan's dissatisfied expression, Duanhua decided to retreat and asked if the man had found that boy. Considering this question an attempt on his army, the commander immediately became angry and wanted to take revenge on the scoundrel. Their conversation was interrupted by the joyful laughter of the leader of the Yan family, who had not seen the guys for decades. He walked up to Duanhua and greeted the man who had deigned to come to his banquet. When the guest asked Yan Hongxin not to make cute greeting scenes, the man just smiled and said that they had been friends for too long. After looking at his old friends, Mr. Yan said that they were his guests of honor that evening. While they were talking, He Shan's eye fell on the girl behind him, and he asked if she was Lord Nan's daughter. Yan Hongxin confirmed his guesses and was joyfully surprised that so many stars and old friends gathered at his estate that day. Ruo Yi herself immediately approached the men and greeted them, adding that it was an honor for her to see them because she came on behalf of her father. He Shan and Duan also greeted the girl and thanked her for the fact that her family remembered them and decided to visit. Watching how this sweet beauty interacted with the old people, Yang's son-in-law realized that she was not called Madame for nothing. While he was carefully examining this girl, Liu Di was also doing the same thing, but only a few meters behind. The boy was thinking about how those two generals would react if they found out that He Li was Lady Nan. He Shan, meanwhile, continued his conversation and was just about to tell Old Man Yan that his estate really excited the imagination. Duan also echoed his words, saying that Shanghai was not only beautiful, but also full of talented people. Having opened a can of the first beer he came across, he was just about to say something else when suddenly his gaze fell on Liu Di. Out of surprise, the man spat out everything he had just tried to swallow. Ignoring the surprise of Mr. Yan and the commander, Duan stared at the young man without taking his eyes off him. When he left their company, He Shan incomprehensibly asked the old man what he was doing in his old age. After Duan ignored his words a second time, the commander walked up to him and pulled him by the shoulders, ordering him to stop. Even in spite of him, Duanhua furiously shouted for Lao Hai to let him go. Such ferocity angered the commander, and he hissed with anger in his eyes that the scoundrel did not even show him respect. Watching their argument, Mr. Yan Hongxin stood on the side in amazement and tried in every possible way to stop his friends. Realizing that they were arguing in the wrong place and at the wrong time, He Shan asked the head of the Yan family to introduce them to all the guests that were around. The man smiled joyfully and agreed to this proposal. I don't understand how he managed to uncouple them so quickly. He began to talk about how there were too many guests at the events that day, so it would be very difficult to introduce everyone. Despite this, Yan Hong-sin led his friends to a crowd of people, at the head of which, by chance, was Liu Di. The old men immediately attacked the guy, asking about his place of work and what he did in his free time. Young Feng Yu, together with Lu Ziming, stood in surprise and did not understand why this guy suddenly turned out to be the central figure of their evening. He Shan, in turn, conceived some insidious plan, so he invited Mr. Yan to play chess, which they used to love. Yan Hong-sin smiled contentedly and accepted his old friend's offer, because he was right that they had not played for about 10 years. Following his plan, the commander told the old man that if he won, Mr. Yan would have to fulfill one request. The son-in-law and his boys, meanwhile, approached the crowd of guests and said that this estate was full of interesting places where they could relax. Lu Ziming leaned over to his friend and said that since Feng Yu's brother was a former archery champion, they needed to find an archery range. Remembering his previous loss, Yang Feng Yu immediately stopped the guy and asked him not to mention it. He said that according to rumors, brother Ziming was very good at equestrian sports, and brother Tian Cheng was considered the best marksman in the country. Wanting to get the guests away from that place, the man invited them to go to the stables, where he was ready to give a tour about horses. Once in the stable, Liu Di did not succumb to the manipulations of the scoundrels and simply decided to pet the animals. When Lu Ziming noticed that the boy approached the most capricious horse, he decided to warn the boy about it. Xiatek, meanwhile, confirmed his words and said that although this horse lived on the estate a long time ago, no one had yet been able to ride it. Lu Ziming laughed at his words and announced that he once managed to ride this baby, which was incredibly cool. Such confidence immediately gave Liu Di a new idea, so he asked the young man to demonstrate his skills to the guests. Realizing that he had just been caught in a lie, Lu Ziming did not want to embarrass himself in front of young lady Ruo Yi, so he began to look for an excuse. But since nothing worked out for him, the guy had to agree to this, justifying his action by saying that he wanted to put on a show for Mrs. Nan. The guy's heart began to beat faster already at that moment as soon as he approached this horse and touched its muzzle. Despite all the fear that reigned in his soul, Lu Ziming boldly took a few steps and saddled his horse. The guests who gathered around clapped their hands in delight and joy. Preparing for the worst, the young man sighed heavily and ordered the horse to move forward. The animals made a characteristic sound and moved forward, heavily moving their hooves. Her slowness instantly angered Lu Ziming, who a second ago ordered the animal to speed up and run. Having lost control, he gave everyone present the opportunity to watch as he screamed and tried to force the horse to walk. Watching this poor guy struggle to do something only made Liu Di chuckle lightly. Realizing that the scoundrel would soon find it hard, the young man warned him that he had 10 seconds to get off her. But Lu Ziming did not pay attention to this and scolded the boy for not understanding anything about horses. Exclaiming that he was just beginning to gain momentum, the guy immediately felt a powerful push as the horse stood on its hind hooves. Not even a second had passed from the moment Lu Ziming found himself on the floor in front of a crowd of guests. Everyone immediately froze with their mouths open. I didn't expect such a turn of events at all. Lu Ziming rose to his feet and told Feng Yu that this horse was clearly in trouble. Liu Di approached the animal and said that the problem was precisely with the guy, because this breed never bowed to mediocrity. When the boy stroked him, the horse neighed and even seemed to smile a little. Turning to Lu Ziming, the boy said that such a scoundrel with a dirty soul and a weak spirit would never have been able to control a horse. Such impudence angered the guy even more, and he shouted that it was the horse that was to blame, which was improperly trained. Wanting to end this horror, Wu Yang intervened in the conversation and said that if Brother Liu was so brave, he could saddle the horse himself. While the guys were arguing, Yan Qingwen approached them, and noticing how Liu Di was about to climb onto the horse, she exclaimed excitedly. The boy, meanwhile, did not look worried at all, because he believed that this horse did not need to be re-educated at all. Hearing such nonsense, Lu Ziming laughed because this creature had just brutally thrown him to the floor. Liu Di, in turn, took advantage of his new skills and raised his eyes to the animal, looking straight into its soul. The beast immediately fell to his knees in front of the young man and obediently bowed his head down, awaiting commands. Ruo Yi smiled, expecting exactly this from this guy, while Yan Qingwen froze in shock, not understanding who this guy was. Yang Feng Yu, whom Liu Di had already beaten in shooting before and again found himself in the spotlight, did not like this turn of events. Tiancheng approached him and said that in a shotgun fire against him, this little bastard certainly would not have won. Hearing such a wonderful prospect, the son-in-law smiled contentedly and said that he would definitely motivate Liu Di to compete. Once at the shooting range, Tiancheng loudly shouted to the audience that he had learned to shoot a bow from early childhood and therefore was definitely not a failure in this. He pointed his hand to the right and showed the audience 2 missile launchers that can fire 360 degrees. Proudly turning to the public, the guy said that he was only 3 hits away from the title of Olympic champion. The Yan twins immediately realized that it was incredibly cool and difficult because this machine was shooting plates in completely different directions. Taking advantage of the moment of his offering, Tiancheng sarcastically asked Liu Di if he could handle a weapon as deftly as a bow. He was immediately interrupted by his son-in-law Wu Yang, who said that this boy had real natural talent. Mo Tong, watching all this, instantly downloaded new skills into his master's head with which he would win. Feeling a surge of new knowledge, the boy smiled as his son-in-law and his friend called themselves a new shameful defeat. He thanked his digital friend, who responded by saying that he was always ready to help. Wanting to give these upstarts a hard time, the boy approached the stand with shotguns and said that he would gladly take part. The young man took the gun in his hands and advised Tiancheng to prepare to fall face first into the dirt. The man laughed and ordered his assistant to launch 2 machines, each of which would shoot 30 plates. Putting cartridges into the shotgun, the boy said that he would go first while his opponent could prepare. Having finished preparing his shotgun, Liu Di picked it up and immediately aimed at where the plates were about to appear. Noticing his confidence, Wu Yangfeng Yu immediately felt a familiar feeling, like when that kid beat him in the shooting game. Liu Di, in turn, on the contrary, asked the assistants to run 4 machines for 70 plates. Hearing such a ridiculous order, Tiancheng laughed again and said that the boy would not be able to do this at all. The assistant, who was standing near the cars, asked Mr. Liu if he had made a mistake, because no one had set such parameters before. But the guy stood his ground firmly, so he ordered the assistant to start. As soon as he heard the click of the button, a bunch of plates instantly flew out of the rocket launchers, which he had to hit. Liu Du concentrated terribly and raised his shotgun, preparing to impress everyone. With several deft shots, the boy hit a dozen plates at once, which crumbled into small pieces right in the air. Within seconds, he reloaded his shotgun a second time and began a new wave of attacks. The young man looked incredibly focused because he was really serious about humiliating those scoundrels in front of everyone. I noticed how quickly the driver of the Yan family hit all the targets. The guests stood with their mouths open and began to consider him a real pro. Tiancheng himself, meanwhile, was seething with anger and attributed such skills to the fact that this guy was definitely not an ordinary person. Mr. Yan, along with He Shan and Duan, also heard the shots, which with their speed distracted them from playing chess. He Shan was seriously amazed at how the shooter could shoot so quickly, because even his guys from the Royal Guard were much slower. When the man walked to the edge of the balcony and stared at the shooting range, he was immediately surprised. Seeing that the main culprit of this celebration was that same little parasite, the man's jaw dropped. He got angry and shouted to Old Man Yan that he was willing to put everything on the line to win the game of chess they were playing. Liu Di finally finished destroying all 70 plates that were flying at him, so he was left standing among the pile of cartridges with a slight smile. He took a cigarette from his pocket and set it on fire, after which he said that he would go and look at them, because the guys were too slow. Being in great shock, all Yan Qingwen could do was stand silently and stare at her driver. On the balcony of the estate, the game of chess was still going on, in which He Shan was confident of his victory. Mr. Yan Hongxin, on the other hand, was less confident of success, so he simply played silently. He Shan emphasized with a nasty smile that his friend had been thinking too long, even though it was terribly impolite. Old Man Yen mentally scolded him, because his superior had to concede even in a game of ordinary chess. Remembering that in case of loss he would have to fulfill one wish of the commander, the gentleman asked what was the matter. The man smiled and said that there were too many talented people in his family and he too would like to have a couple of the same. The leader of the family looked at him suspiciously and said, "Why in this case He Shan only recently allowed TSC to leave?" But the commander immediately protested and said that he was not going to touch the man's guard because he only wanted to get one boy. Not understanding who he was talking about, Yan Hongxin asked who his friend was talking about. To clarify the situation a little for Old Man Yan, the guard commander pointed his finger at the guy standing next to him. Turning around, Mr. Yan saw Liu Di there and stared at him in surprise, not knowing why He Shan wanted him. Still not fully believing the request of my old acquaintance, Mr. Yan suspiciously asked the commander if he really wanted this. Without waiting for an answer, the man said that this young man was too weak and could not bring any benefit to the commander. But He Shan rejected his words and said that if the boy was already considered weak here, you were his soldier and were not men at all. He moved the final piece on the chessboard and announced his victory to his friend. Smiling contentedly, He Shan called this move the 9-dragon tail combination, which was incredibly difficult and successful. Having no desire at all to give this guy to his friend, Mr. Yan shouted in displeasure. The man expressed his dissatisfaction. Liu Di himself approached them and took one of the white chips, placing it on the board. He stood up and turned his gaze to the commander, not paying attention to Mr. Yan's surprise. The boy smiled and invited the man to take another look at the location of the black chips. He Shan stared at the playing field, trying to find what this boy had done. As soon as the man noticed his combination, he sighed wearily and indifferently asked him what the name of this move was. Expecting just such a reaction, Liu Di smiled even more and said that it was a combination of collapse. Duan Hua, in turn, immediately praised the youth for cleverly pretending to be a sheep in order to drive the enemy into his mouth. But the guard commander was also not going to give up, because now he only had to fight to the end. Not wanting to continue this madness, Mr. Yan said that it was time for them to go and start dinner. 10 minutes later, the guys found themselves in the dining room, the table of which, as usual, was laden with a bunch of aromatic dishes. The leader of the family looked around at all his high-ranking guests who were also sitting at the table and said that it was a great honor for him. Noticing that some of the guests were not quite willing to start the meal, Mr. Yan suggested that they start dinner and not be shy. Suddenly, Yan Qingwen stood up from her seat and started talking about how they were going to hold an event to promote their company. The girl stated that the Yan family invited anyone and everyone and would also welcome investment and support. Unexpectedly, Wu Yang's son-in-law stopped the beauty and irritably asked the girl who told her that their company was engaged in charity. Without wasting an opportunity, the scoundrel announced to all the guests that they had just concluded a contract with Mr. Liu. Supporting his friend, Lu Ziming also added that thanks to Mr. Liu, they will definitely be able to increase the profit of the project. The son-in-law turned to his father and exclaimed that only through this project could they save the company. Not expecting such a turn of events, Mr. Yan stared in surprise at his daughter and son-in-law, not knowing what to say. Liu Di, meanwhile, instead of getting into this mess, calmly enjoyed the delicious food. Without backing down, Tiancheng turned to the gentleman and said that he agreed with his friends because he had enough experience in doing business. Duan Hua, who was also sitting at the dining table, was amazed at how the new generation of youth could solve problems so quickly. Ruo Yi also decided to intervene and said that Ruo Yi was an ordinary small antiques seller and he had nothing to present to their court. Tiancheng rolled his eyes and said that Madame Nan was too modest because her business was too successful for competition. Mr. Yan confirmed this and said that the lady also had an incredible mind, which was not worth reminding the guests about. Liu Di, who had just been eating his lunch in silence until that moment, instantly called the boy's idea trash. Since he did not say this very quietly, the insolent people immediately exploded and ordered him to repeat it. The boy was not shy and repeated his words, adding that they themselves were as much rubbish as their idea. Ouyang Fengyu immediately started yelling at the driver, asking how he dared say such a thing in public. But the young man was not at all frightened by his rudeness, and he said that although the guys achieved success on the outside, inside, they were rotten. Tiancheng also did not tolerate such a terrible attitude, so he blew himself up and called the young man names, threatening him with violence. Liu Di really liked the performance, so he continued to pour gasoline on the fire and say that the guys were ordinary cowards. He stood up from his seat and said that he had always been told that when you were young you needed courage and masculinity. The guy called the show that the men were going to put on the funniest event of the year. Ouyang Fengyu gradually lost control and kept telling the driver to stop talking nonsense. But Liu Di did not pay attention to the threat and continued to say that he had already helped organize the charity event. He said that they were going to hold their event at the same time as the guys' show. Hearing that they wanted to do this in Huitian Square, the son-in-law angrily called the young man a disgusting scoundrel. Tiancheng, in turn, laughed loudly and called his words another ridiculous nonsense. But the boy only said that there was nothing better than holding an event among dilapidated houses. Even Tiancheng could not resist such impudence, so he attacked the guy with shouts and demanded proof. Liu Di smiled and advised them to wait, because in an hour they would be 500 million in debt. Mr. Yan intervened in the conversation and said that he was incredibly disappointed in his driver. The leader of the family was also supported by Tian Chung and said that the young man should have gone away to get some air. But the boy was not going to give up so easily because he still hadn't finished his sentence. Having no desire to continue this, the son-in-law ordered the young man to stop insulting Lady Nan. When the others heard such a harsh statement, they wondered with interest what Ruo Yi herself would say to this. Liu Di turned his eyes to the beauty and said that he had a completely different opinion about her. Ruo Yi, who was not at all busy, just stood there and looked at this brawler with a slight smile. The boy was immediately stopped by Mr. Yan and said that he did not call Mrs. Nan to this house so that she could listen to the statement. Please note that in response to this, the driver took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Tian Chung suggested that he go and test his nerves. Well, what the owner of the travel company saw the next second simply shocked him. Mrs. Nan herself approached Liu Di and offered him a lighter to light his cigarette. All the other guests at the table were stunned and began to discuss what they had just seen, not understanding why Ruo Yi gave him a cigarette. Tian Chung was amazed and asked the beauty why she didn't admit his mistake and lit his cigarette. The girl turned her gaze to him and said that there were no special reasons behind this, because the gentleman just wanted to smoke. Hearing that the lady called Liu Di master, Yan Hongxian jumped out of his seat in surprise. But Ruo Yi only said that the cigarette was an ordinary trifle because if the master asked her to risk her life, she would not dare to disobey. Not understanding anything at all, old man Yan demanded that the girl explain to him her relationship with Liu Di. Still smiling, she explained that since the master did not give her permission, Ruo could not say anything at all. Their argument was eventually interrupted by a strange call from Tian Chung, which he immediately answered. On the other side, the man heard the excited voice of her assistant, who announced the bankruptcy of their company. Frozen in surprise, Tian Chung ordered him to repeat his words because it was simply impossible. The assistant explained that the reason for the clutter of their company was the Gemini application, which stated that their route was destroying the environment. Tian Cheng shouted angrily, not understanding how a statement from some community could take the company out of the market. He immediately heard that these guys not only released an expose on his company, but were also able to release new free travel routes. In complete shock, Tian Chung let go of his phone and it fell to the floor. The guy sat back in his seat and grabbed his head, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Finally, everything dawned on the young man, and, pointing his finger at Liu Di, he declared him guilty, asking about his attitude towards the twins. When Ruo Yi remembered that the gentleman asked to call him Di-san, the girl immediately realized that Di Yi and the director of the twins were the same person. Liu Di, in turn, smiled and said that it was a coincidence that his former classmate Zhang Tianji was the director of the company. This did not calm the furious Tian Chung for a second, who was sure that this boy was hiding something. But the guy only calmly said that the man, in his opinion, was doing too much than he could handle. Since he no longer had anything to lose, Tian Chung rushed at the boy with all his might, shouting that in this case he would drag him down with him. Mrs. Nan instantly came to her master's defense, and with a deft swing of her leg, she laid the scoundrel on the table. The poor fellow, who did not at all expect such a turn of events, slipped on the dishes and fell to the floor. Looking around the rest of his friends with his cold gaze, Liu Di said that the concert was just beginning. Unexpectedly, Mr. Yan approached the guy and said that his eyesight was too bad for him to see Mount Tai well. Liu Di immediately ran up to the old man and asked the gentleman not to talk nonsense because he had no intention of neglecting him. The head of the family cast his eyes on the boy and asked what he was going to do next and whether he wanted to stay in the Yan family. The young man answered the master that he would leave when he could completely cleanse himself of evil and live with a clear conscience. Their conversation was interrupted by the guard commander, who laughed and called the boy arrogant, domineering, and honest, which was good. He added that since the discussion of family matters was over, he now wanted to talk about the affairs of the country. As soon as the man said these words, the guys immediately heard the noise of SUVs that drove up to the Yan mansion. Dozens of soldiers immediately fell out of them and headed straight to the estate. Within a moment, the dining room was filled with tens, if not thousands, of guard soldiers. He Shun announced that by order of the state level, all people dear to him had to unconditionally obey and join the army with him. He was interrupted by Duan, who called the old man too cruel for moving his troops to this place. The commander immediately leaned towards his friend and growled that it was thanks to this cruelty that he was able to end up where he was now. He turned to old Yan and ordered him to kick his boys out of the hall because they should not have listened to adult conversations. Mr. Yan turned to his butler and ordered him to remove all the guests from the dining room. The man obeyed and immediately began to lead everyone present to another room of the estate. Ruo Yi, who was seriously worried, tried to say something, but Liu Di stopped her and said that everything was fine. The boy calmed down Mrs. Nan and approached the group of old people who were standing near him. He folded his hands on his chest and with a malicious smile asked the general if he really lost, he just lost another game. The man also smiled slightly because he was amazed that at such a young age this kid managed to fix those brats. But Liu Di was serious, so he said that under any circumstances, he did not intend to become his soldier. Duan Hua intervened in the conversation and suggested that the boy become a real policeman and not some soldiers. He Shan did not like this at all, and he ordered his old friend to immediately stop what he was trying to do. Turning again to this brave boy, the commander took several steps in his direction and found himself closer to him. Having measured him with his stern gaze, Hai Shan gently asked the young man not to force him to beg himself. The general said that he really appreciated everything he did, but also wanted the boy to do his job. When Liu Di heard that this desire could lead to his death, the guy was a little surprised. Duan Hua explained that their government had one project that would be a death sentence for any ordinary person, but not Liu Di. Since such statements interested the boy a little, he asked the generals to tell him the details. Because it was a state secret, General Hai Shan said that the information could not be revealed in front of outsiders. The boy made a dissatisfied voice and said that in this case he was not going to listen to the old people. Squinting his already narrow eyes, the guard commander said that this kid was beginning to irritate him. At this time, a strange old man approached the mansion, who was instantly stopped by the soldiers who were guarding the facility. This did not stop the grandfather, and he asked the guys to let him say something, after which they could decide whether to let him in or not. The man approached one of the soldiers, who was surprised that the stranger wanted to show him. After digging a little in his own pocket, Grandpa pulled out one of his awards. Seeing this, the soldier immediately put his hand to his forehead and addressed the stranger as a sergeant major. Grandpa smiled and said that he got it while treating a soldier on the battlefield, so he just wanted to see his old friend. The soldier asked him for forgiveness and said that first he needed to report his visit. Inside the mansion, meanwhile, arguments were still raging between the guard commander and Liu Di because the boy refused to go with them. Unexpectedly, the same old man who addressed Heiji intervened in their conversation. Seeing the elder in front of him, the guard commander asked him in surprise what he was doing here. Mr. Yan and Duan were no less surprised by his visit than He Shan. Liu Di froze in exactly the same state, because he did not expect that the highly respected elder would decide to visit the Yan family. Having looked around everyone present with his wise gaze, the sergeant major greeted them. He walked to the table and sat down at an empty seat, after which Duan immediately ran up to him and poured a glass of wine for the old man. Since Grandpa didn't like wine at all, he folded his arms across his chest in displeasure and snorted. Liu Di immediately approached him and offered to try the highest quality tincture. This proposal made the old man happy, and he said that since Liu Di helped him clean the hospital, no one could take the boy away from him. The guard commanders approached the man and said that since he had an order to call up for service, there was no way he could fall on his face in the dirt. Looking at He Shan with an irritated look, the gentleman laughed and said that his decision was final. Mr. Yan decided not to stand by and therefore told old He that they were committing a real crime. The general turned to him and asked with contempt whether his friend really thought that Liu Di was an ordinary person. The head of the Yan family raised his words to him and displeasedly asked what the opinion of the general himself was. The man asked the old man if he remembered what level of training his soldier had, to which he agreed. He added that when several of his soldiers got into an altercation with Liu Di, they immediately ended up on the floor after 43 seconds. He pointed his finger at the boy and shouted furiously that they had all been knocked out at the hands of this scoundrel. Hearing this, Mr. Yan's defeat knew no bounds because the old man did not consider Liu Di to be someone unusual at all. Without stopping, He Shan said that all of his soldiers who arrived at the estate today were just non-entities. Pointing his finger at the boy, he said that Liu Di could deal with them with a few deft movements because they were not worthy of him. Trying to digest everything that had happened over the past hour, Mr. Yan turned his cold gaze to the driver. Taking a deep breath, he said that in his opinion the man was simply blind. The sergeant major looked at the guard commander and said that he seemed to understand what the man was after. Placing his bowl of water on the table, he said that he more than understood the needs of his country at the moment. He Shan confirmed his words and said that for sure the foreman had not been sitting idly by all this time. Duane intervened in the conversation and added that many people asked the foreman to return to service because only he could head the research department. But grandfather only said that each person was responsible for the rise and fall of his country. He asked the elder to help him and take his side, thereby surprising the guard commander. The old man turned his gaze to Liu Di and said that if necessary, he would definitely take action towards this boy. He Shan eventually agreed and said that he was willing to follow the elder's orders. He looked at Liu Di and indifferently asked the young man if he really wasn't interested in what the conversation was about. The boy smiled and said that although he was not experienced, he still guessed about the plans of the men. The guard commander looked closely at the boy, not understanding how this was possible. But Liu only said that since Mr. Yan was here, he was definitely related to Ying Jie's company. He turned his gaze to the gentleman and said that if the personalities and plans of the country were revealed on the internet, it would be possible to create a resonance in society. Trying to comprehend everything that this kid had just told him, Mr. Yan tried to answer something, but he failed. Duan and He Shan also looked at each other in shock and cast their glances at the foreman. But Grandpa raised his hand and told them not to suspect him, because he had nothing to do with it. After analyzing the faces of the old people, Liu Di proudly folded his hands on his chest and concluded that he was right. He turned to Mr. Yan and advised the man to be on guard against Young Feng Yu. The gentleman said that Feng Yu was born into a poor family, so naturally he had plans for the family business. When Liu Di learned that the old man was thinking about asking him to keep his son-in-law in check, the young man opened his mouth in surprise. He quickly came to his senses and said that if his son-in-law committed another rash act, he would immediately go to hell. Mr. Yan, in turn, told the boy that this was not true at all and that he was mistaken. The young man was confident in himself, so he said that recalling the incident at the bank, and despite the fact that they were all disguised, Liu could draw conclusions. The guard commander praised his observation skills and said that it was too unwise not to participate in their military program. He was instantly interrupted by the sergeant major and said that he had guaranteed that Liu Di would not leak the information he had just heard. Grandpa gave up and told Liu Di that he no longer had the strength to discuss it, so he asked the boy to take him home. The boy immediately agreed and followed the gentleman, who headed towards the exit. He Shan, meanwhile, invited the elder to go with him to discuss the plan in detail along the way. But the man refused him and ordered him not to enrage him because such conversations were incredibly exhausting for the old man. The guard commander, along with Mr. Yan and Duan, remained standing silently, unable to say anything. In the courtyard of the mansion, at that time, Tiancheng and Lu Ziming were thinking about what was happening, because there were too many soldiers around. Son-in-law Yan, in turn, was fully confident that the little Liu Di was behind all these problems. Unexpectedly, all the soldiers who were standing at the entrance to the mansion quickly lined up on both sides of the street. A moment later, the sergeant major came out with Liu Di, who headed towards the exit with their heads held high. Seeing them, all the soldiers put their hand to the flask, paying respect. Young Feng Yu and his two friends stood in such shock that they could not even squeeze out a word. On the way to the car, Liu Di approached Ruo Yi and said that he had some ideas regarding her business, so they needed to stay in touch. The girl nodded her head obediently and convinced the gentleman that she would definitely follow the updates. Having left the Yan mansion, Liu Di thanked the gentleman for his help, but he only waved him off because the boy could cope without him. "I don't understand what they were talking about," the young man asked the old man in surprise what he meant. The elder told the boy that he had many talents and predicted a bright future for him, which is why he wanted to establish connections with influential people. Smiling, the people immediately thanked the gentleman for such kindness towards him. The guys were talking among themselves. A white Mercedes just drove up to them and stopped a few steps away. A window opened in it, and the general of the guard looked out and asked Mr. Liu to lead him. Not wanting to listen to this madman, the elder suggested that the boys speed up their pace. He Shan did not ask twice, so he simply rushed forward, pulling behind him a column of armor-piercing vehicles with soldiers. Mr. Liu to the guy that he managed to exceed all his wildest expectations. The sight of the people defeated the soldiers of General He himself. The elder also added that when he saved the boy, he immediately realized that he had an absolutely amazing organism. Due to the fact that the boy did not believe in all these gifts of God and magical abilities, he said with a slight smile that he was just lucky. He looked straight at the gentleman and asked him where he got that artificial eye that he gave him the first time they met. The old man thought about it, because he already had a bad memory, but it seemed to him that he got this eye from some hospital. Liu Di burst into a satisfied smile because he more than liked this answer. While they continued their conversation with the man, Laughing at something, the boy felt his hand on his shoulder. Mr. Liu said that my young man was very lucky because God rewarded him with such talents that almost no one in this world possessed. This man's offer to join his personal guard could not but throw the boy into defeat because it was a great honor. The young man immediately convinced him that as soon as he felt ready, he would do everything in his power. Tian Cheng, who still could not calm down after the bankruptcy of his company, furiously hit the tree with his fist. He shouted that never again in his life would he rush to the aid of this scoundrel who had ruined his whole life. Aoyang looked at his friend ridiculously because this insignificant guy could not do anything at all to Liu Di, who had important people behind him. This is what irritated Tian Cheng even more and made him think of hiring mercenaries who could deal with this little impudent man. Smiling contentedly, Ouyang Fengyu instantly thought that as soon as he gave this weakling some money, he quickly swallowed it. But suddenly, the guy's attention fell on some strange smell, followed by a loud explosion. The soldiers, who were still driving along the forest road in their armored vehicles, jumped out of the transport, trying to catch their breath and understand what was going on. While they were coming to their senses, they didn't even notice how someone who looked very much like a ninja in a black suit knocked out a dozen of their guys. Having finished with the infantry, the stranger in the suit rushed straight to the car of the guard general himself to deal with him properly. Liu Di and Mr. Liu, who were watching all this chaos from a nearby mountain, suggested that this man wanted to kill Xiao Heizi. The boy, thinking about whether he could cope with this ninja, immediately analyzed her and realized that such abilities were not characteristic of ordinary people. He didn't want to waste a single second giving her the opportunity to do what she wanted, so he immediately jumped off the mountain and flew in the direction of the general's car. The unfamiliar girl, meanwhile, was finally able to break down the car door, making her way to what she wanted. She immediately grabbed the door and pulled it back with all her might, throwing it to the side so that it would not interfere with her. The girl immediately swung at Mr. General, who did not pass the rear at all and was ready to respond to her ferocious attack. Although the man managed to stop her fist, he did not foresee that in her other hand, out of nowhere, there was a sharp knife. The ninja swung this knife and was ready to stab him, when suddenly her attention was distracted by some guy who found himself on the roof of the car. While the girl was digesting the fact that someone dared to disrupt her mission, Liu Di jumped up and rushed at her with his fists. The boy's blow was so strong that it immediately threw this stranger away, causing her to fly 10 meters back, hitting a tree. Motong also did not sit idle, and, after analyzing this stranger, told the owner that the similarity of her body with his was about 95%. Liu Di stared in surprise at the place where the very girl who had created so many problems for him in a few minutes lay. With the same defeat in his eyes, the son-in-law of the Yan family watched all this along with his two friends, who stood on a nearby rock. Tian Cheng, who was still in shock, exclaimed that he didn't even have time to blink an eye. Lu Ziming cast his displeased glance at him and asked if his friend really wanted Liu Di to be in heaven with him. The man immediately protested and clarified that he had not said such a thing at all, and was going to take his words back and never throw them around again. He turned around and ran to his car, finally saying that he shouldn't have messed with Liu Di at all, and the other two friends could take care of themselves. Making sure that the danger had already passed, He Shan approached Liu Di and asked him if everything was fine with the boy. The boy looked at him with his menacing cold gaze, after which he dryly replied that everything was more than in order. After a short pause, Liu Di asked the general who, in his opinion, could have attempted to kill him. The general explained that attempts were often made on people like him, and judging by the clothes of this criminal, he could belong to some kind of international organization of assassins. While the guys were talking among themselves, Mr. Liu approached them and told the general that he now owed his life to Liu Di. I think in this thread that the foreman was worried about his health and condition, He Shan was even a little happy. Then he turned his gaze back to the boy and with a slight smile declared that for the rest of his life he would remember his kindness and the courage with which he saved him. Suddenly, one of the soldiers approached the men and announced that although they had searched the entire perimeter of the forest, the killer had managed to escape. The guard commander turned to the soldier and ordered him to hush up this matter as quickly as possible, because the incident should not leak to the press. As soon as the soldier accepted his order, he turned back to his friends and added that their enemies had once again become even stronger. Mr. Liu agreed with his assumptions and decided to say that he knew what could help them speed up their business. His thoughts were interrupted by Liu Di, who suspiciously asked the general if it did not seem strange to him that the assassination attempt took place on the Yan family estate. The man immediately protested, because he was sure that taking Yan could not even think that an attempt could be made on his friend. The boy instantly appreciated his calmness in such things, because this was not at all characteristic of the younger generation. After thinking for a while, Haeshan said that he could only be killed because of a new program of the Chinese military that he and his friends were working hard on. The general was confident that instead of wasting time searching for the killer, they should have taken more time to advance their research. When everyone finally left, Liu Di finally found himself in his room and could now enjoy watching the video of the person's transformation. Even though he wanted to rest, thoughts of the complexity of the Yan family's matter constantly plagued his mind. The young man's calm was interrupted by Mrs. Wen, who suddenly appeared in his own basement. Liu Di greeted the beauty and with a slight smile asked the girl where she planned to go today. Yan Qingwen also smiled affectionately and said that since Mr. Liu was an honored guest of her family, she had no right to ask him for anything. Taking a few steps towards the blonde, the boy approached her and said that she probably had something to tell him. Miss Yan did not intend to remain silent, so she informed him that she was going to visit Mu Yan's psychological clinic. Realizing that this was a slight hint on her part, within a few minutes, the guys found themselves in the courtyard of the mansion, heading to the car. While on the way to the psychological hospital, the girl constantly clicked with a pen that came from somewhere in her hand. Noticing this, her driver asked the beauty with interest what Mrs. Yan was so worried about. Stopping clicking her hand, the girl said in a quiet voice that she really wanted to find out about the real identity of this guy. After a short silence, she also added that she wanted to know how much she was mistaken about him. Since such a question surprised Liu Di a little, the boy could not find the strength to answer it right away, which is why he became thoughtful. Noticing this, Yan Qingwen said that the young man should not have answered her if he did not want to talk about this topic, since the girl did not even have the right to ask about such a thing. The boy smiled at these words because once again he remembered that as soon as people learned a new truth, their attitude towards others instantly changed. Yan Qingwen's curiosity was not going to slow down at all, which is why the blonde asked the young man if he was joking about the event back then. Without even turning his gaze to the beauty, Liu Di asked in a playful voice if he had ever joked about such serious topics. Miss Wen thought for a moment and replied that in fact, if she lost, she would never blame the driver for it. Liu Di laughed and advised the beauty in this case to buy him a bunch of snacks so that the boy would not get bored. This argument did not quite suit Wen, and she incomprehensibly and in surprise asked him why he needed a large number of snacks. Turning in her direction, the boy said that the main purpose of the snacks was precisely the children who needed to be persuaded to participate in the performance. When the puzzle in her head came together, Yan Qingwen agreed with her friend and said that in this case they would throw a party for the children. While the guys were thinking about how to interest the children, they just drove up to the psychological hospital, after which they finally got out of the car. After the blonde's request to keep her today's route a secret, Liu Di did not argue with her, because sometimes all people had attacks of madness. The girl looked at him with displeasure, but still did not say anything or be sarcastic since this guy helped her a lot. The guys approached the door and rang the bell when suddenly a young girl with long blonde hair came out. She stared in surprise at the guests who arrived at the hospital because she did not understand the purpose of their visit. Motong, as usual, did not heard, so he analyzed the stranger and said that although she seemed educated, she was actually wild. Noticing Sister Wen next to the unfamiliar young man, the girl immediately ran to her and was delighted at the blonde's visit. After hugging her a little, the girl finally pulled away from her and asked in surprise who the young man next to the beauty was. Yan Qingwen pointed her finger at Liu Di and reminded her that she had told her about her new driver a long time ago. Staring at the boy, the long-haired girl did not immediately believe that this was the real Liu Di. Wanting to break this awkward pause, Liu Di himself spontaneously greeted her. After some time, the boy found himself in the apartment of this stranger, where as soon as he found a sofa, he immediately collapsed on it. The young man was so tired and exhausted that if it weren't for Mo Tong, he would have instantly fallen into hibernation. Immediately opening his eyes after the cry of his digital friend, he heard some kind of huge loud sound, from which he did not even flinch. Mo Tong himself, meanwhile, did not pay attention to the owner's confusion and reported that he had found something interesting on the doctor's computer. After the boy called this doctor wild, Liu Di asked him in surprise what she had done that was so terrible. Smiling a little, the boy immediately explained that the whole point was in the notes, which contained too much information about Liu Di. Mo Tong added that she analyzed every part of his behavior, behavioral motivation, starting psychology to create a hypnosis plan. Liu Di asked the digital friend if he had analyzed it, and then asked him to check if there were any records about Yan Qingwen. The boy said that Yan Qingwen had been coming to this place 3 times a month for the past 3 years, but her information was not saved. Finally, the digital boy said that, according to his conclusions, Li Mu-chan was a serious doctor in her field. Not understanding at all what his friend was talking about, Liu Di asked in surprise what he meant. While the guys were talking, they didn't even notice how Li Mu-chan herself approached them, holding a cup of tea. The doctor sat down next to the guy and explained that since Mrs. Yan had been under a lot of stress lately, she needed to rest. Suddenly, Liu Di began to feel incredibly uncomfortable, which made him wonder if this was hypnosis. When he felt the experience inside himself, he immediately came to the conclusion that the girl had begun to carry out her insidious plan. Li Mu-chan, in turn, was not going to back down, so she suggested that Madame Wen's driver also take a little break from the constant boring everyday life. She put her hand on his shoulder and said that she could guide the boy into a state of deep sleep and complete relaxation. The young man smiled imperceptibly because he realized that this was the second step of hypnosis, which could be disguised under the guise of deep sleep. The doctor also did not give up her position and continued to offer the driver various methods of rest that her clinic provided. When the beauty noticed that the guy had finally begun to relax a little, she asked him if everything was fine, to which he agreed. Li Mu-chan was very happy about this, so she invited the boy to sit in a way that was comfortable for him. The long-haired girl took out a small watch from her pocket and asked Liu Di to focus her attention on it. Opening the lid of the watch, she giggled slightly and began to move it slowly in front of her victim's eyes. Liu Di realized that this was the very beginning of hypnosis, so Motong immediately informed him that the merging of consciousness with hypnosis was completed. Not noticing anything, the doctor continued to talk for hours and ordered the young man to listen to her voice and continue to feel comfortable. She told him about how the boy walked barefoot on the warm sand, and the sun in the distance was shining much brighter than usual. Lowering her voice, Li Mu-chan said that as soon as she counted to 3, the boy would completely trust her and tell her all his secrets. "I don't suspect anything wrong in my insidious plan." The doctor began to slowly count to 3. But unexpectedly, Liu Di, as if nothing had happened, took his cigarette and lighter into his pocket and lit it. Surprise immediately appeared on the blonde's face, because according to her calculations, at that moment the boy should have already fallen asleep, being under her hypnosis. The young man in turn carefully took the beauty by the chin and asked her in a gentle voice what she had planned. Because Li Mu-chan did not want to give him her plan at all, and began to look for some excuses like a sincere desire to give the boy a rest. Liu Di did not want to waste his time on stupid explanations, so he ordered the doctor to stop. His gaze changed to a more stern and serious one, and he asked Li Mu-chan to tell him the truth for the second time. The girl immediately told him that this was a request from Mrs. Wen, who changed her mind last night. Immediately after this, she also added that she became so interested in the boy that she herself wanted to find out all the information about him. After asking why Yan Qingwen went to this clinic, the doctor had to reveal to the driver the secret about Yan's passive personality syndrome. Hearing this, the young man immediately felt excitement inside and asked how the blonde was feeling now. Li Mu-chan continued to say that it was quite difficult to deal with, but Wen felt the desire to break free, so she fought. Having calmed down a little, Liu Di asked the girl with interest where this disease came from. The doctor said that there were only 2 reasons, which were genetic diseases and constant chronic fatigue. Not wanting to bombard the poor fellow with any more questions, Liu Di asked Li Mu-chan to take care of her as best as possible. Finally, he put out his cigarette and clearly ordered the girl to under no circumstances make any plans for him. The boy smiled and said that Liu Di's poor mind had been successfully hypnotized by her. The young man clicked his lighter, which he had been holding in his hand all this time, and Li Mu-chan's eyes opened several times wider. Liu Di stretched out and pretended to her that he had a wonderful sleep on this soft sofa. The doctor immediately jumped up from her seat and said that since the boy needed to rest, she also had some work to do. She immediately ran to the room where Wen was and told her little sister that she had managed to hypnotize Brother Liu. Yan Qingwen's eyes instantly widened, and the girl woke up irritably from her couch. She exclaimed furiously, because yesterday she asked her friend not to do this. Li Mu-chan resentfully asked little sister Yan if she wanted to know what really happened to this boy. Unable to resist such a temptation, Yan Qingwen still asked her friend for hypnosis, and she said that Brother Liu had more than 80 personalities. The doctor giggled and, grimacing with displeasure, called the boy a real pervert. Yanwen didn't want to become the butt of her jokes, so she ordered the girl to stop joking. There she immediately stood up, and again, with slight offense, asked why the blonde didn't believe her doctor. Yan Qingwen protested and convinced her friend that this was not the case at all, after which she asked about the real identity of the driver. Li Muchen told her that Brother Liu was an ordinary person who simply knew a lot of wonderful people. Unexpectedly, their conversation was interrupted by a call from Yan Qingwen, which she immediately answered. As soon as the beauty heard what her interlocutor told her, her face immediately changed and began to look very excited. The blonde quickly ran into the room where Liu Di was sitting and said that they urgently needed to return because something had happened in the estate. The boy thought about it and asked his friend if the problem was with her older sister Yan. He stood up and walked over to Miss Yan herself and suggested that her sister might have been in a car accident and suffered injuries to her shoulder and arm. The girl stared at him, stunned, but not wanting to torment herself with silence, she asked how the driver knew about this. Liu Di said that the energy in the elder sister's body had recently darkened a little, which was an omen of disaster. Yan Qingwen, exhausted, grabbed her head and said that the boy should not take his own again. She turned around and headed for the exit, ordering him to follow her, because yesterday her older sister was attacked by bandits right in front of her house. Liu Di, in turn, refused to follow the lady because he believed that his presence would not benefit her sister's injury. The blonde had no intention of begging him, so she said in a dissatisfied tone that in that case she would go there herself. Yan Qingwen no longer asked him for help and simply left the room, heading to the car. While they were having this small talk, Mo Tong had already analyzed the roads near the elder sister's house and found a route that did not have cameras. Thoughtful, Liu Di suggested that it was on this route that elder sister Yan Yiwen's weapon could be hidden. He ordered Mo Tong to force one of the generals to catch the lady because they could easily intercept her in hot pursuit. While the young man was thinking about his plan, Li Muchan entered the room, holding a plate of food. The guy sat down contentedly on the sofa because he was glad that this place even served fruit. But as soon as he heard compliments in his direction from this doctor, all his joy suddenly disappeared somewhere. Even though he told her during hypnosis that he was completely unavailable to her, this girl still did not back down. After that, he heard the words of a digital friend that this blonde loved solving puzzles and investigations, which he could take advantage of. Li Muchan, meanwhile, did not back down, so she invited the boy to add each other as friends on the Twins app. Little Liu Di only agreed to this because it was his own application that could benefit from it. They exchanged accounts, and seeing that her brother's nickname was called Di-san, Li Muchan was surprised and asked why he chose that name. The guy explained that if his account is banned, then all that remains for him is to cook in an iron pan. The girl laughed at such a joke and called the boy a really funny interlocutor. Seeing the message from Thesi that he had found something, Mr. Liu smiled contentedly. Brother-in-law Yan, who was sitting in front of the computer at the time, admired the fact that brother Zi Ming managed to organize Di Yi's concert at the charity evening. In order to assert himself a little, the man decided to watch his interview, in which he announced this concert. He informed the audience about when and where this concert would take place, to which admission was absolutely free. Lu Ziming, meanwhile, could not find a place for himself, which is why he walked around the room back and forth and considered this man to be a real ghost. The guy was very interested in the question of how Di Yi managed to send the message. At the Yan family estate, in turn, installation work and preparations for the concert were in full swing, which Miss Yan was closely watching. When the workers removed the film from some huge object, the girl saw in it that same forgotten piano from the basement. Unexpectedly, the thought appeared in the beauty's head that it was incredibly similar to the piano from Dai Ai's video. She finally thought about whether Liu Di could sit down at this piano, which had been unplayable for a long time. When thoughts completely filled her head, the blonde ordered the guys who were supposed to take this piano to the right place to stop. She came closer to it and opened the lid, after which she carefully examined all the keys and made several presses. The instrument made a wonderful sound that made Yan Qingwen think that it was well-tuned. The installers approached Ms. Yan and gently asked her not to delay the delivery because they had a lot of other orders. That same evening, the installation work was finally completed and the concert was about to begin. At the same time, somewhere in the center of the city, Yan Qingwen and Ruo Yi were also sitting in front of the stage where the performance was about to begin. When they heard the announcement over the loudspeaker in honor of their gratitude, they folded their arms affectionately and smiled. Unexpectedly, Yan Qingwen's attention was drawn to two little boys who were standing to the side and calling her name. One of them broke into a wide smile and told the girl that she needed to applaud after the concert. Yan Qingwen smiled affectionately and agreed with the boy, saying that she would do just that. The blonde turned to Miss Nan and thanked her on behalf of the Inji group for coming to her event, which, although it was not the best, Ruo Yi only said that in her heart she deeply admired Lady Yan for what a good deed she had done. The girl also added that she absolutely did not care about the state of the stage because she walked to look at the wonderful man. Not understanding who she was talking about, the blonde stared at her in surprise, but did not have time to ask a question. She was interrupted by a familiar voice which addressed the girl from another part of the stage. Turning around, Yan Qingwen saw her twin sisters there and then asked them why they came. They, meanwhile, complained that their sister was incredibly difficult to find, and they almost got lost while looking. The girls said that no matter how much they wanted to see the beautiful Di Yi, the condition of their sister was much more important. Yan Qingwen burst into a smile and immediately rushed to hug them, thanking them for such kindness. The blonde glanced at the small boys who were standing aside and suggested that they look for seats because the show was beginning. They happily clapped their hands and shouted so that the sister would not worry, because Brother Lu Di would definitely wait for her. The concert that was supposed to take place in the courtyard of the Yan mansion was just beginning, because the presenter began to greet the audience and other guests. Even though he was speaking into the microphone, the crowd of spectators still managed to switch him off with Di's shouts. Not wanting to delay the audience any longer, the presenter took the position of a star and shouted out for the guys to get ready to greet God Di. The hall exploded with applause, and the very desired singer finally appeared on stage who really looked like the Greek god. The excitement among the people was so great that the guards could hardly contain them all. The singer himself, meanwhile, raised the microphone to his lips and began to sing his song. But unexpectedly, the sound quality of his singing began to deteriorate sharply, thereby causing a wave of unrest among the audience. The concert of the beauty Yan Qingwen was also in full swing, despite the fact that the number of guests was much smaller. While the guests were waiting for one of the guests, the twins were just helping a small ball boy in a wheelchair make his way to a place from which he could see the stage better. Mrs. Yan herself tried with all her might to somehow interest the children who came to her event, because for some reason Liu Di was late. As she dialed his number, the blonde wondered how this guy could keep the kids waiting for so long. Well, as soon as the girl started calling the driver, the spotlights on the stage suddenly turned on and illuminated the young man himself, who was sitting at the piano. The boy ran his fingers over the keys and began to sing his favorite song, which had recently been downloaded all over the internet. Those guests who gathered in the Yan mansion, hearing someone's voice that sounded better than that singer, immediately decided to change their location. There were so many of them that the crowd of spectators created a real earthquake, causing Mrs. Yan to exclaim in surprise. Not understanding at all what was happening, the girl went to the window and saw something that surprised her even more. A crowd of people ran along one of the city streets towards her stage, shouting that it was in this place that the real Dai was. Ruo Yi, who also noticed this crowd, ordered her people to strengthen security and protect the children and the stage with all their might. When the people got closer to the stage, they finally stopped and began to enjoy Liu Di's wonderful voice. Even Mr. Liu, who was at home, could hear this boy's charming voice. Having finished his song, the boy began to tell the audience that he stood on the roof of a hospital that specialized in treating children. He thanked all those who came to that place with good intentions and encouraged everyone present to live with kindness. Having finished his speech, the boy threw to Yan Qingwen, who was standing at the window nearby, the same wooden box that she had once given him. The girl barely managed to catch it, after which she stared at this thing as if she had never seen it before. Turning towards her, Liu Di said that he had enormous respect for Sister Yan because she did good things no matter what. Smiling one last time, the young man jumped high and disappeared from the roof he had been on all this time. The audience was delighted with such a wonderful speech, so they immediately became interested in the heiress of the Inci group and were ready to buy all their products. The twins ran up to Yan Qingwen, asking with interest in their eyes if she knew Di Yi and if she had seen what was in his gift. Opening the wooden box, the blonde saw the same green ball in it. When he came into the sight of the twins, they exclaimed with admiration and said that they were very happy for their sister. Taking a closer look at her gift, Miss Swen said that this pearl was called the Eye of Immortality. Hearing this name, Xing Xing thought about it and said that it sounded very familiar to her. Kai Kai immediately understood what was going on, so she asked the blonde if this was the pearl for which she had paid millions for a photo shoot. I'll look at the box in my hand again. Wen agreed and said that just recently she gave this pearl to Liu Di. Confused again, Kai Kai incomprehensibly asked the blonde why this thing was in Di Yi's hands. Xing Xing, at that time, seemed to have an epiphany, and she told her sister that under the pseudonym Di Yi, Liu Di could actually be hiding. Kai Kai was far from being in a state to digest such information so quickly, so she simply froze. Convinced of her guesses, Yan Qingwen turned to her sisters and ordered them to keep their mouths shut. Looking out the window mysteriously, she said that Liu Di probably didn't want others to know about his real identity. Miss Yan turned to her sisters again and asked why they didn't suspect something strange about Liu Di earlier. The girls, who thought this was a statement, asked why with equal interest. After thinking a little before answering, Yan Qingwen quietly said that she and he were from completely different worlds. Xing Xing suddenly stated that she was the most popular streamer just because Liu Di was here. But now, Yan Qingwen was 100% sure that it was Liu Di who was losing tens of billions of yuan in underground casinos. The twins took a liking to themselves and began to think about whether the young man would forgive them for what they had done to him earlier. Unexpectedly, they felt a great urge to return home, so they informed their elder sister. The blonde stared at them incomprehensibly and asked in surprise where such a desire came from. The girls told her that they needed to move all of Liu Di's things to the best room on the 5th floor building. Looking awkwardly at the box that he gave her, Yan Qingwen thought that Liu Di was planning to move. Ouyang Yu, meanwhile, stood confused on the mansion's lawn and cried because all the 500 million he had spent on the concert had simply disappeared. But these emotions only filled him with a feeling of anger, and now if he was going to go to the bottom, he wanted to pull Liu Di along with him. Looking at the rooftops, which were brightly illuminated by the moonlight, the man thought about where Liu Ziming was. The guy himself, along with the fake singer, ran as fast as they could to where the real DY was performing. They ran so fast that the stand-in singer fell and hit his knee. Feeling terrible pain, he pitifully asked Ziming to help him because he could not get up. But Liu Ziming had no intention of coming to his aid because he was incredibly angry that they had failed. He was only happy with the thought that in the bag that was on his shoulder there was approximately $300 million that could save him. But suddenly, looking up, Liu Ziming saw in front of him a dozen guards, headed by a girl he knew. In front of him was Ruo Yi with his people, who clearly were not going to let him through so easily. The girl measured the scoundrel with her gaze and asked if he really intended to escape. But Liu Ziming was not going to give up and tried to come up with a new escape plan in his head. Turning around, behind him the boy saw some more of Mrs. Nan's people who would not let him pass. Ruo Yi herself decided to remind him that the scoundrel had bet his master a decent amount of money. Trying to make a fool of himself, Liu Ziming laughed and said that he did not understand what was being said at all. Mrs. Nan expected such a development of events, so she said that she just wanted to convey a message to the boy from her master. She shouted that the scoundrel should have kicked the master's right leg, after which she ordered all her people to deal with him. The day after the loss of 500 million to Inji Group, the board of directors demanded an explanation from the vice president. Aoyang looked menacingly at his employees and said that he did not need any explanations at all because he had his own eyes. Mr. Yan Hongxin did not remain silent, so he said that his son-in-law disappointed him terribly with his attitude to work. But immediately after this, the old man was delighted that his daughter's charity concert went off with a bang, thus saving their company. These words angered Ouyang Yu, who was still incredibly angry with Liu Di for saying one thing to his face and doing something else behind his back. Mr. Yan immediately stopped his screams and said that since his son-in-law was not in good shape right now, he should take time off from work. Not intending to object, the man rose from his seat and said that if the gentleman considered dismissal to be the norm, then he was not going to argue with him. Ouyang Yu pushed his chair back into place and rushed to the exit of the hall, loudly slamming the door behind him. The other directors immediately began to complain to Yan Hongxin about this guy's terrible behavior because he did not admit his own guilt at all. Although the gentleman agreed with them, he quickly shut the men's mouths, not allowing anyone to judge his family members. The son-in-law himself, who at that time tried in the elevator, talked with some employees who were interested in what happened. Aoyang was as indifferent as possible to what was happening in this company, so he decided to tell this guy everything. Since a new plan had matured in his head, after some time the man found himself on the couch in front of one of the leading doctors of the company. The doctor tried his best to convince his son-in-law not to do this, because the drug he wanted to inject had only recently been developed. Ouyang Yu raised his eyes to the man and asked him what was the percentage that the operation would be successful. After thinking a little, the doctor said that it was no more than 10%. Mr. Aoyang immediately said that this was more than enough for him and he was ready to begin the procedure. But the doctor did not expect his approval at all, because even if the operation went well, all this was against the law and humanity. The son-in-law's assistant immediately approached the doctor and asked why he refused to allow the boss to operate if the drug had passed initial testing. Remembering his words about humanity, the young man shouted in displeasure that this mention was completely useless. Oh Young-fong Yu, in turn, smiled and said that he always believed in Professor Lee and fully trusted him. He also added that this operation could give the professor world recognition and another breakthrough in the science of medicine, which he had wanted for so long. Unable to resist such seductive words, the doctor could only agree to the scam. About half an hour passed from that moment, and finally Professor Lee announced that he was completely ready for the operation. Trying to warn the man about certain dangers, the doctor said that even now the outcome of the operation was unknown. Well, that didn't bother Wu Yang at all, who coldly ordered the man to start doing his job. After checking to see if there was any air in his syringe, Professor Lee slowly injected it into son-in-law Yan's skin. What they saw over the next few seconds, along with the man's assistant, left them in shock. The heart rate monitors around him began to beep terribly, along with the rest of the devices that monitored the state of his body. Mr. Yang Feng Yu, in turn, screamed loudly from the pain that suddenly spread throughout his entire body. The man's assistant, with a look of worry on his face, excitedly asked Professor Lee if Mr. Yang was going to die. But the doctor only said that this was a completely new reaction, and because the son-in-law's physique was different from ordinary people. He added that if the operation was successful, the gentleman's physical form would exceed all their expectations. Poor Yang Feng Yu still continued to scream, feeling his body filled with indescribable strength and power. Professor Lee and the assistant had no choice but to silently watch the man and wait for the procedure to end. Eventually, Yang Feng Yu opened his eyes, the pupils of which were now bright red. He jumped off the couch, tore all the fastening belts on himself, and screamed in pain. The boss's assistant stared at him, stunned, amazed at the power that filled this man. Yang laughed contentedly and, looking at his muscles, hissed that he now understood what it was like to be a god. While the man was trying to admire himself, Professor Lee decided to go to the monitors and check what they were telling him. Seeing that his son-in-law's muscles had strengthened by as much as 500%, the doctor happily declared that this medicine was perfect for him. Ignoring the doctor's request to return to his place to check his strength, Yang Feng Yu rose from his seat and headed towards the exit. Noticing the determination and courage in his boss's eyes, the assistant decided to remind the man that first, they needed to take revenge on Liu Di. But he only smiled meanly and said that they would definitely make the petty scoundrel pay the highest price. In the Inji group, meanwhile, a meeting was still taking place, which began in the morning. Suddenly, the door to the meeting room suddenly burst open and Yang Feng Yu, who had previously left there, was visible in it. Yan Hongxin stared at him in surprise and asked if his son-in-law had gone crazy if he did such a nonsense. But he only told his father that everything went well and the second stage of drug development was completed successfully. This shocked Mr. Yan Hongxin because his company planned to spend about 6 months testing the drug. Son-in-law's assistant Yan immediately ran up to the other directors and handed them a mortar of papers, inviting the bosses to look at it. Yang Feng Yu himself happily stated that he had just tried the medicine on himself, and it worked just great. Old Man Yin immediately shouted that the man was acting very recklessly because if the experiment failed, he would simply die. The smile from Yang Feng Yu's mouth instantly disappeared, and he said displeasedly that although he understood all the consequences, he was ready to risk everything for the sake of the company. The directors of the councils unanimously began to admire this man, who in one moment solved the problem that they could not cope with for about 2 years. The man, in turn, suggested that his father invite General He to the laboratory so that he himself could witness the results of their work. Since the son-in-law's proposal was indeed good, an hour later a military helicopter landed on the roof of their office building. As soon as He Shan heard that the development of that same drug had finally been completed, he immediately arrived at the office. As soon as he saw old Yan, he immediately asked suspiciously whether the old man was sure that the experiment was a success. Mr. Yan, meanwhile, only said that when his friend sees everything for himself and tries it, he will definitely understand. The general of the guard did not at all speak of a desire to put himself in danger, so he ordered Grizzly to come up and strike. The soldier immediately obeyed and began to head towards the force measuring device that stood nearby. Coming closer, he swung his arms and ran into the device with all his might, wanting to show all his strength and power. The boy fell straight into the center of a large yellow circle. after which the device produced an ordinary number of 200 units. Seeing this, Yan Hongxin was a little surprised because this soldier's level was aspiring to the World Boxing Championship. Taking off his black jacket, Ouyang Fengyu proudly announced that it was his turn. The man came closer to the device and swung at it in the same way, shouting out what a grizzly bear is now doing with ease. After his ferocious blow, the device hissed and glowed, after which it simply turned off and broke. Mr. Yan's surprise knew no bounds because his son-in-law's strength went far beyond the dimensions of this machine. Even this result did not satisfy the guard general, and he ordered Grizzly and Ouyang to fight. His soldier looked at Mr. Hai Shan in surprise because he didn't want to become a punching bag for this big guy. Ouyang Fengyu also said that with all due respect to Mr. Commander, Grizzly was far from his rival. The son-in-law smiled and asked if there was a person in the Yan family estate who favored military officials. Realizing that this man was talking about Liu Di, Mr. Ya immediately protested and said that he would not invite the young man to their office. Well, Mr. Commander did not agree with his friend because Liu Di was an insanely strong fellow who, by the way, is an equal opponent of Ouyang. Breaking into a satisfied and disgusting smile, Ouyang Fengyu confirmed his words and said that he himself would like to fight with this boy. Liu Di himself, at that time, was lying on a hefty rock near the seacoast and enjoying the sun's rays. Thanks to the surveillance cameras, Captain Du Ming could easily watch how this scoundrel was relaxing. The man stared at the huge TV screen in the meeting room and did not understand how this was possible. Unexpectedly, the silence was suddenly interrupted by one of the directors of the company, who did not understand which control system could be hacked. After putting out his cigarette, Du Ming said that this hacker was definitely of the highest level. Suddenly, one of the company's employees approached him and told the captain that they had just figured out the IP address of this hacker. Du Ming, who was seriously stressed by this whole situation, shouted for the guy to tell him this address as quickly as possible. The poor thing said in fear that the hacker was now in Egypt, namely the Golden Tower, but at the same time he was also at the North Pole. Slamming his hand on the oak table in front of him, Captain Du Ming shouted, ordering the boys not to dare even joke about him. But the young man showed him his laptop and said that the unknown hacker had left them a channel through which they could talk to him. Seeing a message from the hacker with a greeting on this laptop, the man screamed angrily, not understanding how he knew his name. Without wasting an opportunity, Du Ming immediately rushed to the note and began frantically typing something on it. When the hacker refused to share his location, the captain grabbed an ashtray and smashed it on the table with all his might. But after a moment, he very quickly calmed down because he saw on the screen that this stranger had just sent him. When the man realized that this scoundrel had too much information, he immediately froze, trying to figure out what to do. All he managed to find out about the stranger was that his pseudonym sounded like Daisy, and he was internationally wanted. Liu Di, meanwhile, stretched well, because he began to feel pain in his back after he rubbed several stones on it. The boy took out his phone from his pocket and dialed the number, after which he told the other person that it was time to deal with Ouyang Fengyu. As soon as he finished his first conversation, the young man immediately called Yan Hongxin. The man asked the boy where he had been and said that he urgently needed to come to the company to conduct an important experiment. Liu Di said that he was now in the Wanghai area and then asked him to wait for him. Hanging up, Mr. Yan informed the guard captain that his driver was supposed to be at the company in an hour. But due to unknown circumstances, Liu Di managed to be in the office within 10 minutes. The boy approached the old man with a smile and thanked the gentleman for waiting for him. Hei Shan looked at the young man in surprise and asked his friend Yan why he lied to him when she said that the guy would only come in an hour. But the gentleman ignored his question and approached Liu Di, wanting to know how this kid managed to pass their access control, which cost 200 million. Scratching his head, the guy said that he had a good understanding of computers, so he was able to hack the system and add a couple of new features. Smiling, he asked Mr. Yan if he asked to come to the office in order to defeat Ouyang. Hearing such a self-confident statement, the son-in-law of the family smiled and said that this non-entity would never be able to surpass him. Tearing his shirt, the man shouted that he could easily beat such a weakling to death without even straining. Having measured him with his cold gaze, the young man said that this scoundrel showed off too much, although he himself was worth nothing. Ouyang Fengyu laughed loudly and said that if the kid was looking for death so hard, then he could easily help him with it. Not wanting to waste time, Ouyang gathered all his strength into one fist and rushed at Liu Di with all his might. Noticing how strong this man was, the old man loudly shouted to Liu Di for the boy to run away as quickly as possible. But since this was not at all part of his plans, The young man simply remained standing in the same place where he stood before. Once the timing was right, he raised his right leg and delivered a clean kick to his opponent's face, knocking him to the ground. This kid's blow was so powerful that poor Wu Yang Feng Yu couldn't even move. Pushing his insignificant body with his foot, Liu Di asked the generals with contempt whether this was the same mutant that he needed to defeat. Turning to the old people, he said that such a powerful technology for changing a person should be used on people with pure consciousness. Finally, he added that he sent a letter to the legal department of Mr. Yan's company. The man stared at the boy in surprise and asked what kind of letter it was, after which he felt the phone actively vibrate in his pocket. The gentleman on the other side heard that just recently, Ou Yang took advantage of his position to steal the company's assets and kidnap Yan Qingwen. After hearing the information, Mr. Yan's eyes immediately widened, and he asked in astonishment whether the informant was sure of this. Meanwhile, a doctor ran up to Ou Yang and tried to bring the poor fellow to consciousness. The man quickly raised his head and began to laugh loudly, looking straight at the ceiling of the room. He immediately jumped up and began to dance, humming some song and repeating that the sun was shining brighter than usual that day. Being in complete shock from the madhouse that was happening in his company, Yan Hongxin stood and did not know what to say. Taking advantage of the moment, Liu Di said that he was fully ready to help transform the Ministry of War, but just wanted a little time. The boy thought that although there were a lot of good things in the Yan mansion, there were also a lot of bad things there, so he didn't want to go back there yet. His thoughts were interrupted by Mo Tong, who informed the owner of the upcoming system update, due to which he needed to find a mechanized site. The young man stared blankly at his digital friend and asked what exactly he needed to do. Mo Tong showed him a photo of the site and told him that it was the best place on the planet, which now belonged to Hai Chi University. The boy smiled, because at one time he spent 4 whole years of his life at this university, so now he could restore the old relationship. In one of the university classrooms, meanwhile, a lecture was being held on artificial intelligence. The lecturer, who stood on a small podium, encouraged students to think about who was now controlling the artificial intelligence. Liu Di and Mo Tong, who were watching all this from a small window, also listened carefully to his words. After some time, the lecture ended, and after 10 minutes, the lecturer successfully left the audience. Once in the corridor, he saw Liu Di in front of him, which made the man seriously surprised. Convinced that it was his previous student, the teacher happily asked where the boy had disappeared for 3 whole years. Liu Di, in turn, only said that since he had a problem now, he wanted to tell the man about it a little later. The lecturer said that there was no problem and then asked if the boy was here as an intermediary for Guo Tian. Since the teacher misunderstood him, the guy immediately clarified that he simply wanted to buy an abandoned hall to create experimental products. Reminding the young man that Guo Tian had the same goal, he did not understand why they did not work together. Since Liu Di had no time to argue with the lecturer, he tried to resolve this peacefully. But the teacher only said that he knew about his student's traumatic brain injury, so he suggested that he find a job and come down to earth. Not intending to listen to Liu Di's grandiose plans anymore, the teacher turned around and left to go about his business. Looking at the teacher's biography, the boy was surprised that in 3 years, he managed to become the chairman of a real estate company. Without any desire to give up, Liu Di took out his phone and called Guo Tian, intending to propose a deal. Guo Tian, who was on the other side of the phone, was clearly not happy to hear from his old friend, but did not hang up. Liu invited an old acquaintance to buy together the warehouse that he also wanted to get. Having finally freed himself from his past student, the teacher found himself in peace and quiet in his office. Looking at some books and documents, he did not understand why even the university could not give him a patent. When the man turned on his computer and looked at his desktop, he was instantly surprised by the number of letters that came to him. As soon as he took a closer look at the letters, he simply couldn't believe his eyes. The biometric material that glowed on the screen could absorb radioactive waves and even make buildings invisible. The 3 beams for refracting light surprised the teacher no less, because they optimized solar energy technologies. The teacher immediately jumped up from his seat and ran to the director of the university to tell him about Liu Di, who was the author of these letters. The man agreed to his proposal and suggested that Professor Wang call Liu Di to the university and discuss the patent in person. An hour later, Liu Di was already sitting in the meeting room with the principal teacher, discussing a future patent. Delighted by what this young man was about to offer them, the director of the university immediately gave the go-ahead for him to buy the abandoned warehouse. Such conditions could not but please the boy, so he also said that he was ready to donate about 100 million to the university. Saying that the boy was an incredibly talented and smart student, the director and Professor Wang thanked him. Having completed the official part of the agreement, the girl decided to go to the Lanshan area where the warehouse was located. Looking around this area from all sides, the boy understood why it was so popular among the locals. After walking through kilometers of dense forest that surrounded the warehouse, Liu Di finally found himself in front of its gates. The boy touched his hefty doors and kicked them with all his might, trying to open them. Within a moment, the young man found himself inside an abandoned warehouse just at the moment when the update download was about to finish. Feeling some strange sensations inside himself, the boy turned to his digital friend. Immediately after this, he saw Mo Tong in front of his eyes, who was probably just sleeping all this time. Finding some kind of lever with his eyes and taking hold of it, Liu Di invited the boy to find something fun and interesting in this place. With that lever, the guy turned on an electromagnetic resonator with an unlimited charge of energy, which immediately turned off because it was broken. Entering the maintenance room of this hefty machine, Liu Di was eager to repair it and put it back into operation. Feeling a strange energy around him, the boy went to another door and, opening it, saw even newer equipment in front of him. He smiled and said that the value of these defective products was much higher than the university believed. When Liu saw some strange device there, Mo Tong explained to him that it was a network amplifier that could increase the amplitude by 10 times. Another device that stood nearby, according to the digital friend, was a real substitute for sunlight. Suddenly, Liu Di heard strange sounds behind him and, turning around, noticed two small robotic dogs there. Immediately after this, the boy noticed several drones above his head, which in some strange way ended up in the air. He decided to ask Mo Tong if these were quadcopters, thanks to which he could observe the warehouses from any point, with which he agreed. Suddenly, the young man heard a knock on the door and the voice of the deliveryman who delivered him the bed and bedding that the guy had ordered. When a minute later still no one answered the guys, they looked at each other in confusion and thought it was a joke. But the next second the door opened in front of their faces and Liu Di himself appeared in it. Due to the fact that the poor fellows relaxed and did not expect his appearance at all, they screamed in fear. The delivery men immediately rushed into their van and pulled out a huge bed, which they began pushing into the warehouse. Having placed the furniture in the right place, they asked Mr. Liu with interest why he chose this terrible place to live. The guy laughed and said that he was only hired to look after this warehouse. Now the picture has become more clear for the delivery men, and they no longer ask any questions. Having thanked the boy for the money paid, the workers turned around and headed for the exit, saying goodbye to him. After such a hard day, falling onto the airy bed was simply heavenly pleasure for Liu Di. In order to fully relax and unwind, the boy also decided to turn on the old record player that he dug up in the warehouse. But he didn't stay lazy for long, so after 10 minutes he got up in bed and began to think about his next steps. Mo Tong, who was nearby as always, said that after the improvement, all the defective products that were in this place would have unlimited production value. Hearing the wonderful predictions, Liu Di ordered his assistant to register an investment company and hire people for it. Once good headphone research results emerged, Liu knew his company would be able to provide various investment support. After carefully listening to all the orders in his direction, Mo Tong convinced his master that he would do everything at the highest level. Having calmed down a little, Liu Di sat down again on his hefty soft bed and said that in this place he felt different. Having examined his new possessions, the guy said with a smile that all this was just the beginning. In the Yan mansion, meanwhile, another family meeting was just taking place. Yan Hongxin sat in the center and asked his daughters in disappointment how they did not understand that Yang was such a terrible person. He turned to the wife of this insolent man, Yan Ling, and asked how the beauty could not notice the nastiness of this scoundrel. The girl guiltily lowered her eyes to the floor and asked her father to apologize for not being attentive enough. Leader Yan turned his cold gaze away from her and stated that it was because of their family that poor Liu Di had to suffer so much. To clarify the situation, Yan Qingwen said poignantly that all this time the boy was here only to protect them. Tiredly holding his head, Mr. Yan said that the boy had not returned to the estate for 2 whole days, which was very strange. He stood up and said that they should have done their best to find Liu Di and thank him personally. As soon as the family meeting ended, Yan Qingwen was the first to leave the mansion and go outside to get some air. Seeing a man near the gates of the estate, the girl immediately thought he was Liu Di, but unfortunately she was mistaken. It was an ordinary security guard who told the lady that since she was late, they should leave immediately. Noticing a huge truck on the other side of the mansion, The blonde approached the new driver and asked who these people were who were loading furniture into it. The man explained that those delivery men were helping Mr. Liu Di pack his things. Realizing that this was her chance, the beauty instantly got into the car and ordered Lao Li to follow that truck. After an hour's drive, the guys found themselves near a huge abandoned warehouse located on the outskirts of Shanghai. In a state of surprise that the truck had come to this particular place, Miss Yan asked Lao Li if the young man lived here. When she heard the driver's approval, she immediately invited him to drive closer so she could go inside. While training in his own gym, Liu Di was just listening to Mo Tong's report that he had forced the workers to sign a confidentiality contract. This could not but please the boy, who had already begun to think about buying a car and not walking the whole 20 kilometers to Shanghai. Since he really liked this idea, the boy went to the international car sales company Seaway. Walking inside, his gaze immediately fell on the girl who was standing at the reception and could potentially help him. The beauty also couldn't help but notice the new visitor, so she turned to her assistant and said that they had guests. The second girl reproached her friend for constantly falling in love with all the guests of their salon, even if they looked like real losers. The first girl looked at the second girl displeasedly and said that Mr. Z had said many times not to judge a person by his appearance. When the second beauty saw that her friend was already about to approach the client, she immediately stopped her, wanting to provide him with services herself. The consultant approached Liu Di and introduced herself as Xiao Lan, adding that she was the sales manager of Shiwei Company. The boy smiled friendly and immediately stated that he wanted to buy 4 cars. Xiaolan pointed at the manufacturer's exhibition with 4 rings and invited the boy to look at the economy class cars. After carefully examining the cars, which did not suit his image at all, Liu Di said that she wanted something a little different. Xiaolan folded her hands across her chest with displeasure and said that if he was not satisfied with their cars, then the guest could go to another salon and find something better. But unexpectedly, the girl instantly fell silent because she saw Mr. Z on the side. Realizing that after such communication with the client she could be fired, Xiaolan simply silently stared at the boss. But the man, in a calm voice, ordered her to go and get him a glass of water while he himself dealt with this client. When the consultant left, Mr. Z approached the young man and said that he could take him to the VIP showroom, which had higher class cars. This proposal more than satisfied Liu Di, so he immediately agreed to it and followed the boss. Walking along the corridor, Liu's eyes ran in all possible directions from the cars he saw there. This company owned wonderful collectible cars from the 1970s, of which only a few copies existed. Noticing his client's admiration, Mr. Z told him that the car in front of his face was a classic McLaren model BGS99. The boss also added that due to the enormous age of this car for several years, he was unable to find a buyer for himself. Taking the hint, Liu Di said that he really liked the car and was burning with an insane desire to buy it. But Mr. Z immediately stopped the boy and explained that this car could only be purchased by those who had already spent at least 30 million at the car dealership. The guy handed him his card and said that in addition to a good car, he wanted to buy a plane that he had just passed by. The boss took his bank card in his hands and assured the client that he would do everything possible to resolve all formalities in a short time. Liu Di smiled contentedly and thanked the man for his cooperation, adding that he already had high hopes for him. Having dealt with the issue of transport, the young man headed to the office of his Gemini application. Finding himself on his 87th floor, he, along with the rest of the people in the elevator, finally came out. The rest of the people in the elevator were his company's regular clients, namely Ms. Haidina from Fubo's company. As soon as the girl entered the office, 2 young assistants greeted her with a smile in the company of the creator, offering to go into the living room. Heading to the restroom, they asked the lady for forgiveness for the fact that Xiao Xuan would not be able to receive the girl because she arrived without an appointment. Another one of those on the elevator from Liu Di sarcastically asked how this guy could still take advantage of everyone's turmoil for profit. Staring at these menacing girls, Liu thought about how his twin staff would be able to deal with such clients. The 2 assistants, who looked very confident a few seconds ago, were worried that they had to meet an unwanted client. Noticing Liu Di near the entrance to the company, one of them immediately approached him and asked the purpose of the boy's visit. Still not wanting to reveal his identity, the boy stated that he was an ordinary investor of the company, a witness. The girl immediately said that since he had not made an appointment, the boy would need to wait a little before meeting the director. Since Liu Di was in no hurry at all, he agreed to such conditions and followed the assistant. In the break room, meanwhile, The rest of the staff were just serving Ms. Haidina her coffee. Liu Di, who also happened to be in the restroom, greeted the lady and sat down on the next chair. After taking a sip of coffee, Haidina asked her assistant if she could arrange a meeting for her with Mr. Zhang. The girl assured the client that this would definitely be done, but only after a short period of time. The assistant turned to Liu Di and asked the gentleman if he wanted to drink, because their database had no information about his preferences. The young man smiled welcomingly and asked only for a glass of water, adding that the one he wanted to see would come very soon. Mrs. Haidina turned to the boy and asked with interest how he could negotiate with the twins when they did not even know his preferences. Liu Di laughed and agreed with the lady, after which he asked what she could advise him. The girl thought a little and said that in addition to the good sides of the enemy, he should have known about the bad ones. After thinking about what example could be used, Haidina decided to mention the company that created it. The client emphasized that although this company was good in almost everything, its management was devoid of ambition. The lady's assistant immediately stopped her and warned the girl that she was telling too much personal information to an ordinary stranger. But Haidina convinced her friend that Mr. Liu had too much potential to be an ordinary scoundrel. Just as she mentioned that she was going to give him a job offer, Jia suddenly walked into the break room. The lady and her assistant immediately stood up from the sofa and greeted Mr. Zhang. Nodding his head to them, first of all, the fake director approached Liu and invited his friend to eat stew, which he agreed with. Taking the boy by the shoulder, he turned to the lady and said that this young man was the same director who very rarely appeared at work. Without showing any surprise, Mrs. Haidina discreetly asked the guys for forgiveness because she did not know about them before. When the guys turned around and headed to the restaurant to have lunch, Haidina immediately ran up to them and asked them to wait. The girl appeared in front of their faces and politely asked the directors of the company for permission to join their lunch. Ignoring Jia's surprise, Liu Di agreed to her proposal and said that he had made a reservation at the Spice restaurant. The madam was more than satisfied with this offer, but before leaving, she decided to ask Mr. Liu for his contact information. The boy gave her a playful look and flirtatiously said that he would leave her his Gemini account number. By the law of coincidences, the waitress who served the guys turned out to be the same woman who served them during their student years. Aunt Lee brought food to the boys and said that they were very thin from studying, although they immediately protested. The woman laughed and said that young people never ate properly, which is why the guys shouldn't be at all embarrassed to order more. Before starting dinner, according to the old tradition, Liu Di said that whoever finished eating last would be left to clean up. After counting to 3, Jia grabbed his chopsticks and rushed to the plate of food. Watching his friend quickly suck up all the noodles, Jia called him a real vacuum cleaner. The guys were so hungry that after 5 minutes, instead of food, there were only 2 empty plates on the table. Having risen, Jia informed his friend that at 2 p.m. the company would have a meeting of employees, to which he also needed to attend. Liu Di, picking his mouth with a stick, said that he would not go there because he still needed to clean the restaurant. Smiling, Jia asked him what the young man did all day if he appeared in the company once a month. Liu Di turned his gaze to his friend and said that inviting him to the company was his best decision in his entire life. Although the boys were not happy that Liu did not give him a chance to introduce him to the company, this did not change the fact of joint affairs between friends. And Jia stood up from the table and said that he would definitely take care of the company, but there was still a certain thing left there for which the guy had to come there sometimes. Liu Di looked up at him with his incomprehensible gaze and asked what they were talking about. The director said that on behalf of the company he created, he sponsored a meeting of graduates this year, which will be held on the top floor of the office. Smiling slightly, Mr. Liu said that he did not consider Jia to be a vain person at all. He immediately protested and said that he just wanted everyone to know what heights Brother Liu had achieved. Finally, the young man added that his old classmates should have known that Brother Liu was simply incomparable to any of them. Taking this information as if it were not the case, Liu Di said that they would return to this matter when the time came. Turning around and heading towards the door, Jia said that while he was at the meeting, Liu Di would need to try very hard to clean the table efficiently. Looking at him over his shoulder, the boy advised his friend to take that noisy and large sports car and also not to forget about tomorrow's alumni meeting. When Jia finally left the restaurant, Liu Di rose from his seat and taking a broom, rushed to sweep. While the boy was so engrossed in cleaning, he didn't even notice Shi Yan, his ex, who was standing opposite him with her parents. The first to approach the young man was her father, Shi Zhou, who greeted the boy and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. They were also approached by the mother of a girl named Li Yuexiu, who immediately noticed how much the boy had changed since graduation. Not understanding why these guys suddenly ended up in the same place as him, Liu Di asked in surprise what was wrong with them. Li Yukashu said that since they really wanted to talk to him, the boy should have asked his boss for a break. A few minutes later, the company was already sitting at a round table in a restaurant and preparing to start a discussion. As soon as Li Yueshou asked the young man not to be offended by his aunt, Mr. Shizhou immediately took her hand and asked his wife to stop. Shizhou took everything into his own hands and, turning to Liu Di, said that he had come to ask for help. The man asked the young man to introduce him to Zhang Ajia, who was the local boss and Liu Di's best friend since university. Liu took a few sips of tea and said that if Mr. Zhou wanted to buy shares in his company, then the boy would definitely agree to a meeting. Shizhou put his hand on his chest and said that he did not know what to do at all, because the group gave him a death order. Li Yuexiu intervened in the conversation, who believed that Ah Jia had forgotten about his friend a long time ago due to the fact that he now occupied such a high position. Liu Di smiled slightly and said that this was not true at all, since his best friend was very different from ordinary people. When Li Yuexiu's patience ran out, she handed the boy the money and ordered him to stop breaking down and meet them halfway. The boy laughed and said that only for the sake of their daughter he would go and immediately discuss this with Ah Jia, after which Liu said goodbye to his old acquaintances. Not wanting to stay in the same room with them, the guy immediately headed towards the exit of the restaurant. Li Yukshu jumped up irritably and exclaimed that this guy was too arrogant to be an ordinary restaurant employee. But Shizhou quickly stopped his wife because this boy was the only one who could help them. The next day, at a meeting of classmates, the first person to come across was Dongming, to whom this place looked just like a family dinner of vampires from movies. After such a clear comparison, Liu Di smiled and sarcastically asked his old acquaintance if everything was fine with him, because he looked very exhausted. The boy snorted and, stuffing a cigarette into his mouth, said that recently he had been fighting with a first-class hacker. Liu took him by the shoulder and told his friend not to rush, because this scoundrel could be both far and close at the same time. Dongming took a few convulsive puffs and said that sooner or later this scoundrel would be caught. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by someone's very familiar voice, which was heard from behind them. Turning around, the guys saw the rest of their classmates, who asked Dongming how he could communicate with this madman. He, in turn, called Feng Hao Han an inadequate, impudent person, after which he advised the scoundrel to go and finish his shitty champagne. One of the gang, Feng Hao Han, who was not at all in the mood for a scandal, suggested that his friend just leave it aside and actually go get a drink. As the guys turned around, Dongming hissed that they should have taken revenge on the scoundrel for their hypocritical and terrible behavior. At this time, Ajia approached them, who reproached Liu Di for spending the whole evening in the corner of the roof. He invited his friend to follow him, because the most interesting part of the meeting was about to begin very soon. 10 minutes later, the guys saw Dongming in front of them, who greeted everyone present at the annual alumni meeting. Handing over the microphone to Ah Jia, who was the main investor of the evening, Ming prepared to hear something that would shock everyone else. Ajia thanked the guys for coming and introduced them to the main star of the evening, pointing straight to Liu Di. Half of the guests laughed loudly. I don't understand why Ajia introduced them to the biggest loser and disabled person from the whole stream. But Zhang did not stop and continued to talk about how he wanted to reveal the real true identity of their Liu Di to everyone present. The graduates immediately became more active and began to discuss in whispers what this guy was talking about. Near the entrance to the rally, meanwhile, the security was trying with all its might to restrain the Shi Yan family, who were trying to break into the event. Noticing this, Ah Jia suggested that Uncle Shi talk about work later, because their party was in full swing. The man agreed with him and said that the guy shouldn't have delayed, because he didn't want Yajia to regret the missed opportunity all his life. Turning to the audience, Zhang continued his speech about how none of them had as much value as brother Liu Di. Li Yueshu, who as her husband stood and watched the party, did not understand why the director spoke of Liu Di with such respect. When the rest of the graduates heard that the guy worked as an ordinary waiter, they immediately started laughing. Their laughter began to become quieter at the moment when those present heard the noise of an approaching helicopter overhead. Liu Di immediately intervened in his friend's speech and said that since all the cars he liked were of the highest class, it so happened that he had prepared a gift for the guys. From a helicopter that had just landed on the roof deck came Mr. Shi, from whom the boy had recently tried to buy a car in an airplane. He approached the guy and handed him a stack of papers that stated that a private jet and an antique car were ready. Liu Di was overjoyed and thanked manager Shi and his impressive work, which made him feel relieved now. The director of the university also appeared on the roof along with teacher Wang, who praised the guys for managing to arrange such a lovely meeting. The director approached Liu Di and shook his hand, after which he thanked the boy for the 3 patents he had granted to the university. He also added that the university wanted to thank him for his donation of 100 million, which helped them a lot. Hearing this, the jaws of the students present dropped, because to this day they considered Liu Di to be an ordinary loser. Li Yueshua was in the same shock. She considered this guy unworthy of her daughter, but he turned out to be such a talented and successful young man. His old classmates immediately came running to the young man and began asking the boy if he remembered how they had previously been friends. Si Zhu, meanwhile, told Mr. Zhang that he couldn't be so rude because Mr. Li's plane had not landed yet. Li Dao, in turn, looked out from the helicopter with Pingji Group and shouted to Jia that he had a very important conversation with the boy. And Jia pretended that he could not hear this stranger at all, so he asked if he wanted to ride a boat. Liu Di, who was watching this, broke into a wide smile at how cleverly his friend managed to manage things. Deciding not to mock the poor fellow so much, Jia ordered Li Dao to first land the plane, and then decide matters. Since the representative of Pingji Group also liked this idea, after a few minutes, the helicopter landed on the roof of the building. Tang Hualong himself, the president and founder of Pingji, appeared before the guests. He greeted the guys and said that he sincerely admired Jia. He approached the young man and said that he had arrived at this place in order to meet the real founder of the company. Placing his hand on Jia's shoulder, Liu Di smiled and said that Mr. Tang was an amazing person. After carefully examining him, the boy extended his hand and said that his name was Liu Di. Taking a few steps back, the young man also said that he was extremely surprised by Mr. Tang Hualong's personal visit. The man, in turn, announced that he was no less surprised by the talent of young Daisan, who managed to achieve success at that age. Liu Di mentioned that in order to purchase the creator's shares, the gentleman should not have come in person. But he immediately refuted his guess because he did not intend to buy shares, but simply wanted to spend time with interesting people. Liu Di, in turn, said that although Gemini had not yet reached great heights, they would never allow the Pingji company to be completely absorbed by the company. Tang Hualong laughed and said that the last companies that declared war on him turned to dust in the background with the Pingji groups. Liu Di's eyes, meanwhile, filled with even more determination, as a result of which the young man declared official war on the master. Although this statement surprised Mr. Ten, he said that if he lost, he would swallow this boy and his company entirely. Liu smiled and said that if he managed to win, the man would officially admit his defeat on the Gemini app. This deal was more than satisfactory to Tang Hualong, and he said that he agreed to the terms. Within a couple of hours from that moment, the news public was filled with news about the business war between the 2 largest businessmen in Shanghai. Watching the stunned expression on his friend Jia's face, Liu Di smiled and said that it was only to his advantage. Suddenly, a message came to the guy's phone from He Din, who asked about plans for the evening, so the boy said that it was time for him to go. And Jia, who was still in shock from what happened a couple of hours ago, asked his friend where he was going, but Liu ignored him. Haidina folded her arms and wondered if Liu Di wanted to talk to her about investing in his company during the business war. The guy smiled and said that his company had about 500 billion assets, after the sale of 10% of which, the company would skyrocket. The girl, in turn, asked the young man if he was sure that he was right because Gemini was now in a difficult situation. The boy, meanwhile, lit a cigarette and said that he had not come at all to beg the beauty to invest in his company. After taking a drag, Liu Di added that he had come to tell Haydn something interesting. As soon as he finished his application, unexpectedly, a new message arrived on the girl's phone. Liu Di explained that it was a document in which all the risks of investing in large companies like his were calculated. The girl was surprised and asked how he knew that one of her favorite companies to invest in was actually a fake. After putting out the cigarette, the boy said that this was what the girl meant by observation and insight. Haidina immediately perked up and said with a twinkle in her eyes that Mr. Liu was a true-born investor. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door, and a second later, Ruo Yi and her guards appeared in the room. She turned to the gentleman and asked why he did not come to the scheduled meetings, because they had been trying to contact him for 5 days. Without looking at her, the boy asked Mrs. Baku to wait, because he had been very busy lately. Without taking her smile off her lips, The girl called the boy the most reliable person in her life and said that she would definitely wait for him. Having nothing else to talk to him about, the beauty turned around and left the room. Liu Di, meanwhile, continued his conversation with Haidin and explained this intrusion by saying that he was establishing connections in various business sectors. A meeting was just being held in the Pingjie group that even before the start of the war with the twins, Liu Di had already managed to gain great popularity. Teng Hualong looked around at his employees and asked how the program to destroy his twins was progressing. One of the directors said that they have blocked the twins from all sites and also notified all companies to stop working with Liu Di. Since this was not enough, Mr. Teng asked the guy what was the strategy in promoting their product. He immediately announced that tomorrow their company would update the function of searching for a partner based on interests, which was a direct analog of the twins. Slamming his hand on the table, the CEO announced that he trusted this confrontation to the creators of Shizhou. And Jia, in turn, also held a meeting with his colleagues and talked about how they had recently started a war with the Pingjie company. Since this step was very risky, the fake director said that he invited the creator and founder of the twins' application to the company. Entering the hall, Liu Di said that he had to recognize the great power of Pingjie, which had been leading the market for more than 10 years. Pointing at the TV, he asked the employees to look at the results of their application, which were the best of the best. Smiling, the young man said that his employees were the best in the world because they were able to achieve such heights in such a short time. Wanting to motivate the guys a little, the director began to give a speech about how the one who truly achieved greatness was the one who defeated the strongest. Among his employees, the boy unexpectedly saw Haidin, who asked him what they should have done next. The smile on the director's face immediately disappeared, and he said that they were the ones who should have told him about the new updates to the application. Employees unanimously shouted that the best update was the one that satisfied the user's needs. Liu Di liked this answer much more, and he reminded the guys that they were developing a new feature called an interest partner. But since he encountered some problems, he only had time to write the basis of the application, so the company had a lot of work ahead of it. When the boy asked which employee could help him with this, he immediately saw a forest of hands from interested guys. This trend could not but rejoice, so with his head down, Mr. Liu thanked his team. Literally an hour after the meeting, the offices of the creator company were in full swing with work. One of the guys who was working on the function code suddenly asked Mr. Dyson to come over because he had a problem. A moment later, the boy felt the heavy hand of his boss on his shoulder, who ordered him to leave this matter to him. Little Thumb obeyed and rose from his seat, watching and surprised at what Dyson's coding speed was. After spending a total of about 5 minutes on the hefty code, the young man finally mastered the shift key. When a notification popped up on the laptop screen that the code worked, Liu Di and the rest of the staff exclaimed with joy. The guys from Pingjie groups, meanwhile, stood and looked at their own forum, where a mess was happening. One of the employees tried his best to explain to Shizhou that they simply could not replicate the Gemini technology due to its complexity. Since the man knew that if he failed, he would be fired from his job, he immediately shouted to this poor fellow that he had been fired. Not wanting to waste too much time, Shizhou immediately took out his phone and dialed a quick number. After some time, the voice of Mr. Yang was heard on the other side, who threatened the young man with dismissal and disgrace if he did not get his act together. As soon as he hung up, another employee approached Shizhou and reported that Gemini had just been completely updated. Now the man was even more serious, so he hissed that since he could not recreate the technology of the creator, he was going to destroy it. Meanwhile, a festive atmosphere reigned in the creator's office, because the guys managed to successfully update the application and get new users. All the staff, including Liu Di, were sincerely happy that they had installed the twin stage. The unfamiliar young man, meanwhile, was just telling Mr. Shitu that he would definitely deal with the twins if they gave him enough money. When the guy saw that about 20 million had been transferred to his account, he thought that it was time to mercilessly deal with his opponent. It's like I tried my best to find at least the slightest loophole in the application and then grabbed my head in disappointment. Suddenly, on his phone, the guy saw a very strange picture that was getting bigger. He stared blankly at the screen of his mobile phone, not at all understanding what was happening. Seeing that it was a hole in a tree, the poor guy immediately burst into tears and said that although he wanted to hurt people, he couldn't lose his job. Grabbing a napkin, the young man began to complain to the program about his problems, after which he asked it not to reveal his little secret to anyone. Suddenly, a voice was heard from his computer that introduced himself as the king of the fleet and said that his screen name was a big dog. The voice continued to say that although he had made many mistakes and lied constantly, It was only thanks to the twins that he was able to see his shortcomings. Suddenly, this boy's picture was on the huge TV in the meeting room, and his little secret was revealed. Immediately after this, the poor fellow found himself on the screens of absolutely all employees, who could easily hear all his words. Due to the fact that the information was secret, after some time, law enforcement agencies came to Mr. Zhao and asked him to come with them. Well, the young man did not give up and was going to cooperate with the investigation, because the one who reported those secrets was himself. As soon as the news became public, they immediately came to Mr. Li and reported that the big dog had surrendered. The gentleman, meanwhile, ordered his employees not to panic because we were talking about some kind of fines, which were less important for the twins. Unsure how to proceed, the employee asked the boss why they couldn't just copy the application. Rolling his eyes, he ordered him not to think too much and just wait for the real show to start. Finally, the man added that all the problems were temporary, and besides, all this turmoil was precisely because of that young man. Liu Di, in turn, as if nothing had happened, stood on the stage of his office in front of a bunch of guys from his team. The guys started talking about how they were supported by quite a lot of users, which is why the war with Pingji was far from the most important. Given the business wars, the company could never forget its original goal, which was to satisfy the interests of the user. The boy continued to talk about how their task was to help users find their soulmate, simplifying this task as much as possible. When the guy asked the employees what users liked besides love, everyone unanimously answered that it was music. Liu Di immediately confirmed their answer and said that music was indeed great at awakening people's emotions. One of his colleagues, in a moment, raised his hand and asked the gentleman if he wanted to destroy Pingji music. Although this was a valid question, Liu Di merely said that Pingji music was an accident that had nothing to do with his dreams of greatness. The boy said that today he solemnly announced Ruan Liangji as the head of the twins' music project. He also added that strong people could survive any situation, so he and the rest of his colleagues expected the guy to succeed in the project. Not forgetting about his users, Liu Di pointed to the statistics and said that in addition to them, about 1 billion people were also waiting for this moment. Ruan Liangji, who remained serious as always, convinced the master that he would definitely complete all the tasks. After these words, all the other guys loudly applauded their creator, convincing him that they would do everything at the highest level. While the people were rejoicing, the new manager of the music project approached Liu Di and said that they needed a new venue for meetings. Since this was indeed an important point, Mr. Luce immediately agreed. When the meeting finally ended, he and Ajia went to the roof of the building. The guy asked his friend if he wanted too much, but Liu Di responded by asking why he was afraid of Pingji. And Zia said that at one time he interviewed these guys and knew that they were very strong. Glancing at him, Liu explained that he entrusted the guys with the task partly because of his good attitude towards them, and also because of his trust in Ajia. Squinting his eyes, he also added that he wanted his friend to understand that he did not know everything but Pingji. Zhang turned in his direction and asked with a little irritation when his friend managed to follow these guys. After taking one puff, Liu Di recalled that their company once used its spies to find out some incriminating evidence. In the Pingji group, meanwhile, Shizhou was just sitting and watching as the creator cleverly moved to take away their music. His assistant added that if the creator added music to their app, they could sue the company for copyright. Such words amused Shizhou a little, and getting up, he smiled and called Di-san too young for such warriors. And Zia and the guy also continued their conversation, because they knew that in order to create a music platform, it was necessary to solve the copyright problem. Liu Di had previously thought through this step and was ready to solve this problem now. When the director of the company saw what the boy was doing, he immediately said indignantly that he would immediately contact their lawyers. But Liu advised him not to worry, because he had already created a music master who independently signed contracts with performers. Heading back to the office, Ajia finally said that he would still find out about obtaining copyrights the right way. Hearing about this, Liu Di shouted to the young man not to rush into using the music master. Zhang laughed and said that he would definitely use this new feature because he didn't want to miss anything at all. At the end of such a difficult day, Liu Di finally managed to get to his favorite piano and remember how much he loved music. He turned on the video and announced to his fans that he had signed a contract with Gemini Music and now his songs were available on the application. Having figured out the new function, Ajia was happy that the Music Master was the best musical instrument that worked on its own. Another informal meeting was taking place in Pingji about how their company could crush the twins. Xiju, who couldn't live without thinking about how he would defeat that little upstart, knew that they wouldn't be able to survive otherwise. His colleagues agreed with the gentleman and were more than willing to listen to him this time. The man began his speech by saying that they just had to wait for Liu Di to make a mistake that they would take advantage of. Unexpectedly, they were interrupted by a knock on the door from a police officer who entered the hall and addressed the chairman of the Pinji group. Not at all hiding the surprise on his face, Shizhou stood up and looked at the guest incomprehensibly. Behind the police officer, several others loomed, saying that his company was suspected of copyright infringement. The man excitedly exclaimed that the captain was wrong, because all copyrights from their company had been purchased legally. The police captain firmly stated that since the songs of DI, who had already worked with the twins, were still playing on their platform, he sued them. Immediately behind the police officers, the guys saw a lot of reporters who ran up to Shizhou and began asking a bunch of unnecessary questions. Seeing Zhang Tianjia in the doorway, Shizhou shouted that this matter was in his hands. But Jia only said that he demanded full compensation from President Li for the incident, which was the fault of his company. Because of such impudence, the man shouted that there were only 2 songs that cost a maximum of about $1 million. But Jia just smiled and said that the creator company demanded only 1 yuan as compensation. Shizhou's colleagues complained that this felt like an insult rather than compensation. Having looked at them with his stern gaze, Jia closed the mouths of the 3 employees and said that he more than understood what they were doing here. Pointing his finger at them, the boy said that he had already shown mercy to the scoundrels by not suing them. After such a bold statement, the men silently stared at the guy and asked what he wanted in return. And the boy smiled again and said that he just wanted these guys to behave with dignity during the launch of Gemini Music. Turning around and heading towards the exit, he finally said that Shizhou would also have to endure a public apology. Still, the future is unclear. The man stared at him and asked if he was already the only one they sued. Stopping for a second and turning to him, Jia mockingly said that besides them, no one else dared to confront the vice president. Since poor Shizhou's nerves were on edge, the man was very angry with such a phrase, and he could hardly control himself. But remembering that there was a lot of press around, he just bowed down exhaustedly in front of the twin president. With the press and police gone, and Shizhou exposed to a ton of tabloids, the man finally couldn't control himself. Furious, he grabbed his phone, preparing to dial the number of his colleagues and director. When everyone he called came to the man's office, he said that very soon Gemini would launch their platform and gain popularity. He suggested that the guys spend 10 million on a lottery to invite 2 popular performers to their company. While the man was telling his colleagues his new plan of action, suddenly someone came into his office. Raising his eyes as an unwelcome guest, Shizhou asked in confusion why this guy came into his office without an invitation. One of the ordinary staff members told Mr. Li that he had good news. Turning his gaze back to all his other colleagues, Shizhou ordered them to leave and get to work. A staffer approached the director and handed him a flash drive, stating that they had received the twins' code. Smiling contentedly, the man patted him on the shoulder and convinced the guy that he would definitely get his money. Having called the other 2 assistants, Shizhou and them began to carefully observe how this one was doing something on the laptop. He took out a flash drive and inserted it into the computer, the next second being surprised and exclaiming that when the young man found the code, it worked properly. Teacher Zhang, who was standing nearby, said that he could break the encryption of this program, thereby making Mr. Li very happy. He walked closer to the laptop and said that it would take time, to which Shizhou agreed, but asked the employee to hurry up. Meanwhile, Jia and Liu Di stood on stage with the countdown to the launch of Gemini Music and talked about how cool their product was. Observing the stakeholders of their employees, they emphasized that their experience was superior to that of Pinji Music. The report was also followed by Shizhou and teacher Jiang, who simply could not miss such an event. Those who watched the presentation were also happy to see the faces of Pinji workers around them. Unexpectedly, one of them said that the news was that there was a loss of electricity at the Pinji headquarters. All the other guys immediately ran to this guy, wondering how this could happen. After reading the article further, the young man exclaimed and was surprised that, according to the information, absolutely all of their computers exploded. Hearing this, Liu Di called the information utter nonsense, because the blackout was due to evil intentions. The guy thanked everyone for their hard work on Gemini Music and said that his guys should have rested. The audience immediately applauded the young man, shouting his name and agreeing that rest would not hurt at all. The boy who leaked the Gemini code received a message on his phone about his dismissal, but Shizhou calmed him down and offered him a job at his place. Teacher Zheng, meanwhile, was still trying to crack the security that required each level to have its own password. Suddenly, an enraged Shi Zhou ran up to him and kicked the poor guy, scolding him for idleness and slow thinking. As soon as the man sat down at the laptop, he saw on his screen a notification about active users, of which there were 3 million. Without any control over himself, he immediately threw the laptop off the table and shouted that this was far from the end. Grabbing his phone, Shizhou added that this time either he or Liu Di would fall. The man dialed the number and called his old friend, asking him to find a professional killer. The unknown person on the other side, who was just in the rocking chair, indifferently said that his services cost 40 million. Hearing such a huge price, Shizhou shouted angrily, but after thinking for a while, he still did not hang up. His interlocutor on the other side told an old friend about a reformer who killed without leaving a single trace. A second later, he heard Mr. Li's agreement for that amount and the order to kill the scoundrel Dai-san in 3 days. The big man smiled contentedly and said that the gentleman made a decision quite quickly, so he would arrange everything right away. The presentation at the creator company was still ongoing, and there was a notification on its screen about 6 million active users. Since such figures could not but please them, Ajia declared to the public that their guys had performed a real miracle. His words were confirmed by Liu Di himself, emphasizing that Gemini music was a breakthrough literally out of nothing. After finishing their speech, the guys bowed low and thanked all the employees for their hard work. Rising to his feet again, Mr. Liu recalled that in honor of success, bonuses for all employees amounted to a minimum of 300,000 yuan bonus. The spectators showered their founder with applause, shouting gratitude and admiration for the young men in his direction. Sitting in the waiting room, the woman asked Liang Ji about his upcoming job, where he was not allowed to see anyone for 3 days and 3 nights. After taking a sip of water, the man answered the aunt that the company was going through difficult times and he was a little busy. Looking at the office that was on the other side of the windows, the aunt ordered him to stop because the company was in its prime. She approached the guy and said that if Liang Ji wanted to marry their Xiaotong, he had to have a minimum capital. Suddenly, Liu Di approached Liang Ji and said that the company had awarded the boy an apartment in the city center and houses in the suburbs for his work. Hearing this, the aunt at first did not believe his words, asking if the young man was joking. But Liu Di only stated that Liang Ji was a very valuable employee and the creator company valued him greatly. The aunt's daughter decided to approach her mother to calm her down a little, and then say that Liang Ji would certainly achieve great success in the future. Suddenly, Liu Di heard Motong's words that they wanted to assassinate him once again. Digital Buddy showed him a photo of Saki and told him some information about him. After showing some more photos of this, Motong was upset and said that this was all the information he managed to find. Thinking, Liu Di realized that this guy already reminded him a lot of a person he knew thanks to Yan Yi-wen. Ignoring the owner's thoughts, Motong informed him that in 3 days, Sake would fly to Taiwan and kill the boy. About to leave the room, Liu Di finally whispered that the time had come to reveal the secret of Yan Yi-wen. Clasping his hands, he asked his little friend how strong the 9s of spades were. As soon as the boy almost approached the exit from the room, he heard the voice of a girl behind him, who asked Dai-san to wait. Su Xiaotan handed him a business card and said that she recommended that the boy strengthen his security for the next 3 days. Surprised at what a strange gift this little girl decided to give him, Liu Di froze for a few seconds. He analyzed the information for me and calmed down only when he realized that it was not dangerous at all. After thinking for a while, he said that Liang Ji was a very good person, after which he asked Suo Tong not to offend the boy. The girl didn't understand at all why this guy wasn't worried about his safety at all, so she asked him about it. But Liu Di coldly said that it was only a 9 of spades, even if there was a whole set of playing cards behind it. Note, in yet another surprise to the beauty, Motong emphasized her potential connections with the poker club. Su Xiaotong, in turn, said resentfully that she actually loved Liang Ji. Liu Di agreed with her words and said that if this were not so, then the girl would have fled this country a long time ago. While he examined Tang with his gaze, he ordered Motong to follow this beauty to find out which organization was behind her. Turning around and heading towards the exit, Liu Di shouted to Liang Ji that it was time for them to go. When the boy approached him, Mr. Liu said that Brother Liang had an amazing girlfriend. He immediately broke into a smile and called the beauty his real goddess. Xizhu, meanwhile, sat in the director's office and, smoking a cigarette, was ready for any punishment. But the director only calmly replied that what happened was not the vice president's fault at all, because the creator was insanely strong. Tung Hualong approached Shizhou and asked him for a favor. Since the young man was not at all excited about his new job, he said emotionlessly that his answer depended on his mood. Angry and reproaching the scoundrel for his terrible attitude, Tang Hualong shouted that he would give him a chance to apologize to the creator on his behalf. Well, Shizhou did not like this proposal at all, who was not going to accept or admit defeat for a second. He stood up and laughed loudly, after which he added that in his life he would never admit defeat to that petty scoundrel. Realizing that this guy was becoming insane, Tang Hualong ordered his guards to take him away. They immediately approached the poor vice president and, grabbing him by the arms, dragged him to the exit. Observing this terrible picture, the director of the company only snorted with displeasure and called what was happening a circus. Liu Di, in turn, just found everything he needed to finally get down to work. Having looked around the room of forgotten devices, the boy threw a huge key on his back and went to one of the rooms of his warehouse. But as soon as he approached the door, suddenly a phone call came from his phone. Picking up the phone, the boy saw a dissatisfied Hayden on the screen, who asked him to turn on the camera. The boy decided not to argue with this brawler and incomprehensibly asked what was the matter. She told him that the collaboration he wanted her to participate in had been successfully completed. Such news already made Mr. Liu very happy, and he immediately praised the beauty for her wonderful work. Smiling slightly, Haidina reminded her friend that all he had to do was show up and sign the contract. Liu Di said that after completing the case, he would send Zhang Tianjia to the girl, who would resolve all the issues of the witness company. Haidina, meanwhile, with a twinkle in her eyes, asked the master how he was going to thank her for everything she had done for him. The boy thought about it and said that he was ready to give the girl the position of general director of the witness company. "I'm not going to wait for her answer." He said goodbye to his friend and hung up the call. The girl instantly became angry because this guy still did not understand what she was trying to lead to. At the local airport, at that time, the plane on which Sake was supposed to arrive had just landed. Coming out of the airport, the man looked around and said that the air in this place reeked of poverty. Finding his car with his eyes, he looked at the driver and said that he was late. The poor fellow immediately apologized to the gentleman, justifying this by saying that the roads were littered with traffic jams. Sake did not pay attention to this and ordered the driver to take him to one of the best hotels in this city. The boy immediately agreed because this was his opportunity to show the stupid foreigner the real beauty of China. After several hours of wonderful sleep, Saki finally woke up and realized that he had not slept so well for a very long time. Siju, in turn, was just sitting in her own office and thinking about whether his killer had already arrived. Not at all wanting to endure it one more time, he dialed the number and asked the interlocutor where that stupid killer was. But on the other side, he only heard words that they could not compete with the ninth peak, so the man suggested that Zhizhou flee the city. Siju, meanwhile, waited until nighttime and finally got out into the street, finding himself in the forest. While he rushed from tree to tree, he didn't even notice how he ended up in the binoculars of the one who was carefully watching him. The observer turned out to be a small boy who was sitting on a lantern several tens of meters away and carefully watching the killer through binoculars. As soon as Saki appeared in his field of vision, the boy immediately reported to his brother that this scoundrel had finally appeared. Hearing this, Liu Di smiled and said that the boy could rest a little. Leaning back in his easy chair, the young man stared at the dozens of cameras he had installed around his warehouse. The young man turned on the camera and started an online broadcast called The Online Murder of D-Sun. Leaning closer to the microphone, Liu Di said that the most interesting was just ahead, because the killer was right outside his door. As soon as the killer himself came into view of the audience, a bunch of excited comments instantly appeared on the broadcast. Sake, who calmly climbed to the sewer pipes of the warehouse, did not even suspect that he instantly became a world star. When he managed to remove the sewer protection, the man smiled contentedly and thought that D-San had come to an end. Liu Di just turned to his dear friends and said that for the sake of greater viewing pleasure, he added comments with their reasoning. While Sake was setting his timer and was about to climb into the sewer, the audience kept mentioning how D-San's murder would become a sensation. But under the main protection of the sewer, there was another grate, which the killer still could not open. Watching this, Mr. Liu smiled and whispered that this path was blocked for the man. Then Sake folded his hands in prayer and began to ask God to instantly open the lid of this hatch. When he tried for the 10th time, he finally succeeded, which made Sake happy. He immediately climbed inside and began to remember the sewer diagrams he had studied before. Still sitting calmly in his favorite chair, Liu Di ordered Mo Tong to immediately turn on the water. Just a second later, a hole opened above the killer's head, from which a huge stream of water poured onto him. Falling to the ground, trying to cough up water from his lungs, Sake hissed that he would definitely kill Daisan. Having dried slightly, he stood up and again headed in the direction he needed. As soon as the villain managed to relax, he immediately heard strange sounds coming from the sewer. He pulled the gun from his holster and turned on the flashlight on his watch, trying to see what was moving in his direction. A few seconds later, something resembling a robotic dog came out of the impenetrable darkness. Since Sokka did not like dogs at all, he immediately ran up to the creature and prescribed a stump for it, shouting for the small creature to go away. But suddenly, the mechanized animal immediately stood up because it was a real evil robot of the second generation. The dog increased 10 times in both size and strength, after which it stared furiously at the villain with its red eyes. Not intending to wait long, the creature ran up to the man and swung its iron paw at him. Having no desire to become her prey, Sokka immediately ran away, causing a furor among those watching the live broadcast. Fortunately, he learned the layout of the sewer quite well, so after just a couple of minutes of running, he found himself near the exit. But as soon as Mr. Sake went outside, he saw a hefty police squad in front of him that stopped him and ordered him not to move. The killer was not going to give up so easily, which is why he pulled out his knife and attacked one of the officers. The man himself was also not at a loss, so he also repulsed his attack with a strong kick which threw the villain into a nearby tree. A few minutes later, the international killer finally surrendered, ending up in the hands of the police. The next morning for Liu Di began with gratitude to little Shi, who helped him with the operation to intercept Saki. Smiling slightly, the boy reminded the boy that arrogance was appropriate only when there was personal capital. After opening the box, which had contained a real robotic arm, Liu said that she wanted to give the boy some of his capital. Take the thing out of the box, the gentleman said that this was his first creation, whose characteristics were 60 years ahead of world minimums. Little Sai simply could not hold back his tears from what he saw because he did not expect such a gift at all. He burst into tears and threw himself into Brother Liu's arms, trying to thank him in every possible way. That evening, Liu Di had an appointment with Teng Hua Long, who was forced to admit that he was a complete failure. But when the boy said that he shouldn't have worried at all about the start of the performance, Ten was seriously surprised. The young man created a healthy hologram screen above his head, on which he played a video of himself playing the piano and singing. Hearing loud music, local residents immediately looked out of their windows and became interested in the performance. Enjoying the wonderful voice of this guy, they stood and carefully watched the picture on the screen. Tung Hualong himself, meanwhile, smiled and said that he admired Mr. Liu's intelligence. He laughed and added that only now did he understand the real goal of the young genius, which lay in being ahead of all internet companies. Saying that Mr. Teng was too kind to him, Liu Di reminded that they were just starting to work with app users. Turning to the screen because the first video had ended, the boy immediately turned on the second. Director Pidgey, in turn, stated that he was impressed not only by the young man's program, but also by his wonderful technology. The man said with a smile that he really wanted to work with such a smart kid like Liu Di. Having measured him with his careful gaze, the boy sarcastically asked if the director really thought that he needed his help. Pointing his finger at the floor, he reminded the gentleman that 3 floors below was his most successful company in China at that time. Teng Hualong instantly screamed, not understanding why this kid decided to buy a new office. To clarify the situation a little, the boy told him that he had recently bought a whole warehouse of interesting inventions. The poor Teng Hualong's jaw simply dropped from such information because he could not believe his ears. Enjoying his expression, Liu Di continued to talk about how he could easily reach heights without the help of this loser. Taking out a lighter, Director Pidgey said displeasedly that this boy could not be the best at everything. Lighting a cigarette, he added that this young man was not at all as simple as he might seem at first glance. After taking one puff, he turned his gaze to the boy and said that he was incredibly different from everyone else. But unexpectedly, he broke into a nasty smile and declared that despite this, he could still surpass this youth in physical strength. Tung Hualong was so angry that after waving his hands, a lighter fell out of his pocket and broke. Liu Di was not at all afraid of this madman, so he approached him and said that there was no one in the world who could stop his development. He walked over to the broken lighter and picked it up, after which he said that he could not understand the circles of the elite. The boy turned his gaze to the man and said that when people had money, they were constantly looking for ways to increase it. Seeing what appeared in the youth's hand, where the lighter was, Teng Hua Long stared at him in shock, not understanding what was happening. The boy extended his hand with the ball to his opponent and said that if he even mocked the weak, he would be very seriously punished. Thinking of something, Liu Di narrowed his eyes and carefully examined the gentleman in front of him. The next second, he released the ball from his hand, directing it through the air as if aiming somewhere. This move, as it turned out, was well thought out because just a moment later the guys heard someone screaming and the sounds of a fall from the roof of a neighboring house. Teng Hualong turned his head towards the source of the strange sounds and incomprehensibly asked what it was. The boy calmed the man down and said that these people had come for his soul, and he perceived it all as an ordinary playing card. But Mr. Ten still didn't understand anything, so he asked the young man in surprise who he was talking about now. Liu Di explained that after admitting the fall, the man now had to publish an article about his defeat. Hualong immediately emphasized that this was a kind of certification in the highest circle that only the best of the best could have. Mr. Ten extended his hand to him, which contained something similar to a ring, and said that it was a small gift in honor of peace. The very next day, all the headlines of local newspapers were filled with articles about how Di-san and his team were the new business sharks. Yan Hong-sin, who also caught the latest news, sat and rejoiced at how adorable this boy was. The man really wanted to meet his former driver, so he wrote him a message saying that they needed to discuss something. As soon as he received the message of approval from the boy, he immediately ordered his driver to drive faster. But suddenly, the driver was distracted by some trifle, and within a second, the interior of the car was torn apart by his frightened scream. Mr. Yan's car hit the truck in front of them at full speed. The impact was so terrible that the white Mercedes flew several tens of meters away, turning over onto its roof. The car was completely smashed, and all that was visible was Mr. Yan's bloody hand sticking out from the broken window. Liu Di, meanwhile, had just met with Duan Hua and his friend in one of the restaurants in Shanghai. Mr. Duan turned to the boy and said that if he had decided to come to the department, they would have spent much less time interrogating Sake. The young man took out a strange card from his pocket and stated that it was his identity card, which 100% belonged to the 9 of spades. He also heard Mo Tong's hint that they urgently needed to study this thing, because it had terribly destructive power. Turning to the police captain, Liu Di asked him to borrow this evidence even though it was evidence in the case. The boy immediately added that he remained in a huge debt to the general, so the old man still had to agree. But suddenly, the young man's smile suddenly disappeared from his face because Mo Tong informed him about the accident involving Mr. Yan's car. The boy immediately jumped up from the table and shouted to Mr. Duane that something had happened. A few dozen minutes later, they were already standing in the city's central hospital and were just trying to find the master's room when they saw Yang Yuan. While Mr. Duan Hua went to Yan Hong-sin, Liu Di decided to approach the girl and ask her something. When she didn't pay attention to him, Mr. Liu snatched the beauty's tablet and measured her with his menacing gaze. The girl did not like this course of events at all, and she stared angrily at the insolent man. But he, in turn, just smiled and said that he did not underestimate Madame Yan at all. The beauty immediately blew herself up and attacked the young man, screaming for him to give her the tablet. Since this was not at all part of Liu Di's immediate plans, he continued to dodge her attacks, preventing the girl from getting what she wanted. The boy smiled sarcastically and stated that Yan did not visit the orphanage for charity, because there she passed on information to the killers. The girl instantly fell silent, stopped and stared at the young man, waiting for his next words. Liu Di, meanwhile, continued to be amazed at her skills and the fact that the beauty, as it turned out, had a child. When he said that the poor child was not Ouyang Feng Yu's child, Yan Yuan could hardly contain his emotions. Removing the smile from his face, the boy rudely declared that he would give the beauty a chance to justify herself and save her life if she refused to accuse him. Unexpectedly, their conversation was interrupted by the doctor's cry that Mr. Yan's brain was rapidly dying. The guys immediately ran into the room, in which there were already twins and several other people who had gathered around their father's bed. Mr. Yan Hong-sin himself lay motionless on the couch, barely breathing. Noticing how his pulse began to rapidly increase, the twins screamed in fear for the doctor to save their father. The man, meanwhile, said that now he needed to collect information from the gentleman's brain activity in order to draw up a treatment plan. Not at all willing to watch this old man suffer, Liu Di excitedly asked Mo Tong if he had any predictions. Since the friend still could not control the nanorobots, the young man asked him if the boy had found the information that he asked him to check. When Liu Di heard Mo Tong's approval, he immediately turned to the doctor and asked to be allowed to approach Yan Hongxin. He leaned as close to the patient as possible and whispered the name Liu Manwen into his ear. From that moment, not even a second had passed before all the heart rate monitors and monitors instantly returned to normal. Noticing such an anomaly, the doctor exclaimed in shock and called the phenomenon a miracle. The twins were also noticeably happy and hopefully asked the doctor if he could save their father. Liu Di answered them that she informed about the arrival of Liu Manwen at the donor centers in Hangzhou because only one could help the master. Hearing this, the sisters immediately rushed to thank their old friend for still helping her family. The guy just smiled affectionately and said that he could not leave such a kind Mr. Yan without help in difficult times. Suddenly, Yan Qingwen entered the room and immediately asked Liu Di where he was during her father's accident. A little confused about what the lady was hinting at, Duan Hua turned to her and asked what the meaning of the question was. The girl immediately took out her phone and showed him a photo from the accident that she had recently received. Mr. Duane's eyes fell on one strange person in the photo who looked like the main suspect in that incident. But the blonde immediately stated that her father's last message was addressed specifically to Liu Di, because he asked the young man to meet. Trying to calm the girl down a little, Mr. Duan Hua approached her again and said that according to his investigation, it was an ordinary accident. But people were immediately shocked by his words, because everyone present in this room wonderfully knew the figure in white. Understanding who they were talking about, the guys all unanimously called the same name, Qiu Bei Ming. As soon as Yan Yi-wen heard this terrible name, her eyes immediately widened, and the girl herself turned white. Liu Di, meanwhile, continued and said that they needed to understand why this guy seemed to be at the scene of the accident. He turned to Senior Lady Yan and said that only she could give him an explanation. The girl froze in fear and tried to say that she knew nothing at all about this stranger and what happened. Mr. Liu immediately stopped her and said that he himself would beat the whole truth out of Qiu Bei Ming as soon as he caught him. The boy turned around and headed towards the door to go out, but suddenly, Yan Yi-wen exclaimed and stopped him. The girl looked up at him with her guilty eyes and said that Qiu Bei Ming had nothing to do with this. Measuring her with a dissatisfied look, Liu ordered the girl to block it, because it was obvious that her child belonged to Qiu Bei Ming. Not at all expecting this young man to be so straightforward, poor Yan Yi-wen simply froze silently. Liu immediately talked about how the reform organization threatened the girl and forced her and Qiu Bei Ming to kill Mr. Yan for the sake of a quiet life. Not understanding how Liu Di managed to find out about this, Yan Yi-wen stared at him in confusion, demanding an explanation. The guy simply smiled and said that it was just a guess before the girl's reaction itself confirmed everything. Finally, he added that after the mistress refused to carry out the murder tasks, it was Qiu Bei Ming who agreed to him. Yan Yi-wen, who had been in a state of shock all this time, fell silent once again because she could not find any excuse. Since Liu Di wanted revenge for the state Mr. Yan Hongxin was in now, he had no intention of letting Qiu Bei Ming go just like that. But Yan Yi-wen protested and said that this boy was not even close to Bei Ming, so she invited him to fight her. Liu Di refused and ordered her not to worry about him, but instead to fulfill her duty to Chief Yan. After leaving the room, the boy asked Mo Tong what level of transformation that guy was at. The digital friend told him that since the young man himself was at the first stage of the new humanity, that scoundrel was approximately at the last. Liu Di smiled contentedly as he realized how much power was hidden in him. But Mo Tong also added that now was the moment when he should have optimized his own strength. He showed his owner many photographs of Qiu Bei Ming and invited the boy to get to know this young man better. The next day, Liu Di went to the suburbs of Shanghai, covered with private sectors with luxurious houses. Approaching the house to which he was originally heading, the boy stared at him, realizing that he had never been to this place before. Concentrating all his strength in his legs, Liu Di crouched down and jumped straight to the second floor of the domina. Once inside, the boy saw in front of him the same Qiu Bei Ming and some stranger who was lying in front of him on the bed. Without even turning in his direction, the man greeted Liu Di and called him his youngest due to the fact that the guy joined the Yan family. Liu Di smiled and said that this stranger knew too much about him. Finally turning around, Qiu Bei Ming called the young man a smart guy and suggested getting to know each other so that they could create some great business together. Snorting disrespectfully, the boy only said that this scoundrel did not deserve to meet him at all. Mo Tong got involved and warned the owner about Bei Ming's high-frequency brainwaves, which could simply hypnotize the boy. Qiu Bei Ming, meanwhile, took advantage of the moment and ordered the boy to wave his fist and smash his terrible ego with it. Not at all frightened, the boy asked with interest what would happen to him if he refused such an order. Using his hypnosis skills, Qiu Beiming exclaimed that he would simply cover the young man's brain with terrible corrosion. Motong excitedly exclaimed that this young man was using some technology to increase brain activity and he should study it. He asked his master not to move because this would make it easier for his digital friend to study the scoundrel, so the young man froze. Qiu Beiming, meanwhile, continued his hypnosis and, laughing nastily, asked what the little Liu Di thought about his abilities. He was so involved in his dirty deeds that he didn't even notice how the door to his room opened. Yan Yuwen appeared in the doorway and ordered the man to stop, because Liu Di was not a bad person at all. Beiming turned to the girl and shouted for her to shut up, because this guy could easily kill him, her and their child. As soon as he finished his sentence, an explosion sounded in the room, followed by one of the walls collapsing and an unfamiliar big man appeared in it. Yan Yuwen, together with Qiu Beiming, froze in shock, surprised that this big guy turned out to be a spy from the ninth of spades. The stranger turned to Lord Yan and said that the past 3 days of persecution had brought him a lot of surprises. Qiu Beiming instantly activated his hypnotic powers, directing them at the big man. Seeing his strength, the spy from 9 spades said with a smile that the boy was indeed strong enough. He jumped up and attacked Qiu Beiming, shouting that he was not at all afraid of this insignificant magician. Looking at him with a dissatisfied look, Liu Di said that the scoundrel was incredibly annoying because he was preventing him from carrying out his experiment. Turning towards the boy, the spy shouted that very soon he would get to this little impudent person. Liu, meanwhile, heard Mo Tong's warning that there were only 3 seconds left to activate his power. Having convinced his friend that he would be very careful, Liu Di immediately used his unearthly power. Without delay, the guy jumped up and attacked the big guy, giving him a knee strike straight to the chest. His blow was so powerful that the huge spy instantly fell to the floor. Mo Tong praised the master's agility and asked if he was going to fight Qiu Beiming, but that was not the young man's plans. Liu Di turned to the guy and invited him to continue working on people's brains, while Liu himself worked on his experiment. But unexpectedly, Qiu Beiming rushed at the guy and shouted that he and his Yi Lin did not kill anyone at all. Expecting such an attack, Liu Di did not hesitate and responded to the insolent man with the same blow, hitting him straight in the face. Even after Liu spent his strength on the 9th spades spy, he still managed to throw Beiming out of the window. As soon as the poor fellow landed on the ground, the boy immediately ran up to him and said that the young man would not be able to escape. Suddenly, he felt the hand of a young man on his leg who had been lying on the bed all this time and now decided to stop him. Liu Di did not want to stand on ceremony with him, so he simply pushed the guy away with his foot. Immediately after this, the boy returned to the balcony and looked at where Qiu Beiming was lying a couple of seconds ago. He immediately heard Mo Tong's words that this young man was a real ghost, because he was able to bypass all of their cameras. Entering the research room in his warehouse, Liu Di finally breathed a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, a joyful Mo Tong, who had just finished his upgrade, appeared in front of his face. Almost not paying attention to this, Liu Di just asked the boy if something was true. Thoughtful, the little friend said that since it had already been updated, now it was up to the owner. Having flown up, he also did not add that the young man should have taken care of his body, because in the form he was now, he simply would not survive the transformation. Since Liu Di had wanted to go to the gym for a long time, he was happy and said that he would definitely improve his figure. But Mo Tong continued his training and told the boy that thanks to exercise, his body would improve not only physically. Starting to think about this, Liu Di decided to ask the boy how he could speed up his metabolism. Mo Tong said that there were only 3 ways, which consisted of a lot of food, a lot of energy expenditure, and increasing the vigor of cells with external forces. Unexpectedly, his words were interrupted by a knock on the door from the delivery man, who had just brought the boy a hot lunch. Since the guy was incredibly hungry, within 10 minutes he was sitting at the table and sweeping away everything that was there from the plates. While Liu Di was having lunch, a small robotic dog ran up to his feet, holding the boy's pants in his teeth. After taking the pants from him, Liu heard an alert from Mo Tong that they had just finished creating the electric pulse suit. Pointing his finger at the water chamber, the digital boy said that it increased cellular activity and accelerated metabolism. Liu Di smiled contentedly and exclaimed that this was exactly what he needed. Not wanting to waste even an extra second, the boy immediately put on his suit and headed towards the water capsule. Mo Tong, in turn, smiled and said that creating that water capsule created a lot of problems for him. But Liu was not at all going to succumb to his provocations, so he boldly declared that he would show the boy what people were capable of. He climbed into the water capsule, put on an oxygen mask, and fell asleep. As soon as Mo Tong saw that his master's stamina was about 99%, he immediately exclaimed in surprise. The boy was seriously surprised by the fact that this guy's strength exceeded the strength of almost all people on the planet. After the procedure was over, another courier appeared near the warehouse door with the 10th food order that day. Mr. Duane, in turn, came to the scene of the death of a person whose identity was still being sought. Suddenly, one of the investigators approached him and said that the deceased was named Q Bei Ming, whose right chest and right shoulder were badly damaged. While the man examined the corpse, the investigator stated that the wounds were inflicted more than 20 days ago, but Bei died only 3 days ago. Still examining the body, Duan did not understand why even after an hour that boy Liu Di still had not come to them. Finally, the investigator added that, according to an external examination, the body of the deceased had undergone serious changes recently. Finally, Liu Di entered the cave where the death occurred and asked for forgiveness for his lateness. Duan did not answer and told the young man to look at the corpse, because while they were about to arrest Bei Ming, he suddenly died. After looking at the body, Liu stated that it was an ordinary double who had been implanted with a voluntary consciousness. Measuring the boy with his eyes, Duan asked with a slight smile why the boy was so excited then. Liu Di calmly answered him that he had just been doing a lot of sports lately. Yan Hongxin, meanwhile, still lay motionless in his room, having not woken up since the accident. While he was trying to come to his senses, rumors were already actively spreading on the news about how the shares of Insi Group suddenly began to fall. In the Yingji Group itself, a meeting was just being held on the topic that it was time for Mrs. Yan Wen to take responsibility for her family and her business. Looking around at the directors with a furious look, the girl coldly asked if they were really trying to sell their shares in order to destroy the company. She immediately exclaimed loudly and asked the guys to trust her, because this was the only way they could resolve the situation in their favor. Unexpectedly, her words were instantly interrupted by something loud laughter. Ouyang Fengyu appeared in the meeting room and asked the girl what she was going to do with a smirk. Yan Qingwen turned her irritated gaze to her son-in-law and asked why he came to this place. The man said that he had recently become the head of mergers and acquisitions in another company, so he wanted to buy up Insi's shares. He showed the girl the contract and said that all the documentation was ready and the employees just had to sign it. Having glanced over the terms, the company directors immediately took the pieces of paper and began to sign them. Watching this, Yan Qingwen tried with all her might to stop them, shouting orders so that the traders would not even think of signing. But all her attempts were useless because the man only laughed and left the meeting room. Poor Yan Qingwen fell to the ground. I don't understand what she should do now with her father's company. Suddenly, she felt someone's hands on her shoulder and a gentle voice that asked the girl not to give up and not to despair. The blonde raised her words and saw their butler Alfred above her. The man said that the lady still had a chance. She just needed to raise money and purchase shares that did not belong to Ouyang. Although Yan Qingwen was upset, she knew deep down that she couldn't give up so easily. The twin sisters ran into her office and immediately rushed to their sister to somehow support her. After a few hugs, the beauties announced that the scoundrel Ouyang had taken over their house and driven them out of their own rooms. But finally, an idea came to Madame Yan's head and she took out her phone, planning to find Dai-san who could help them. Liu Di, meanwhile, was just entering the office of his own company to resolve some issues. When he approached the reception, the girl behind the counter told him that Jia was waiting for the young man in his office. The guy ordered her to set up a meeting with an old friend, after which he added that the girl would immediately send everyone who came to the company to his office. Smiling tenderly, the beauty behind the counter accepted the order and convinced the young man that she would do everything at the highest level. Yan Qingwen and her sisters, in turn, had just arrived in the company of an old friend. As they approached the same girl behind the counter, they heard that Mr. Di-san was in his office. When the girl invited them to follow her, the beauties immediately agreed, and within a couple of minutes they were in the gentleman's office. As soon as they entered the room, they immediately heard the voice of Liu Di, who invited them to sit down. Turning to Di-san, Yan Qingwen began to talk about how her company was now in a difficult situation and needed help. But the boy only responded by setting fire to another cigarette and saying that Mrs. Yan's proposal did not appeal to him at all. The blonde was not going to give up at all, so she asked what conditions the young man was ready to agree to. Still without turning to his guests, Disan ordered them to answer all the questions in the document that was on his table. Approaching the table and taking the documents, Yan Qingwen read it and realized that all these questions hit the target very clearly. Disan, in turn, took a few puffs and said that sooner or later the Inji group would still be doomed if these issues were not resolved. After putting out his cigarette, the boy added that the blonde needed to send her answers to these questions to his email, and then he would help her. Since this was better than nothing, Miss Yan thanked the master and left his office with her sisters. When she left the room, for some reason the girl immediately realized that this gentleman's lighter very much reminded her of the one that Liu Di had. Dai-san himself, who in fact was Liu Di, remained sitting in his office with a slight smile watching the girl who was leaving. Yan Qingwen, meanwhile, walked along a long corridor and finally found herself in an elevator that took them all down. By this point, the blonde was already fully convinced that Dai Yi, Dai-san, and Liu Di were all the same person. Noticing how focused their sister was, the twins laughingly asked why she was so pale. But the beauty only stated that she was simply remembering Disan's beautiful face, which she actually never managed to see. Hearing this, the twins shouted joyfully and said that in this case they would take Di Yi and Liu Di for themselves. Realizing that at one point these poor fellows would be very disappointed, Yan Qingwen sighed heavily, but remained silent. Liu Di, in turn, was just asking Mo Tong about why they could not implant Sister Wen with the same special consciousness as his. The digital buddy explained to him that since Yan Qingwen had two personalities, implanting consciousness would simply be ineffective. Seeing another call on his phone, Liu Di smiled and whispered that God was clearly not on Qiu Bei Ming's side. He picked up the phone and heard questions from the other side about whether Liu Di was going to give his interlocutor any instructions. As soon as Tang Hualong, with whom Liu was talking, heard that the guy asked him to borrow money, he was a little surprised. Liu Di explained that he just wanted to buy something without taking out a loan. Since Tang Hualong was indebted to him, the man agreed and asked how much the boy needed. Breaking into a satisfied smile, Mr. Liu said that he only needed 260 billion. From such a hefty sum, poor fellow Tang Hualong choked on the water that he had been calmly drinking for himself before. Having come to his senses a little, the man in a calm voice asked the young man when he was going to return. Leaning back in her comfortable chair, the people said that this would be a topic for discussion during their meeting, because now he was in his debt. Understanding his hint, Ten Hualong finally said that he would need a little time to find that kind of money. Understanding his situation, Liu Di agreed and said goodbye to his new friend. Hualong instantly pressed the loudspeaker button and ordered all the employees of his company to immediately withdraw money from the account and bring it to him. When colleagues heard that they needed to empty the company's accounts at breakneck speed, they began to actively whisper among themselves. 2 hours had passed since then, and Tang Hualong was still sitting in his office and trying to register with the twins. Trying to understand innovative technologies, the man admired how clear and precise the algorithms in this program were. But unexpectedly, one thought came into his head, and he thought about whether they could ask the young man for one favor in exchange for money. Since INSEE was really slowly sinking, after some time its members were already sitting on the stock exchange and awaiting their verdict. They expect the worst for themselves. Tension inside Yan Qingwen. All she did was gain momentum. But the son-in-law and his friends remained calm and joyful, because their nasty plan was finally working. While the show had not yet started, remembering one thing, Kai asked her sister what they should expect if Disan liked their plan. The girl replied that they would have to act according to the situation, after which the presenter immediately appeared on the stage and announced that it would begin soon. When about 5 minutes had passed from that moment, the man hit his pedestal with a hammer and announced the start of the auction. Aoyang happily turned to Mr. Fan, who was sitting next to him, and said that this time they would earn a lot of money. But as soon as Mr. Fan raised his hand to place a bid, he immediately heard the characteristic sound of the end of the auction. The presenter hit the pedestal with a hammer and announced that the auction was successful and they had a buyer. After a short pause, the man said that he congratulated the Honorable Mr. Liu Di on acquiring 52% of the shares. The boy himself, with a sharp movement of his hand, opened the door of the hall and exclaimed to the audience so that they congratulate him on his successful acquisition. As soon as the Yan twins saw the boy, they immediately screamed furiously because their company was saved. Mr. Fang, who still did not raise what was happening, ordered the guards to kick out this imposter who allowed himself to be so rude. But Liu Di sat down in one of the seats and declared that the guards had no right to kick him out. Smiling contentedly, the boy put his hand in his pocket and pulled out a familiar wooden box. Watching all this, Aoyang Fengyu laughed loudly, hysterically, shouting that even this time he was terribly unlucky. The rest of the spectators who had gathered to watch Inji's attack looked at each other incomprehensibly and asked each other what they had forgotten there. Liu Di, meanwhile, rose up and declared himself the largest shareholder of the company, who could now make decisions alone. The host of the auction once again hit the pedestal with his hammer and said that it was this boy who managed to buy shares in the company. When it was all over, Yan Qingwen approached the guy, thanked his friend for his help, and said that she would return all the money to him. The young man smiled and said that he really intended to acquire this company, but even then, he did not intend to drive the Yan family out of there. As soon as the blonde heard this, she was frightened and asked the boy what he was doing. Ignoring her questions, Liu Di asked the girl to inform the company about the imminent meeting and then send Aoyang to prison. Having settled all matters at the auction exchange, Liu finally returned to the office of his new company, where he immediately saw a familiar face in front of him. At the exit of the elevator, he was met by Qian, who with a wide smile asked the young man where he had been all these days. Without even waiting for his answers, the girl immediately took a few steps towards the boy and asked if he missed her. Immediately moving away from this thorn, Liu Di said that he had a lot to do right now. This answer slightly upset the beauty, who finally said that a new boss was supposed to come to them that day. But since the boy tried to run away from the girl as quickly as he could, he did not even hear these words. He walked to the door of the meeting room, opened it, and within a moment was inside. Yan Qingwen was waiting for him there, and she immediately greeted the new owner, Yingji, to the board of directors. Having looked at the young boy with interest, all those present in the hall began to clap and welcome him to the company. Kankan, who at that very moment found herself in the doorway, stared in shock at the young man, not understanding how he became her boss. Meanwhile, the blonde once again approached him and handed the gentleman a plan for restructuring the company's policy. Taking the papers in his hands and leafing through them a little, Liu Di eventually said irritably that it was complete rubbish. Yan Qingwen stared at him in surprise and said that she and her team had spent a lot of effort on this report. Throwing the sheets aside, the boy stood up and said that it was ordinary paper on which he did not find anything interesting. Addressing the meeting of directors, the boy stated that they did not take any action against the collapse of the company and simply watched in silence. A little disappointed in the situation, he turned to Miss Yan and asked the girl if she raised why he helped them. The beauty lowered her eyes guiltily to the floor, not at all understanding how she should have responded to this. The young woman said that Yan found herself in despair after the directors signed her son-in-law's papers, which could have been the key to her personal growth. Turning his gaze back to the directors, the guy stated that the only project in which he would interfere was MO69. Looking around his employees, the young man clearly stated that now they could only rely on him if they wanted a future for their company. He shouted and added that from now on, directors could only call him when something good happened to the company. The men immediately began to applaud him and thank the gentleman for being able to motivate them very much. I'm not going to listen to this applause in my direction. Liu Di simply got up from his seat and headed towards the exit. Trying not to miss her opportunity, Yan Qingwen turned in his direction and shouted after the young man that she was very grateful to him. Without thinking at all that a whole month had already passed since that moment, Liu was calmly on the flight, being on some kind of huge white ball. Since this white ball was a real portable laboratory, the boy stood on its roof and trained as usual. The young man's success was closely observed by Mo Tong, who praised how much his master's speed and endurance had increased recently. Liu Di himself, meanwhile, considered his new body proof of his perseverance. Mo Tong confirmed his words with a smile and added that at the moment, the liberation of the boy's consciousness had already reached 75%. When a moment later a bunch of drones appeared in the air above the guys, the digital friend warned his master about the accuracy of their shots. Just hearing this statement, Liu Di immediately jumped upside down from his stand and prepared to fight. Having warmed up a little, he measured the devices with his cold and clear gaze and then hissed that it was time to move out. Looking carefully at his master, Mo Tong suspiciously asked him if the boy felt something new in his body. After thinking for a moment, Liu replied that he felt a numb sensation in his skin, but overall he was fine. This made the boy happy, and he said that this was only before the first crisis. Due to the fact that the boy was distracted by his digital friend, he did not notice how one of the drones fired several bullets at him. Immediately after this, he again heard Mo Tong's voice, who declared a significant increase in strength in his body after feeling pain. After the guy received another bullet, he realized that the resistance to pain inside him had also increased. Not wanting to experience a lot of bullets on himself, the young man finally began to evade them, realizing that he was being held back by his own skin. 10 minutes later, when the drone attack was completely repulsed, the boy smiled and was glad that he had survived. Motong praised him and told him that when the boy managed to free himself from the leather armor, he would gain even more power. But he also added that if the guy wanted to free his mind, he needed to put himself in danger by participating in real combat. Finally, the boy stated that his master's feelings could actually be the future of humanity. Staring in surprise at his little friend, Liu Di incomprehensibly asked him what changed people so much. After thinking for a while, Motong said that it was a product that helped go against the tide, stimulate growth, and disrupt evolution. Liu Di asked with interest whether there were people like him in this world, but Mo refuted this theory because it was rare. The thought that he was the chosen one, from that moment on, stuck in Liu Di's head so firmly and for a long time. When another 2 months passed from that moment, Mr. Liu's development became even faster than before. Meditating on the roof of the mobile laboratory, the young man felt how perfect his body was. Even with his eyes closed, immersed in the depths of his thoughts, he managed to feel an insect that flew up to his hand. Without making the animal wait long, the guy swung his hand and slammed it with his hand, also without opening his eyes. Although Motong did not want to distract his master, he had to report that one of the boy's fans was in trouble. After showing the young man footage of the incident, the digital friend said that about an hour ago, a violent fight broke out in a nightclub in Shanghai. After such words, Liu Di instantly opened his eyes and was glad that his help was needed exactly when he improved his body. When the boy rose from his seat and prepared for reprisals, the boy stopped him and said that the culprit of that incident was an ordinary brat. Since Liu Di was happy with any experience, he refused to stop, at least because that girl still needed his help. A small European town in Texas, meanwhile, was bathed in the rays of the warm spring sun. A middle-aged man, dressed in a very elegant suit, was sitting at a printing machine and trying to figure out what to write. Suddenly, it seemed to dawn on him and he began to write a letter to his dear friend Kofi Doll. But his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a man who burst into his room and told Mr. Ban that everything was very bad. Lowering his glasses a little, the gentleman ordered the assistant to calm down and speak slowly and clearly. He immediately began to say that their agent K was imprisoned in Shanghai because he had been betrayed by a certain Disan. Hearing that this strange guy could potentially be a reformer, Mr. Ban ordered the man to come closer. Not suspecting anything was wrong, the assistant smiled a little and immediately obeyed him. But suddenly, a shot rang out in the room and the poor fellow's body ended up on the floor, bleeding because the man dared to disturb Mr. He. The next second, a message appeared on Mr. He's computer that China's entry document checks had been relaxed, and they could leave. Since the gentleman was quite an old-fashioned man, he went to his typewriter and wrote on it an order to kill Dai-san. Not going to stand on ceremony with this electronics, he pointed a gun at it and fired. His face showed furious anger that all his children were killed by the damned Disan, who himself would soon become a corpse. In the conference room on the 5th floor, meanwhile, employees were gradually gathering. Haley, who for some reason had a broken right arm, sat and stared blankly at one point. Suddenly, one of his colleagues turned to the man and said that since those guys just broke into them, they couldn't leave it that easily. He averted his gaze from the employee and again began to stick it in the same place where he had been looking before. But unexpectedly, he received a call, and on the other side the gentleman heard the excited voice of Uncle Chi, who was suffering from the same problem. The gentleman shouted angrily into the phone, not understanding how those scoundrels even dared to attack them. Uncle Chi, in turn, ordered Hei Li to listen to him and simply give those territories to the guys. But this didn't suit Hei Li at all, because he had never seen such terrible behavior in his life, so he wanted to kill the scoundrels. As soon as his colleagues heard about the man's desire, they instantly supported him and said that they were ready for battle. The gentleman, meanwhile, turned to Mrs. Ruo and told the girl that in this battle only male strength was enough. He added that the beauty could pack her things, go home, and never return to this place. But Ruo Yi took a few steps towards him and firmly stated that they should have fought and died together. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by someone's voice who entered the room and asked whose death they were talking about. Liu Di appeared in the doorway and said with a smile that no one should have died here, but that he would get what he deserved. Worried, Hai Li turned to Di-san and said that he had to make this decision himself. One of the employees intervened in their conversation and said that recently a gang of unknown people had appeared in Shanghai and behaved very loosely. The boy took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, put one in his mouth and nodded his head. Ruo Yi immediately walked up to him, took out a lighter and lit the young man's cigarette. While she was doing this, the boy managed to notice a small scratch on her face, which was bleeding slightly. Gently touching her face, Liu Di asked in a cold voice who dared to harm the beauty. But the girl just lowered her eyes to the floor and said that it was an ordinary scratch. Hei Li told the guy that these guys were called Mad Dragons, and their gang was led by 3 brothers. As soon as Liu Di heard about this, he immediately decided to take revenge on the scoundrels because they dared to harm his people. Looking around at everyone present in the room, he bared his teeth and menacingly asked who dared to touch Ruo. The girl herself, together with the gentleman, stood silently, thinking about whether it was worth telling them about this. Having made the right decision, Hai Li said that Chang Bao, the 3rd leader of the Rabid Dragon clan, was behind this. Dai San turned around and headed for the exit, and said that in this case he would deal with this scoundrel himself. Unexpectedly, an excited Ruo Yi ran up to him and asked the gentleman not to go there because it could ruin his reputation. But the boy brushed off her request because he was not at all going to ignore those who dared to offend the girl. Even though Ruo Yi tried to stop him again, the girl failed because the young man was serious. Liu Di, meanwhile, walked over and took a first aid kit, from which he took out several cotton swabs and dipped them in a disinfectant solution. Then he took a few steps towards the beauty and asked her to trust him, after which he treated the girl's wound. Hei Li smiled contentedly from such a picture and called the boy a real knight, especially in relation to his and the princess. Dai San did not pay attention to this and, having finished treating the wound, ordered his people to hit the road. At the massage parlor, meanwhile, one of the workers was shouting that Chao Bao had come to them that day with 30 more henchmen. Not expecting such a large number at all, Liu Di asked the boy to stop and repeat it again. Realizing that Mr. Dr. was completely alone, the young man's colleagues immediately shouted at him angrily but quickly calmed down. Ignore their screams. Liu Di silently turned around and went straight to the massage parlor. Ruo Yi and Hei Li Yun animously wondered whether Mr. Dr. could handle him alone. But suddenly, in front of the crowd of guys, there was someone's body that fell to the floor from the 2nd floor. Having looked a little closer, they saw Chang Bao himself in this half-dead man. Behind him stood Mr. Liu, who held a cigarette in his mouth and reported that they could easily take the scoundrel away. His colleagues immediately shouted with joy that Mr. Dr. was truly the best. Not wanting to waste any time at all, several of them instantly ran up to the dead-lying Chang Bao. After some time, the poor fellow finally woke up and began to furiously shout at Liu Di for ambushing him right at the massage. Liu Di himself simply stood and smiled, repeating that he just wanted to save time. Chang Bao continued to shout at the boy and ask him if the little brat knew who his brothers were. The guy was not afraid of him at all, because if he had died, then the whole gang of this weakling would have died. Hei Li approached the villain and handed him a phone, ordering the scoundrel to call his brothers and set up a meeting place for them. Chang Bao refused this order, adding that the man should not worry about the fact that he would soon simply be rolled into asphalt. Not going to tolerate such impudence, the man ordered a blow to his face and said that his Hei Li clan was not at all afraid of bastards like him. An hour later, in the warehouse where the guys were, there were about 100 guys from the family of Chang Bao himself. The villain himself sat weakly on his knees near Liu Di's chair, being tied up and trying to say something. Among the crowd of strangers, their leader came out and ordered the guys to let Mr. Chang Bao go, because only in this case no one would get hurt. Hei Li, meanwhile, shouted with displeasure that the scoundrels did not even bring Chang Hu with them, which was arrogance. Liu Di, in turn, remained calm while smoking a cigarette under the umbrella that Ruo Yi was holding for him. Suddenly, several more elderly men emerged from the crowd of these thugs and stared at the guys. One of them said that even if there were not so few people in the Hei Li gang, most of them were ordinary cripples. But the second man immediately added that the Hei Li gang was rumored to have a boss named Dr. who wasn't as bad as he seemed. But the first gentleman immediately stopped his friend and ordered him not to take it seriously, because the difference in their numbers was terrible. Wanting to stretch his legs a little, Liu Di stood up and asked Hei Li to continue the fight even if he fell down. Not fully understanding the master's request, Hei Li turned to him in surprise and looked questioningly at the boy. "I'm not going to explain my words to the man." Liu Di took off his jacket and handed it to Ruo Yi. The girl stared in surprise at his clothes, not at all understanding what it meant. The guy immediately told the girl that he would not be harsh and would try to deal with the scoundrels more carefully. The boy took some strange bandage from his pocket and tied it over his eyes. One of these leaders looked at this guy and said that if Liu Di did not die, he would become a hero. Liu Di himself, meanwhile, took a few steps forward and found himself directly in front of a hefty crowd of villains. He smiled contentedly because about 600 thugs with pumped-up willpower stood in front of him, which would increase his skills. As soon as the guy finished his sentence, the whole healthy horde of thugs immediately screamed loudly and rushed at him with weapons. Mr. Liu also did not intend to stand aside, so he accelerated and jumped, flying back at them. Such a fierce and brave friend from the boy did not frighten the men at all. On the contrary, it kindled their enthusiasm even more. But Liu Di still continued to smile at how slow these snails were. At the same time, he felt the internal speed of neural connections reaching 240%. While he was giving precise blows to the scoundrel, the metabolic rate also increased to 99%. The poor fellows who fell under the blows of this boy were instantly left without a row of teeth, if not an entire jaw. Less than 10 minutes had passed since the start of the battle, when most of these guys were already lying motionless on the floor and writhing in pain. Suddenly, Liu Di suddenly felt something fast and warm fly by just a few millimeters from his ear. The shooter, who was aiming at the boy from the roof of a neighboring house, removed his weapon from his eyes and looked closely. I don't understand where Liu went. When he moved his eye to the peephole again, he immediately heard the young man shouting behind him that he was right there. Having hit the scoundrel's head straight on the stone concrete, the boy shouted out that he just wanted to set this man on the true path. After removing the blindfold from his eyes, he heard an alert from Mo Tong that his metabolic rate was 100%. Looking at this restless young man, the head of the criminal gang realized that very soon all of Shanghai would bow their heads before him. Meanwhile, a joyful Ruo Yi ran up to Liu Di, who declared that the young man would glorify the He Li gang throughout the world with his victory. Even though he did it for his own benefit, the girl still thanked him for his help. The head of the Mad Dragon loudly shouted that the battle between them and He Li was over with a benefit towards He Li, in which was the new hero of the city, Liu Di. The people around immediately began to applaud and whistle in honor of the proclaimed hero. Mr. Duan Hui was in the middle of a meeting with several officers from his department. The man carefully read the news that just yesterday, Dai Er was nicknamed the God of Street War. He turned his gaze to his subjects and asked the guys if they had a video of this crazy fight, but they shook their heads in objection. They added that as a result of this battle, almost all participants were wounded, and the massacre itself took place in an area where there was no camera at all. This outcome really did not please Mr. Duan, who did not understand the stupid game of mafia that Liu Di had played. It was because of this that within an hour the man found himself near the guy's white research station, which was located near his warehouse. Duanhua got out of the car, walked to the boy's warehouse door and knocked on it. Literally immediately, the surprised face of a guy looked out from there, peacefully chewing an apple. The gentleman greeted the young man, calling him by name Dr. But Liu Di immediately said that the man was mistaken about something. But he was not going to give up at all. So he asked how the young man came to the point where, after the son of technological progress, he became a mafia boss. Continuing to eat his apple, Liu Di said indifferently that Duan himself had refuted his point of view. Duan Hua, in turn, told the boy about his latest order to suspend the investigation of this fight. Observing Liu Di's expressionless face, the commander also added that for such kindness, Dr. should have thanked him. Turning to his car, the man finally said that if he were Dr., he would help his benefactor investigate the case of human smuggling. Looking at the boy over his shoulder, Duan Hua asked him if he wanted to know the details of this matter. But Liu immediately protested and said that besides all this, he was still not Dr. But when the captain mentioned that in that case, Dr. didn't even have a girlfriend, Liu shouted irritably that the man was acting like a child. Not intending to take the phone away from the boy, on which there was an image of some stranger, Duan Hua asked why the young man did not think she was beautiful. Finally finished chewing my apple, Liu Di said that after the old man retires, he will need to open a marriage agency. The police commander did not like this answer and said that he left, ordering the boy to remember that kindness was not free. Lao smiled and said that if Dr. had been there, he would have dealt with the existing cases first and then helped the police. Duan Hua laughed loudly and said that in this case he would give the highly respected Dr. another chance. Having finally gotten involved in the game, the young man said that his friend Liu Di really wanted to give the master a gift. Incomprehensibly, but staring at the boy with a smile, the captain asked what was being discussed. Liu Di narrowed his eyes and slowly said that he wanted to talk about this international assassin. As soon as the gentleman heard his name, He immediately asked where this villain was. Suddenly, the boy heard a sound similar to the roar of a car engine that was quickly approaching in their direction. Turning around and seeing a large truck flying straight towards them, the guy pushed Duanhua away and rushed straight at the car. Swinging his leg, the young man broke through the hard windshield of the truck, hitting the driver straight. With such a surprise, the one who was driving lost control and crashed straight into a pole that was standing nearby. Less than 10 seconds had passed from the moment of the collision when someone's arms and legs were immediately visible outside the driver's cabin, trying to get out. A stranger immediately jumped out of it, grabbed his head and cursed. Not wanting to give him a second head start, Liu Di immediately rushed at the scoundrel and gave him a blow to the face. From such force and surprise, the poor fellow immediately fell to the ground, without even making an extra sound. Noticing something of the country in his pocket, Liu Di put his hand into it and took out a 6 of a cross. Watching this kind of miracle, a police captain approached the boy and asked what level of transformation he was at. Liu Di laughed contentedly and sarcastically asked if he could consider it an honor that the captain was going to award him a rank. The gentleman thought for a while and said that their ranking system did not have such a high rank. Pointing his hand at the dangerous criminal, the boy asked with a grin if the captain wanted to reward him for this. Duanhua ignored his joke and asked if he was going to go to the killer's lair alone. But the boy only asked the man to send several of his experts to his laboratory because they would be very useful there. The captain asked the boy in surprise how he could make discoveries in transforming the human body in such a terrible place. But Liu Di, in turn, proudly declared that in just a month he could easily raise the level of 10 of their soldiers to level A7 and higher. Hearing such a wonderful prospect, Duanhua burst into a smile and said that he was very impressed with this idea. Having finally said that in this case they were making a deal, the young man said goodbye to the man and headed to his warehouse. Since Duanhua was not at all used to such impudence, he irritably asked the guy what he was doing. Without even turning to the master, Liu waved his hand and said that he was going to the He Li gang, so the captain could wait for new challenges. Such a harsh statement instantly angered Duanhua, who reproached the boy for denying his connection with DR. Ignoring his reproaches, Liu Di shouted that they would make a deal when the captain found evidence. After half an hour of travel, Liu Di finally found himself in one of the nightclubs in Shanghai. The guys from the He Li group were already waiting for him inside, and they instantly greeted Mr. DR. One of them approached the boy and said that the boss of the He Li clan had locked himself in his office and had not answered them for a long time. This turn of events excited the young man a little, so he quickly walked towards He Li's office. Going inside, the guy saw in front of him heaps of corpses of guards and 2 strangers, one of whom had He Li's neck in her hand, which was hanging in the air. The big guy who was sitting on the table was immediately delighted at the arrival of the main guy from this entire group. In addition to poor He Li, who simply sat out in the air, there would also be a frightened and tied-up Ruo Yi standing behind him. Such a brazen and unexpected picture extremely surprised Liu Di, who was not at all prepared for this. Finally, the accomplice and at the same time partner of this big guy let go of poor He Li, who flopped powerlessly to the ground. The big guy laughed loudly, calling Liu Di their real street thug. He collapsed on the table and said that he would finish them all off, having previously recommended that the guys not even try to stop him. After greeting Xiao Chong, Liu Di said that the name of the crazy bandit did not suit him at all. When the man heard this name, he laughed even louder, not noticing how his partner quietly came up from behind and grabbed his neck. With one deft movement of her hands, the girl twisted his neck, and a moment later the big man was already lying on the floor. She approached Brother Liu and said that she agreed to help this scoundrel only because they wanted to find out about the boy. Liu Di said that he did not blame the girl at all, because they were criminals who trafficked children and people. Near the headquarters of the He Li gang, meanwhile, a dozen cars had already gathered, from which a bunch of people got out. The men, dressed in elegant suits and holding black suitcases, headed inside the building. Chang Bao, along with the fat man, who still remained alive, lay tied up on the floor and tried to ask for help. Elderly men from the Dragon clan came to them and praised Mr. Liu for easily eliminating the 2 bosses of the Quang clan almost silently. Liu Di himself, who was sitting on the side of his chair, said with satisfaction that another guest would soon visit them. Unexpectedly, one of the Quan gang loudly shouted that Chang Long himself, the boss of the group, had arrived to them. As soon as the elders heard this name, they immediately felt excitement within themselves, which made their bodies tremble. The first to enter the room were 2 delivery men, carrying a huge cart covered with a red cloth. They stated that the master's orders were to send Mr. DR several congratulatory gifts in honor of his coming to power. Stopping in the middle of the room, the guys pushed the cart, which turned out to be a wheelchair, and it flew towards Liu Di. As soon as it stopped, the fabric from the chair fell to the floor and a severed ram's head appeared there. One of the delivery men relayed the boss's words that fresh game would be coming to his table, after which he congratulated the boy. But unexpectedly, their eloquent speech was interrupted by Xiao Chun, who knocked out two guys at once with one deft blow. Since they did not at all expect such a turn of events, they fell to the floor without any resistance. Watching this picture, Liu Di only said that these guys got what they deserved for their arrogance. As soon as the young man finished his sentences, a man suddenly burst into the window of his office. Mr. Chang Lung angrily shouted that the day had come when the scoundrel Liu Di would face the most severe reprisals. The rest of those present in the room stared in surprise at the clan leader, not understanding what would happen next, not wanting to waste a single second. Thinking that the master did not see her, Xiao Chun jumped up and flew straight towards the man. But since he had calculated her every step even before that, he responded to the girl's attack with a bold movement. Throwing the beauty back, the gentleman shouted that he had no intention of trivializing with her, so he very accidentally could have killed her. To protect the girl from danger, Liu Di ordered her in a cold tone to let the beauty rest a little. Returning his gaze to Chang Long, the guy felt that the man's subconscious power had been activated by a special hypnosis method. This immediately explained the full picture and why Xiao Chun suffered so much. The boy turned to the big man and said that although he did not want to harm their clan, the guys behaved too badly and constantly interfered with him. Hearing such a loud statement, Chang Long immediately laughed and asked what kind of nonsense this kid was talking about. Not at all regretting the desire to endure this, the man jumped up and rushed at the guy, shouting a death threat to him. Since Liu Di was ready for such an attack, he waved his hand back and shouted that he would be interested in watching Chang Long's triumphant fall. Directing all his strength at the villain, the boy stopped his attack and pushed the man several meters back. The force of this guy's blow was so great that Chang Long's big man simply fell into a pile of furniture that stood behind him. Watching this pitiful and insignificant picture, rolling his eyes exhaustedly, Liu Di ordered him to get up. Throwing his furious look at him, the boy shouted that if anyone else touched him or his team, they would receive a response tenfold. Having defeated these scoundrels in such a miraculous way, the boy successfully tied them up and forced them to their knees in front of his desk. Together with Mo Tong, they began to think about whether they would be able to use the skills of hypnosis in combination with sound hallucinations. Although the guys did not come to any final answer, they still decided to take a risk and try. Liu Di took out his pen, got ready and clicked on it, starting the hypnosis process. He pointed his device at Chang Long and said his name 3 times. The man, who had already suffered so badly, simply raised his murdered eyes to him and looked silently. Without stopping, Liu Di asked the head of the clan if he had ever met Qiu Beiming. Chang Long immediately fell to the ground and began repeating that he was ready to pay respect to Master Beiming and swear to protect him to the death. Remembering some of the words of Yan's son-in-law, the young man asked Mo Tong to check whether Chang Long had communicated with the chairman of the board of directors, Ying Ji. Immediately starting to check all his databases, the digital buddy stated that Chang Long and Lan Jingsheng regularly went to the same church. Despite its obviousness, this answer still surprised Liu Di a little. But suddenly, the boy remembered something and decided to immediately take advantage of it. Taking out from his pocket the Tenghua Long gift, which was the key to the highest circle, the boy hoped for luck in what he was about to do. After some time, Commander Duanhua appeared in this room, standing and looking at the 3 battlers of Liu Di. Taking a close look at the kidnapping cases, the police captain said that unfortunately, this was just the tip of the criminal iceberg. Suddenly, his assistant ran up to him and said that just recently in the criminal world, many gangs suddenly began to close their nightclubs, bars, and casinos. After looking carefully at the boy, Mr. Duane asked him what he was going to do about it. The assistant confidently stated that, according to rumors, the gangs were going to open more complex businesses in the form of hotels, restaurants, and high technology. Duanhua shouted displeasedly that these scoundrels didn't even know how to read, and then asked what kind of high technology they were talking about. The guy immediately told him that, according to sources, all decisions were now being made by a certain DR. The gentleman thought a little and said that it was quite possible, but after that he ordered the guy not to follow the underworld, because this was a showdown. I wish I could change this terrible topic, The man asked his assistant where Ms. Fei was now. He immediately answered him that the woman had only done that, had fun, and wasted her life from the moment she returned to Shanghai. Liu Di, meanwhile, wanted to relax a little and go to a cafe to drink some coffee. Taking his cup of coffee in his hands, the boy thanked the waitress, who brought him a drink just a couple of minutes after ordering. After taking a few sips, the young man looked at the huge church, which was visible from the window on the right side. After sitting in this position for about 5 minutes, the boy got up and headed towards the church building, which was guarded by 2 guards. As soon as he approached the healthy door, they immediately asked him to show his pass. The boy raised his left hand and showed the men the ring on his middle finger. They immediately invited him inside, asking him to leave all communications at the entrance and pass the Eye of Fate check. Even though it was a pupil scanning device that could recognize information about club members, Mo Tong convinced the owner that it was not a big problem. After a few seconds, something in this device clicked, and it counted Liu Di as one of the community members. The guards instantly bowed to the boy and invited him inside for the second time, opening the door for the visitor. Finally, once inside, Liu Di immediately thought that this organization of Chu Bei He was guarded quite seriously. The boy approached one of the temple co-workers and took from him the characteristic clothes that all members of the group were wearing. At this time, at the other end of the temple, the head of the organization was preaching the truth to his brothers. The men, now together with Liu Di, listened carefully about how much power was at work in this place. The preacher did not stop and asked the children of God to tell now about the fulfillment of their mission in turn, without interrupting each other. One of the crowd decided to speak first, convincing the preacher that preparations for his task were in full swing. Immediately analyzing the information about this daredevil, Liu Di realized that this was the president of the North China Bank. After the president, a second man spoke and told the envoy that all 12 publishing houses were ready to cooperate with them. He was followed by a third man, who reported that he had sent 3 followers to the army and was already waiting for the results. The fourth speaker was a guy who spoke about stopping the acquisition of a medical company, which seemed very familiar to Liu Di. The young man immediately analyzed him and found out that this was the same Lan Jingsheng. When the dear envoy heard the information about the suspension, he immediately ordered the boy to continue his work. Having no more desire to listen to these people, the messenger raised his hands up and shouted for the guys to prepare for the opening of the northern temple. Liu Di, who watched this whole circus, considered what was happening to be a real chess game, where all sectors were intertwined in the game. In the end, the boy got tired of hiding and, taking off his robe, he went onto the stage and approached the messenger. He took a pen from his pocket, activated hypnosis, and declared himself the god of the entire Great Kingdom, adding that Bei Ming was just his subordinate. His hypnotic skills became much more successful, so within a moment the boy saw how all the club members obediently began to worship him. In the same way, watching this picture, Mo Tong couldn't help but be proud of his master, who was just trying to force these idiots to carry out his orders. The boy ordered the guys not to inform Bei Ming about their meetings, and to always unconditionally obey his orders. The men in robes fell to their knees and unanimously said that they were ready to faithfully serve the divine decree of their master. Having once again examined these insignificant puppets, the young man named the name of the divine Di Wu. After a short pause, he added that from now on, they will obey the orders of this particular divine Di Wu. Noticing how obedient these guys were under his leadership, Mo Tong laughed and called the owner a true master of his craft. Liu Di himself smiled at how successful they were in this matter. Finally finding himself in his research center, the young man was able to begin the first stage of a new person and free his martial consciousness. While the boy tried to concentrate on his inner self, his digital friend kept repeating that he was the strongest in this world. But even so, Mo Tong said that he needed to update some modifications, analyze and change the boy's gene. Looking contentedly at his little friend, Liu Di said that in this case, he should have brought his genes to perfection as soon as possible. Having reconnected with his energy, Mo Tong said that compared to the youth, people were ordinary children, so he had no need to rush. Suddenly, their session was interrupted by a knock on the door from the delivery man, who once again brought Mr. Liu food. The guy opened the door to the delivery man, who handed him a package and said that their establishment was giving a drink to a regular customer as a gift. Instantly sensing something was wrong, Liu Di swung and with a deft blow threw the man away from him. Snatching the drink from his hands, he measured the scoundrel with his eyes and said that he had quite good Chinese. Not wanting to stop, the young man again rushed at the poor fellow and said that the use of such banal methods of murder had long been old-fashioned. When the scoundrel lay immobilized on the ground, with that same drink in his mouth, Liu Di exhaled in relief. Looking up, he saw a stranger in front of him with a bat behind his back. The man approached him, greeted him, and said that he had recently joined the poker club, so he wanted to play with the strongest. Liu Di adjusted the collar of his shirt and said that today he was too busy and did not have time for people like this slacker. Hearing from Mo Tong that this guy had a sixth sense, the young man turned around and headed towards the car parked nearby. The stranger, meanwhile, was not at all pleased with this prospect and shouted to Di-san that he would not go anywhere until they fought. I climb inside the car. Liu Di ordered the man to slow down and defeat his brother first. In one of the nightclubs near the Hengjiang River, as usual, some closed parties were taking place. Arriving at a place called Kiss 2, Liu Di stopped the car and turned off the engine. He got out of his swallow, slammed the door, and stared with interest at this strange building. As soon as the guy appeared in front of people, he immediately got picked up by two girls who were clearly not happy with him. Approaching the entrance, a security guard stopped him and said that only those who had more than 300 million in capital had the right to enter. Without hesitation at all, the young man took out his card and applied it to the terminal. As soon as the guard saw on the screen that the boy's balance was hundreds of billions, he immediately apologized for his rudeness. He moved away from the aisle and let the boy inside, wishing the boy a good time. Once inside the nightclub, Liu Di's attention first fell on the beautiful singer who was standing on the stage. Gently and elegantly dancing, the girl held onto the microphone and sang some song. Liu Di walked up to the bar, ordered a drink, and instantly realized that he terribly missed Ajia's company. His depressive thoughts alone were suddenly interrupted by a female voice that appeared on the right side of the guy. Turning around, the boy saw next to him the same singer who introduced herself as Yu Fi. Liu smiled and said that if the girl was interested in the sources of his income, then he worked in the field of programming and gangsterism. The beauty smiled and said that as soon as she arrived in China, she immediately fell in love with one performer, Di Yi, who was very similar to Liu. Wanting to move to some quieter place, the guys got up from behind the bar and left, turning on themselves with hundreds of enviable male glances. As soon as they went outside, they saw a stranger's panda in front of them. Their leader, who looked extremely furious, shouted loudly at the boy and asked how he dared to touch his woman. Liu Di released Yufi and said that he was leaving her to these thugs, not wanting to save the beauty from the scoundrels because he had business to do. Having run away in the opposite direction, the boy finally shouted that he fully trusted the girl. Having smashed the head of one of those who were his business, the boy finally exhaled tiredly. Letting go of the man whose head he smashed against the wall, the guy took a few steps back and examined the other bodies that lay around. The boy asked his digital friend to show him a picture from local cameras that were broadcasting a fierce battle between Yufi and those scoundrels. Realizing that this beauty had not such bad abilities, Liu Di turned around and headed towards the club again. Immediately near the entrance, he met a girl who, with a slight smile, said that those guys had awakened their conscience and decided to disperse peacefully. The guy took out a cigarette, lit it, and said with slight surprise that he did not expect such a quick insight on the part of those fools. When Yufi asked him what the boy had just been doing, Liu Di said that he just needed to deal with a couple of killers. It seemed that such harsh information did not surprise the lady at all, who simply praised the courage and fearlessness of the young man. Hugging the beauty by the waist, Liu Di affectionately said that now it was time for them to return home. Approaching the car, Liu Di asked the girl with interest how she could be the owner of such a respectable car. Yu Fi, in turn, took out the keys and smiled, after which she invited us to take her for a ride. When Mo Tong told his master that this girl had simply unlimited money, Liu Di broke into a wide smile and called her incredible. But since the guy had no intention of letting the beauty drive, a few minutes later, they were racing along mountain serpentines in a white Ferrari. Getting out of the car, Yu Fi invited the guy to her presidential suite to relax and drink something together. But since Liu Di was not at all eager to stay with this girl, he immediately began to make excuses and finally said that he just had to go. A little upset, the beauty invited the guy to meet tomorrow because she really wanted to get to know him better. This proposal sounded much better, so after thinking a little, the boy agreed. While Mr. Liu was driving his Jeep, his attention was distracted by a message that came on his phone. The young man looked at his mobile phone and saw on the screen a photo of the beautiful Yu Fi, which she sent to him. Realizing that this was something that could potentially distract him from the road, Liu turned off his mobile phone and continued driving. Arriving home, the boy saw a wonderful picture of a fight in which little Sai tried to beat that stranger. Coming closer, the guy stopped and applauded the fighters, calling their competition a wonderful job. Measuring them with his gaze, He assumed that during his absence the guys had a good time. Little Shi confirmed his words and said that Kun-san turned out to be very resilient. And the man himself, in turn, admitted that this kid was far from a failure. Not intending to listen to these two for long, Liu Di turned towards the house and offered them lunch if they were hungry. But since the fighters were too involved in the battle, they continued the competition, giving Mo Tong the opportunity to study them. Even though Kong San had awakened a new attack, even though Xiao Shi had no special abilities, it was still difficult for the man to defeat him. The next morning, the two's fighting finally died down, and after a whole day, they decided to have breakfast. While Kun-san was stuffing himself with buns, Little Shi was polishing his robotic arm that he had received as a gift. Going outside to them, Liu Di for the second time invited the guys to go into the house and eat normally because they were tired. Since this time, the warehouse man was right. After a while, the guys found themselves in front of a healthy table strewn with food. They pounced on the chicken feet as if they hadn't eaten in ages. Watching this ridiculous scene, Liu Di laughed and said that he had some things to do. Forcibly distracted from his meal, Kong San shouted to the young man that he had a duel with Xiao Shi tonight. Leaving these gluttons at home, Liu Di got into the car and went to the hotel to see Yu Fi, where the girl was already waiting for him. Getting into his car, the beauty asked what she needed to do to get this boy's attention. As soon as Liu was about to answer the girl, he immediately heard Mo Tong's announcement that his pulse had increased several times. Brushing aside the thoughts and voices of this boy in his head, Liu Di cleared his throat and tried to gather his thoughts into a heap. Yu Fi, meanwhile, invited the guy to go because it was much more interesting for her to look for the answer to this question herself. The young man smiled with such wit and agreed with the beauty, pressing the gas pedal to the floor. As soon as the guy started, the girl threw her hand around his neck and cheerfully offered to go to the Quan clan, where everyone knew her. Liu Di had no right to contradict the beauty, so after some time of driving, he followed the girl straight to the clan headquarters. Entering the building, Yu Fi went to one of the doors and opened it with all her strength. The guys found themselves in a huge room, strewn with unknown men who looked simply terrible. Yu Fi turned to one of them and asked where the boss was. The poor guy replied that their boss was defeated by a real demon, who was now the boss. The girl did not like this discovery at all because Chang Long once again turned out to be a simple loser. Unexpectedly, another member of the clan approached the girl and, with a twinkle in her eyes, asked if anyone had offended the beauty. Not wanting to watch how they tried to make fun of Yu Fi, Liu Di decided to join their conversation. But as soon as the guys from the clan saw the boy, one voice shouted that he was the boss's killer. Not intending to succumb to his heavy hand once again, everyone immediately got up from their seats and began to run away. "I don't understand at all what happened." Yu Fi asked the boy in surprise why he was called Demona, but he just waved it off. After such an answer, the girl immediately let go of the boy's hand and said displeasedly that she would never believe such a lie in her life. Yu Fi shouted that she needed to go to the toilet and touch up her makeup, but as soon as the beauty went inside, she immediately took out her phone. 10 minutes later, the guys were back in the car, where Mo Tong told the owner that the ladies' organization was just trying to find information about him. Relying on his digital friend, Liu Di asked him to fake his identity and disguise everything well. When the girl finally received the report, which contained no incriminating evidence on the young man, she calmed down a little. She turned to Liu Di and suggested that her friend go to the largest gang in Shanghai, to which he agreed. Finding himself under some huge skyscraper, Liu dropped Yu Fi off and said that he needed to park. Having no desire to wait on this young man, the beauty went inside and went to the reception. When she approached the counter, she saw a nice employee behind it who asked her name with a smile. The lady smiled in the same friendly manner and stated that she wanted to see their boss. The man gave the girl his hand and said that he would definitely take her to him. When the girl entered Mr. Tenghua Long's office, the man immediately greeted her joyfully and said that he was surprised by her visit. Since he thought that the beauty had come to his company to join them, he immediately began to select a position for her. The gentleman's proposal was interrupted exactly at the second when he saw Liu Di, who entered his office in the same way. Noticing the man's surprise, the boy put his finger to his lips and ordered him to keep his mouth shut. Continuing his thought, Mr. Tenghua Lung started Miss Yu Fi as the lobby manager of his company. Having no desire to listen to this stranger any longer, the girl stood up and grabbed the people by the hand, inviting him to leave. 5 minutes later, the guys were sitting in the Wing 10 building and talking with Aja, trying to negotiate with his company for help. After listening to all of Ms. Yu Fi's requests for help finding the children, The boy asked, a little incomprehensibly, why don't they go to the police? With her hands folded across her chest in a businesslike manner, the girl stated that matters of such importance were usually trusted to close friends. Trying not to give themselves away, Liu Di and Ajia simply looked at each other, catching each other's gaze. Repeating the beauty's pose, Ajia confidently stated that he would only need 2 hours. Even though she could get to most places on her own, Yufi still thanked the guy for accompanying her. Saying that she would definitely find this stunning boy after she finished all her business, Yufi said goodbye to him. The boy said goodbye to the beauty in return and went about his business, leaving her on the street. When Mo Tong asked if he wanted to help her capture, Liu Di said that this girl did not fit his duties. Once at home, Liu Di again had to listen to the constant arguments between Little Shi and Kun San. Kun San, in turn, had gained a lot of experience over the past couple of days, so he couldn't wait to compete with Dai San. Noticing the way I was looking at him like a man, Liu Di suspiciously asked if he had anything he wanted to tell him. The man, with a smile, asked the gentleman if he was going to come to the death sentence of 26 killers from the poker club. Looking the boy straight in the eyes, Kun-san added that at first she didn't want to tell him about this because the master might prefer loneliness. Lighting a cigarette, Liu Di laughed and said that there would actually be 30 men and 3 women there. After taking a puff, the young man pointed his finger at the forest on the side and said that some of the guys were hiding approximately in the direction of his finger. Having looked carefully at the boy, Kun-san said that the gentleman had some kind of superconsciousness. Having no desire to continue this conversation, Liu Di reminded the man of his desire to compete with him and said that he was willing to give him a chance. Smiling maliciously, Kun-san asked with a grin if they would compare the number of killed. But suddenly, he felt something and saw how Little C pulled some kind of watch onto his hand. Looking at the device, the man was seriously surprised that he had never seen such strange technologies. Yu Fi, meanwhile, was in Mr. Duane's office and told him that they urgently needed to take security measures. The police captain, in turn, said that they had a wonderful trump card under the name Zun Shen, which was why they didn't have to worry at all. Turning to Captain Wei, the man ordered him to prepare ambulances and police vehicles, along with 30 cameras. Then he returned to Mrs. Lisa and invited the girl to forget about this anxiety because now they needed to catch the kidnapper. Without holding back her emotions, the girl shouted that if Duan was so careless about his work, it would lead to disaster. Ignoring her reproaches, Duan Hua smiled and declared that that night they would catch their luck by the tail. At that time, Liu Di was standing on the roof of one of the buildings, from which there was a wonderful view of a member of the poker party who was in the pool. Not intending to wait long, the boy jumped off and flew straight at the man like a bullet. Even though the scoundrel noticed the strangers flying towards him at full speed, he still failed to do anything. It was because of this that, within a second, an explosion occurred on the surface of the water, the wave of which threw both the mattress and the scoundrel's girlfriends away. The power of Liu Di's attack had a deadly force, because of which the man was immobilized on the surface of the water, showing no signs of life. Leaving the hotel where this happened, the boy dialed the number and reported that problem number 5 of the poker club had been resolved. With approximately the same task, Kun-san confidently raced behind a white Mercedes, holding his favorite bat behind his back. Having gotten close enough to the car, the man jumped up and swung his weapon at it. He flew into the vehicle and smashed its roof with a bat with such force that it shattered into small pieces. After examining the crime scene, Kun-san hissed with satisfaction that the 3 of spades were knocked out. But as soon as he realized that Dai-san had completed his part of the task about 10 minutes ago, he immediately decided to speed up. Squeezing the grenade tightly in his hand, he became convinced that he had little time left. Not wanting to hesitate, the young man threw the grenade into the air and swung his bat, trying to hit it straight. As soon as the flying grenade touched the wall of a neighboring building, a large explosion was heard on one of the streets of Shanghai. Breaking into a smile, Kun-san was delighted that he had just successfully destroyed the 6 spades. On the other side of the phone through which he called Liu Di, the man heard shouts that grenades were prohibited in the city. 20 minutes later, police and ambulances were already standing under all the assassination sites. Duan Hua carefully watched as his guys picked up the injured and dead, and then loaded them into cars. He was approached by an excited Yu Fi, who couldn't believe that all 26 A-level reformers had just been brutally killed. Without even turning in her direction, the police captain said that with such force they could destroy them with one blow. The girl raised her eyes to him and asked if that same secret god of a man could remove the 4 B-class reformers. Duan Hua turned his gaze to the lady and asked her if the beauty knew which of the 26 levels this god was at. Squatting down and pointing his finger at the ground where the number 7 was, the man stated that the secret fighter was located precisely at this level. Having lit a fire, the guys took out food and decided to fry it over the fire, right under the open starry sky of the night. Liu Di and little Shi sat silently roasting corn and marshmallows, enjoying the silence and the crackling of the firewood. Suddenly, Shi turned to brother Liu Di and said that it seemed to him that brother Kong was injured. The boy smiled and said that everything was fine with the young man, he just had a broken heart. He added that he could guarantee that the man he killed did not have a clown tattoo on his arm. Kun-san looked at them displeasedly and said that he would drink to their desperate desire to please their master in everything. Liu Di immediately turned to him and warily asked what Kun knew about the poker club. The man laughed at how skillfully Liu tried to undermine these guys. Taking a bite of fried fish, he said that at one time he was able to discover that their headquarters were in Texas. Having heard such valuable information, the boy thanked Kun-san and began to develop a plan. While he was thinking, he once again heard the voice of Mo Tong, who was ready to take it upon himself. But Kun-san immediately warned the boy, because in the battle they never managed to meet the two strongest aces and jokers from the poker club. Little Shi butted into the conversation and hiccuped, trying to say that brother Li would definitely deal with those scoundrels. Smiling slightly, Li himself also quietly said that very soon a very unexpected meeting would await them. Sun immediately jumped out of his seat, grabbed the bat and shouted that in that case they needed to prepare, but Liu Di stopped him and said that he had come up with something. Suddenly, little Shi took the bottle that he was holding in his hands and, out of the blue, burst. The poor fellow immediately doubled over in pain, because some changes instantly began to occur to him, manifesting his special gene. Seeing this terrible picture, Kun-san screamed in fear. Did this boy really just start his transformation? Liu Di, in turn, was not at a loss, so he hugged the boy and ordered him to go and sleep, because now the boy was dangerous. While the guys were busy with business, 4 strangers appeared on one of the neighboring mountains. The man in black and his 3 subordinates stood and carefully looked around the local surroundings. Finally, 3 men dared to speak and tell the master that they were left completely alone, because the rest were scared and simply ran away. The gentleman turned to Lian Tiao and said that they were also superfluous, because he himself wanted to deal with the scoundrel Di-san. The men said that as soon as the master killed Dai-san, they would help with his successors. But suddenly, the master sharply ordered them to shut up. They came out to a clearing which was 100 meters from the rock, because they noticed a column of smoke from a fire there. The guesses about the fire turned out to be true, so the thugs froze in one place and began to listen to the sounds around them. Not wanting to hide, Kun-san and Liu Di came out from behind the bushes and stared at the villains with a smile. Seeing the guys, Lian Tiao screamed and called the 2 of diamonds a traitor for siding with their target. Feeling angry inside, the man shouted for Wu Jia to start killing Di-san while he dealt with the deuce of diamonds. The gentleman did not hesitate at all, so he took out his huge sword and declared that that night Di-san would have to feel all its sharpness. The fighter ran up, swung his sword at the boy, and exclaimed that the poker club was out hunting. The boy, meanwhile, heard Mo Tong's words that Wu Jiang carried a poisonous mist in his body, which, when sprayed, could cause Liu to hallucinate. Realizing that he shouldn't let the scoundrel get closer to him, the guy smiled and called a bunch of these clowns real non-entities. The guy examined the men, giving Mo Tong the opportunity to analyze them, to ultimately find out that the 3 were connected to each other. Kun-san, meanwhile, was burning with the greatest desire to take revenge on his former colleagues, so he immediately rushed at them with his bat. The young man ran closer, swung his bat and tried to break through their defense. After the first failure, a second attempt followed, during which Kun screamed and wished death on the villains. He jumped again and flew at the men, wanting with all his heart to break through their stupid dome and take revenge. Although Lian Tiao and her partners felt his strength, they still continued to defend themselves and provoke the enemy. Suddenly, Little C appeared in the clearing and headed towards the dome, deciding to get involved in this fierce battle. As soon as he found himself near the dome, he immediately asked Bai Wu-chan what was happening there. The boy touched the dome with his hand and instantly destroyed it, shouting to the men to get away from here. Noticing such rage on the part of the kid, Kun-san looked at him proudly and asked if SI managed to solve the riddle of the chain bridge. The little one stared at him in surprise and ordered him to start a fight because they were still competing with each other. But Kun-san refused and suggested that the boy rest a little and not worry, because it was not worth it at all. Since the energy inside the boy was simply off the charts, he immediately rushed at his opponent and shouted for Kun to fight the duel. When the little guy ran at the man at full speed, he excitedly exclaimed whether she had gone crazy. Liu Di, meanwhile, remained on the sidelines and watched this wonderful battle right from the front row. Watching Brother Xiao's movements, the young man was happy that their baby had finally transformed. But while the young man was carefully watching his friends, he did not seem to hear someone approaching him from behind. Taking advantage of the moment, the scoundrel Wu Jiang ran into the guy and asked how he even dared to ignore him. With a deft movement of his hand, Liu Di grabbed the blade of the scoundrel's sword and said with a grin that he had completely forgotten about him. Clenching his fist a little, the young man broke the fighter's sword into two parts. The boy immediately swung his hand, which contained fragments, at Wu Jiang and shouted for the scoundrel to enjoy his own hallucinogens. A moment later, the poor fellow was lying on the cold ground, foaming at the mouth. Since Boy Shi's energy was truly endless, poor Kong San simply started running away from him, screaming that he didn't want to die. Wanting to help his friend a little, Liu Di rushed to the little one and invited him to fight his brother. Hearing such a wonderful offer, Xiaoxi instantly became happy and agreed. Kong San, who was sitting on the ground nearby, warned Di San that little Xiao was far from the same as before. The boy himself, at that time, just accelerated and jumped up, flying straight towards his new opponent. Watching this absurdity, Kun shouted that the great Di San could now be killed by his own drunken brother. In some way, the man could actually be right, because little Xi was not even going to retreat. But he was still no match for Liu Di, who only teased the little guy to make him work harder. Jiaoxi even liked this motivation, because he felt how his internal energy increased with every movement. He swung his fist at his opponent, but Liu Di jumped up and dodged his attack in time. The young man stared at the little one and realized that his level had increased by at least 7 units, and this was without Xi's robotic arm. After half an hour of such diligent fighting, the exhausted Xiaoxi fell to the ground and decomposed like a star. Kun San looked at the little one and called him crazy because his entire family were real perverts and demons. Without showing any sign of fatigue, Liu Di approached the man and proposed another competition, because he wanted to test his level of strength. Kun San rejected his offer, justifying it by saying that he did not want to accidentally injure Di San himself. Finally, he handed the guy a stack of cards and said that since it was difficult for him, he gave it to him. Staring at the cards in Kun's hand, Liu Di asked in surprise what connected him with the 2 of diamonds. Kun San lowered his eyes and said that his wife was a member of the poker club and was a 2 of diamonds until the Joker killed her. Sensing his good intentions, Liu patted the man on the shoulder and said that since they were now friends, he could help him. When Kun San heard that the young man could take him to Master Tuo, he was seriously surprised. Liu Di smiled and said that Master Tuo was his and Xiao's teacher, which is why he left the boy to the man. As Kong San watched Di San go, all he could do was wonder if he could become as strong as these guys. Finding himself in front of a dozen black cards, Motong told the owner that it was the black substance that helped the club members identify their people. When Liu asked his friend what exactly this substance did, Motong asked him for some time to research. An hour later, Liu Di was already holding in his hand a small test tube with a strange black substance inside. Motong told the owner that it was a metal substance that was mined from an illegal mine in North Africa. The digital kid, meanwhile, was just telling the boy about how powerful the atoms of this thing were. Remembering how sharp Yan Yi Rao's gloves were, Liu Di immediately understood whose hands it was. After thinking a little, Mr. D ordered his assistant to find time and acquire that African mine for their arsenal. My friend really liked this wonderful order, so he instantly smiled and agreed. Mo also revealed that the chain bridge had a special genetic chain with which it could control its own magnetic field. Having understood his master's plans for the African mine, the boy added that such genes were very difficult to recreate. When Leo heard the boy's suggestion that such genes could be inside his body, he immediately asked Mo Tong to check it. But the little one only stated that this would be possible only after the young man had collected all the genes of the highest rank. Remembering his words that Liu Di should not be envious of ordinary human abilities, the youth said that he finally understood what he meant. Mrs. Fei and Mr. Duane, meanwhile, were driving in the car and discussing the bloody murders that had happened last night. Duan Han, in turn, only added that despite this, his secret fighter was still alive, gaining value for himself. Xiaoxi lay peacefully in the clearing and rested. Kong San trained with all his might, doing push-ups for the 1925th time. Unexpectedly, Duan and Fei entered the clearing, which was also strewn with corpses from the previous day, and couldn't even believe their eyes. Seeing the fervor with which Kun trained, Duan instantly thought that he simply needed to study him and his abilities. The man turned to his soldiers and in a cold voice ordered them to deal with these guys. Mr. He, while in Texas, at that very moment received a message that all 30 assassins he had sent had been brutally killed. As soon as the old man saw this fax, he immediately hissed in anger, not understanding who could dare to touch his children. Feeling a familiar tingling sensation inside, the man took out his bottle of medicine and placed 2 tablets in his palm. He put them in his mouth, after which he took a glass of water and washed down the medicine. Having put his fortune in order, he decided that they again needed to bring new blood to the poker club. Having seen this decree, his interlocutor on the other side of the fax said that he had to discuss this decision with the 2 jokers. But the man only exclaimed that the jokers were inadequate and uncontrollable psychopaths, so they could not wait so long. In one of the local police departments in Texas, meanwhile, work was in full swing. But suddenly, one of the workers turned to the captain and excitedly announced that their system had been hacked and taken under control. Hearing this, another officer immediately ran up to the guy and said that since it was the work of hackers, they could track them. When the employee looked more closely, he could see a message that told the police to deal with the system and not panic. The police chief, observing all this, turned to his guys and ordered them to check on the hacker named DC. But after 5 minutes, the attack ended and the captain was informed that the hacker had simply disappeared from their system. While the police officers were telling the boss what he might have taken, a cell phone rang in the office. Picking up the phone, Commander Tay heard that if the danger had not been averted this time, the man would already be lying dead. The general immediately stated that he was ready to take any punishment and would also do everything possible to catch that hacker DC. On the other side, the man only heard a furious cry that it was the work of a Chinese hacker who was much more difficult to find. But then his employee turned to Mr. Tay and said that if Mr. wanted, he could definitely find that scoundrel. The man's interlocutor, meanwhile, told that he has already gathered about 167 of the best hackers who will soon launch a powerful attack on the Chinese network. After these words, the police chief exclaimed that if DC's location was confirmed, he himself would arrest the scoundrel. Duan Hai, whose office Mrs. Lisa had just entered, immediately praised the girl for how quickly she took charge of Hei Li. The beauty smiled and said that this was only part of her mission, because she wanted to solve the case of missing children. Although the gentleman said that it would be very difficult to find the culprit, he still agreed to send the girl some of his people to help. The man led the girl to her car and stayed to watch as the red Ferrari gradually disappeared from his horizon. Staring after the car, he thought that even though that guy was helping FK in secret, Duan was glad that everything was fine with them. Mrs. Lisa had just arrived at the social assistance house and, unable to restrain herself, called the villain's outcast for hiding behind this place. While she was standing and looking at the building, she did not hear Lu Di approaching her from behind. Turning around and seeing a guy who was serious about going along, Faye was a little surprised. Lisa leaned over to him and told him that she was a real undercover agent, so these were not jokes at all. Ludi smiled and said that even in this case, he wanted to be sure that the girl was not in danger. Faye, in turn, praised his courage, but said dissatisfiedly that now she was far from liking his exploits. She looked menacingly at the young man and ordered him to leave, allowing him to return when she completed the mission. While the guys were talking near the entrance to the social assistance house, a man came out to the sound of their voices. He greeted Ms. Chin Fei and said that he was extremely happy to see the beauty. When the man saw a young man near the girl, he asked in disbelief why the mistress violated their agreement that she would come herself. Without waiting for the confused girl to answer, the man considered Liu Di to be her guard and invited them inside. Madame Lisa confirmed his words, smiled sweetly, and pulled Liu Di along with her. After just a couple of minutes, the guys were sitting in the gentleman's office, completely filled with his guards. As soon as the man said that today his guests would see a real child eater, a girl very familiar to Liu Di entered his office. Seeing this stranger, Miss Fei looked at her in surprise, not expecting that it would be a woman. The girl, meanwhile, sat down on the sofa and stated that it was a great honor for her to work with such high-ranking people. Fei took out the documents she asked from her purse and handed them to the beauty, inviting her to look at them. Opening the envelope, Hong Ying announced that she was very interested in collaborating with the Hei Li clan. But suddenly, the expression on her face changed sharply, and in a rude voice she asked the guys who they really were. Mrs. Lisa instantly turned on her acting skills and began to ask incomprehensibly what they were talking about. Addressing the girl as Officer Chin Fei, the child eater handed her an envelope and asked what position she held. The lady snapped her fingers, and all the guards standing around immediately pointed their pistols at Lisa. The girl was in such a huge shock that she couldn't even find the words to somehow justify herself. Mrs. Hong Ying measured her with her penetrating gaze and advised the beauty to think again before making a decision. Qin Fei turned her frightened gaze to Liu Di behind her and immediately realized that it was her fault that this poor fellow might be hurt. Liu Di in turn remained completely calm because he knew that the real boss would soon enter the arena. Not even a second passed after this thought. Hong Ying turned to the young man and ducked in front of him, greeting Mr. Dr. Hearing this name, Mrs. Fei turned towards the boy in shock and stared at him with glassy eyes. Liu smiled slightly and was ostentatiously surprised at how many people knew about him. But Mrs. Hong replied that she had known this guy for a long time, and today she was only convinced that his appearance fully corresponded to her ideas. Having asked for forgiveness in advance, the girl came closer to Liu Di to say something. Looking guiltily at the guy, she said that she wasn't sure whether Ms. Lisa was a real police officer or an undercover agent. The boy did not pay attention to this, lit a cigarette, and asked where they put the goods that he had recently sent. Hong Ying immediately began to admire Dr's plan, which first consisted of cleaning out Hei Li, and now, on the contrary, building a joint business with them. But Liu did not want to tolerate her cooking, so he used hypnosis and asked his question again. The girl immediately obediently said that they were going to send the goods to the Binnenberg Medical School in Europe. She opened her mouth to add something else, but the boy screamed and ordered her to stop, then threw his lighter into the air. Immediately after the lighter was over his head, an explosion was heard in the office. Approaching Hong Ying, who had wounds from shrapnel on her face, the young man slapped her in the face and called the girl a lying traitor. Looking at the lighter the boy was holding, Yu Fi tried to ask him what was happening. Liu Di turned his gaze to the girl and stated that Hong Ying was telling the truth, that he was the child eater. Mrs. Lisa stared at the young man in shock, because when she studied his biography, she did not find anything suspicious there. The boy headed towards the exit of the room and stated that the girl saw there what he wanted her to think about him. But suddenly, he stopped and turned in the opposite direction, walking up to the safe and tearing off the lid. The guy dug with all his might. Mrs. Yu Fi watched him and thought that this young man could not possibly be a reformer. Hearing some strange sounds on the street, Liu Di looked away from the safe and asked Mrs. Lisa to resolve some issues. The next second, security burst into the room, saw the guys and asked in amazement what they were doing there. The girl was not at all going to explain anything to them, so she flew at the men, still demanding that Liu Di tell her the whole truth. Liu turned around and looked over his shoulder at her, after which he said that he was not hiding anything and was indeed a programmer and a mafia boss. Such a statement angered the beauty because when the boy spoke about this, she simply did not believe him. After 3 minutes, when 3 guards were already lying on the ground, the young man handed the girl a stack of papers and said that it was a clan of animals. He then walked towards Hong Ying, who was lying on the floor, about to step on her face, when he was suddenly stopped by Yu Fi's scream. While the guy's leg hung in the air, the beauty tried to explain that the police should have taken care of this girl. Yet Liu Di eventually removed his foot and admitted that this girl was indeed a Chinese citizen with all rights. But immediately after this, the boy added that not one of these devilish creatures would survive. Having decided to end their conversations, the guys left the building and found themselves on the street. Literally immediately, their attention was attracted by a man who jumped from the roof of the building that stood next door. Holding a huge sniper rifle behind his back, he walked up to the guys and said that it was a messenger from Officer Manhwa. Liu Di greeted the sniper and praised his wonderful shooting skills. The sniper himself thanked the gentleman in return, because if not for him, it would have been incredibly difficult for the man to find the target he needed. As soon as the picture finally took shape in Mrs. Lisa's head, the girl realized that the trick with the lighter was in order to reflect the position. The sniper, meanwhile, said with a smile that he had finally been able to confirm the rumors from his brothers that Liu Di was an army general. The young man looked at his interlocutor in surprise and asked where he heard this and who his brothers were. He immediately said that he was the 3rd child in the Tai family named T-san. Without saying a word, Liu Di turned around and walked forward, announcing that he was heading to Europe, where their real rivals were. Tai-san immediately turned to the gentleman and said that he really wanted to join them, because he was the head responsible for them. Without even turning in his direction, the boy said that his sniper abilities were not enough to cope with the enemy. But T-san exclaimed, asking the boy not to devalue him because the man could do quite a lot. Liu, meanwhile, showed him the bullet and said that if he had not stopped it now, Ms. Lisa would be dead. Finally, Liu said that the man was a good guy, so he was going to introduce T to someone later. Putting his hand on T-san's shoulder, the boy said that Commander Duan asked him to protect Lisa, who just needed to deal with all the stolen things. The sniper obediently put his hand to his head and loudly exclaimed that as long as the matter was about child trafficking in China, he would act quickly. Mrs. Lisa, meanwhile, was also not going to give up, so she said that she wanted to go to Europe with the young man. Ludi still had to think about this proposal because this beauty was a wonderful European agent. The girl smiled and said that if my brother didn't have a car, he could use it, which was located near the report. You remembered in your last acquisition, Liu refused and said that he had a personal plane. An hour later, the guys found themselves at the airfield where the boy's own plane was already waiting for them. But Yu Fi seemed to be stuck for a second, wondering if this boy could be D-san, D-Yi, and D-R at the same time. At the European University of St. Petersburg, meanwhile, something interesting was happening. In one of his rooms, which did not have a single window, we had better sit two children. Lost in thought, the boy turned to his older sister and asked if they could go to heaven to see their grandmother after death. Just as the girl was about to answer him, the door to the room opened and the guys saw a healthy shadow in front of them. A doctor appeared in the doorway and ordered the children to behave, because he was going to take them to an experiment. At the small airfield of the medical school, a helicopter had just landed. A few seconds later, Liu Di and Mrs. Lisa walked out with a confident step. As soon as they caught the eye of the people present, they immediately began to admire the guys and believe that they were real superstars. Finding himself in front of the medical school, Mo Tong informed the owner that some abnormal vibrations were happening right under his feet. Ignoring Yu Fi's worry that they would not be able to find the hangar they needed, the young man invited her to follow him. As soon as the guys approached the door of the medical facility, they were met by a guard who said that this was a restricted area. Having no desire for a ceremony with this man, with a slight movement of his hand, Liu Di knocked him out. He walked up to the doors leading to the hangar and opened them, letting Mrs. Lisa go forward. Looking around the room, the boy said that it was full of dust, but the path under his feet remained clean. Yu Fi, who had already become a little scared, nervously asked the boy if he was scared, but he simply denied. He took a few steps with his tail, I swear it was on the floor, and smashed it with his foot. Without wasting any time, the young man jumped up and flew straight into this hole. Together with him, Mrs. Lisa jumped there, who did not at all want to remain in this terrible wait alone. Walking down the corridor to the farthest hangar, the girl noticed that there was a strong smell of blood there. But compared to what the guys saw a moment later, these were ordinary flowers. The friends found themselves in a real laboratory, in which people were kept in hefty capsules and experiments were performed on them. As soon as the doctors, who had been standing near the operating table all this time, turned their heads towards the young man, they were surprised. Liu Di did not show even the slightest bit of manners, so he immediately accelerated and attacked the doctors straight. While he was trying to deal with one of them, the second one, who was standing nearby, pressed the panic button. Measuring them with his furious gaze, Liu Di hissed that none of the scoundrels would be able to escape because they were real demons. While the young man was fighting with the men, a slightly frightened Mrs. Lisa came into the room and began to watch their fight. This boy's techniques were so stunning that the girl just stood there and couldn't believe her eyes. The director of the medical center, meanwhile, also heard strange sounds and asked his assistant what it was. The poor guy who burst into his office announced that some stranger had broken into their laboratory and tried to kill all the scientists. Professor Saw immediately blew up and told her assistant that if this young man could get past their security, he was insanely strong. Immediately after this, he ordered 10 people to be taken with him and tested whether the limiter worked or was genetically active. Unexpectedly, some strange purple smoke came out of the hatch in the ceiling of the intensive care unit where Liu Di and Yu Fi were. His smell was so toxic and thermonuclear that the girl instantly fell to the floor and covered her nose with her hand. After analyzing the phenomenon, Mo Tong reported that these were biometric waves that were contraindicated for people of average build. Suddenly, the door to the intensive care unit flew off and warriors appeared in the room, furiously threatening the reformer with responsibility for his actions. Their leader measured the boy with his cold gaze and added that if the guy did not stop, they would shoot to kill. Liu Di, in turn, smiled and asked who told them that he was a reformer. Confidently placing his hands in his pockets, the young man added that since the guys looked strong enough, killing him would not be difficult. One of the warriors turned to his master and said that something was wrong with him, because their limiter simply did not work on this stranger. The man was convinced that this kid was a real reformer because there was too much blood on his hands. While the guys were discussing who Liu Di really was, the young man himself rolled up his sleeves and declared that he would show them who the real devil was here. The gang leader was not at all happy with this statement, so he attacked the young man with his fists and shouts for him to shut up. Since Mr. Liu fully expected this blow, he reached out his hand in response and stopped the man's powerful fist. The boy touched the scoundrel with his forehead and immediately felt a warmth that spread throughout his entire body. A moment later, the big man found himself on the floor of the intensive care unit because that same warmth turned out to be a mini explosion, which threw him away. Seeing how this boy had just dealt with their boss, the rest of the fighters gathered and immediately ran screaming at him. Distributing blows to each of them, Liu Di shouted that he did not intend to kill the men at all, but simply wanted to show them real strength. Enjoying each of his blows, the boy asked the guys whether they already felt purgatory on this earth. Without stopping for a second, Liu Di only gained strength and boldly fought with those whose level was not so low. 10 minutes later, the room was strewn with a heap of immobilized bodies, in addition to one body of a man who was trying to escape. Noticing such impudence, the boy rushed after him and jumped onto the man's shoulders. With a couple of easy movements, the guy knocked out this scoundrel, finishing the victory over the villains with a small explosion that plunged everything into flames. Lighting a cigarette, he finally said that these scoundrels needed to be burned, because that was the only way they could feel all the pain. Stunnedly watching from the sidelines what the guy was doing, Mrs. Lisa still remained in shock. Finally, the boy turned to the beauty and noticed that he saw her concern about the actions that he committed. The boy took the girl in his arms and explained that he was only acting according to the rules of survival. Having no desire to stay in that place, the guys left the intensive care unit with a bold and proud step. Without taking his eyes off Mrs. Lisa, Liu Di carefully carried her out of the room and brought her straight into Professor Sa's office. Seeing how easily this scoundrel managed to get into his office, the old man screamed in shock. Having lowered the girl to her feet, the young man measured the scoundrel with his menacing gaze and said that now it was his turn. Turning to the two guards who stood behind him, Grandpa shouted angrily as to why they had not yet captured this imposter. Not intending to play with the orders of their master, the men immediately took off and rushed at the boy. As soon as Liu moved away from Yu Fi, he immediately swung and struck back at his opponent. Seeing how, literally a moment later, his people were unconscious on the floor, Professor Sa excitedly asked what he could do to help. The young man rushed towards him with a confident step, repeating that she just wanted to take his life from the man. He approached his grandfather, who was trying in every possible way to resist, and ordered him to shut up and fully feel the despair. Immediately after this, the boy used all his strength and with a powerful blow threw the man into that same burning intensive care unit. He sat down at the computer and immediately heard his digital friend's warning that the internet could not be used on this device. Realizing that there was too much forbidden information on this box, Liu asked Mo Tong if they really wanted to create demigod people. Turning to Lisa, the guy asked if she knew the name of the government base for transformation. The girl thought for a moment, but after a second she said that it was called a jellyfish. Mo Tong once again intervened in their conversation and said that Yan Yilin gave birth to a child even before his transformation, and his genes were simply perfect. Pointing his finger at the next door, the digital friend said that this boy was somewhere there. After carefully analyzing the space once again, Mo Tong confirmed his words. Liu Di, together with Mrs. Lisa, broke open the electric door and immediately entered the huge hall through it. Once inside, they saw in front of them a huge playground where a little boy was playing. The kid sat and did something with a bunch of jars, pebbles, and various little things. Liu Di immediately went up to the child and sat down next to him, after which he took one of the jars and helped the baby put it in the right place. Having settled on this little one, Mrs. Lisa asked the young man in surprise what he was going to do. Liu told her that this kid played chess by himself, so the guy just wanted to join in. This statement surprised the girl no less because she did not understand how it was possible to play chess alone. Suddenly, the beauty's attention was distracted by something, and she stared at the door that was behind her. Entering the next room of this healthy hangar, Yu Fi saw a man inside who was sleeping inside the cage. Faye exclaimed, because she could not even imagine the existence of an experiment on people in the modern world. The girl came closer to the man and saw a small puddle of blood near his mouth. She lowered her eyes in disappointment, honored the memory of this stranger, and carefully removed the lock of the cage. After standing near him for a while, Mrs. Lisa turned around and went to the playground room. The kid who played chess with Liu Di was amazed at how the boy managed to defeat him during all 13 games. Touched by how childishly he stated that he was ready to go with Liu, The young man asked the name of this little genius. The little one said that from birth he was given the nickname of the devil named Motong, so this became his nickname. When the guy and his digital friend heard that their names were the same, it got them thinking. Because this name did not have the best meaning, Liu Di smiled and said that he would give the baby a new name. Since this boy was going to go with him, the boy thought about it and decided to name him Liu Di Jr. But the little guy didn't like this decision at all and said that it was a terrible name. Liu Di laughed slightly because he remembered that all his pseudonyms and nicknames were not so far from his name. While the guys were talking, Yuffie approached them and suggested they get out of this place because a fire was going to start very soon. Liu the Younger agreed with the beauty, calling her a realist, after which he added that this dress did not suit the girl at all. Mrs. Lisa put her hands on her hips with displeasure and stated that, first of all, she was not his aunt at all, which the little guy had to agree with. Deciding to end this wonderful conversation, Liu Di grabbed his friend along with the baby and rushed to run towards the exit. This was one of his best decisions, because a moment later a huge explosion sounded in the building. After a few minutes of running, the guys found themselves near the very helicopter they arrived on. Patting the boy on the head, Liu Di said that for now he would remain Yuffie's little sister, because the young man still had some things to do. Mrs. Lisa, in turn, excitedly asked the guy not to leave them alone, although she tried to understand how busy he was. The guy turned around and said that he had to meet with his old friend, but the girl just had to complete her recently appeared task. While the guys were standing near the helicopter, trying to solve their own problems, someone's hand appeared from a pile of ruins of the building. The same man whom Lisa saved from the cage gathered all his strength into a fist and shouted to the girl that the savior should wait for him. Finally, having dealt with all his worries, Liu Di arrived at the rehabilitation hospital in the city. Not wanting to waste time, the boy immediately went inside and found himself in a long corridor. Seeing two familiar faces in front of him, he was immediately convinced that there were definitely a lot of reformers in this place. Intending to solve his business in this place as quickly as possible and get out, the boy headed to one of the intensive care units, knocking down the doors to get inside. When the young man entered the room, he saw a guard lying on the floor who had apparently been blown away by a wave from the blow. In the intensive care bed, under a pile of suction cups and catheters, lay a man who asked the boy if he was Disan. With a slight grin, the boy said that as the main visitor of the poker club, he could not even think that this man was having such a boring time. Looking at him incredulously, the patient asked the young man why he had come to him if he already knew everything. Throwing his cold glance at him, Liu Di explained that he just wanted to restore peace and security to people. Suddenly the man laughed and shouted to the whole room that no one in this world could dare to kill him. Not fully understanding the purpose of such a strange action, Liu rose from his seat and walked closer to the master. Taking out some paper from the fax machine that was standing next to the man, Liu Di asked for information about the children who were stolen by the chain bridge. Jumping out of bed, Mr. Ko called him a stupid boy who didn't even realize all the abilities of the poker club. Having torn off all the suction cups and sensors, the man declared with a smile that they would definitely meet him in hell. He threw all this equipment aside and turned off the heart rate monitor, which began to beep irritably. Liu Di rose from his seat and loomed over Mr. Ko, threateningly declaring that he fully deserved to die. The boy came to the fact and began to type messages that the chain bridge was supposed to arrive here very soon. Their meeting was unknown. Mr. He, in turn, was just reading a letter with a smile that his children would soon come to him with a gift in the form of Disan's head. Suddenly, outside his door, he heard familiar voices asking the man to open the door because they had come to play bridge. Having opened one of the drawers of his desk, the gentleman took out a revolver and said that he would not leave this matter so easily. He approached the door, behind which he saw two men in a good mood, who were really eager to play cards with him. Although a whole hour had passed since that moment, the guys were still sitting at the table and playing that same bridge. Suddenly, the door to their room opened and Liu Di appeared in it, ordering the gentleman to leave, because he needed to talk with the owner of the house. Staring blankly at the boy, He asked Dai-san what brought him to this place. One of the players snorted displeasedly and disrespectfully asked the boy who invited him to the game. Since Mr. Hai himself had a great desire to talk with this guy, he took out his revolver and fired several shots. Everyone present immediately ran away screaming, leaving him and Dai-san alone in the room. Liu Di sat down at the man's table and offered to play another game with his deck, not paying any attention to the revolver pointed at his head. Mr. He irritably asked how the young man dared to escape from the chain bridge and why he was still alive. Liu was not going to shut up at all, so he asked what card the old man wanted to deliver this time to kill him. After collecting all the playing cards in his hand, Di-san said with a sly smile that the man still had a lot of cards up his sleeve. "Look him straight in the eyes." The boy added that he was going to destroy the scoundrel with just one card. Hearing such impudence on his part, Mr. He coughed and leaned his hand on the table. He raised his tired eyes to the guy and asked when Di-san managed to meet Teacher Ko. Putting the card on the table, the guy said that immediately after their meeting, the man simply committed suicide. After these words, He shouted angrily that it was his fault, for which the boy would answer. Waving his arms absurdly, he kept repeating that this guy did not understand at all the higher meaning of the existence of a poker club. Not at all intending to endure such horror in front of his face, Liu Di swung his hand and ordered a blow straight to the man's face. When the old man was on the ground, the boy told him that he owned 2 clown cards. Looking at the 2 pieces of paper in his hand, he added that although the clowns were not as strong as the jokers, they could still destroy the He Empire. In the central area, meanwhile, the dead Teacher Ko suddenly woke up and screamed. He jumped out of his bed and sat on it, trying to put himself in order and understand what had happened. But since there was no pure consciousness left inside the man, like a robot, he got up and headed to one of the chambers. Entering the intensive care room, the man saw a guy lying in it, after which Ko stated that this guy felt much better. He gathered all his strength together, lay down on the floor and grabbed this guy by the hand. A moment later, the stranger exploded, looked at his hands and called himself Ling R, feeling alive again. He broke into a nasty smile and hissed that since he was bored with his past life, he was now going to have some fun. Mrs. Lisa, meanwhile, stood near the burning ruins of the hospital and could not believe her eyes. Suddenly, she noticed a human hand appear from the wall of flame. A second later, another girl came out and Yuffie asked her if the captain was sure of her words. Having asked whether the woman believed her words, Lisa only heard a clear answer that an ordinary person could not kill 14 top-level reformers in an hour. The captain turned to the lady and said that in her opinion, the beauty was under the influence of drugs and these were ordinary hallucinations. But Yuffie immediately shouted at the captain and said that this guy did not deal with the reformers in an hour, in just 10 minutes. She added that in China this agent was officially called God because he was a local star. The captain ordered the girl to stop talking nonsense and look at the information he provided, which contained some inconsistencies. Although Lisa was disappointed, she was not going to give up at all. So she invited the woman to meet the guy in person. Suddenly, another soldier ran up to the squad leader and asked the woman what they should have done. She turned and told him that the burned hospital could not be returned because according to experts, the fire was caused by a gas explosion. The commander turned to Mrs. Lisa again and told her that the girl should have returned to headquarters because she needed to be examined. Noticing that Liu Di Jr. was about to get off the helicopter, the girl hissed that he should have obeyed her orders. Looking towards the helicopter and noticing a boy there, the commander asked whose child it was. Yuffie explained to her that this was one of the children that had been kidnapped many years ago, after which she received a rebuke from the woman for irresponsibility. Looking the commander straight into the eyes, Lisa said that her behavior did not violate the rules of the organization at all. Not wanting to argue with her, the commander allowed the beauty to take this child with her on the condition that they would now return to headquarters. Delighted with the permission, the girl immediately ran into the helicopter and after a few minutes, they set off. After the helicopter took off, in the junk and ruins of the hospital, a living human body was again seen, trying to get out. Arriving in Northern Europe, Lisa took Liu Di Jr. and together with the commander and her assistant, went to headquarters. Once inside, the commander ordered the girl to leave the child there and go to the office until a full examination. But Yuffie immediately stated that since the full examination was supposed to take at least 3 hours, the girl was not going to listen to the woman. When the captain said that during this time she would try to find a secret agent, Lisa displeasedly reproached her for having no respect at all. The woman only calmly stated that despite her work, she treated the stranger well. Faye advised her not to go too far, but the woman quickly stopped the beauty and emphasized that the lady was worried too much. And suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by an alarm siren that screamed throughout the entire building. Immediately after this annoying sound, the girls heard the voice of one of the soldiers, who said that the headquarters was attacked. Seeing through the window how some young man was stacking her people, the captain ordered to gather all available forces and detain him. Mrs. Lisa also looked out the window and could not understand where this scoundrel got so much power and why he was still alive. Noticing her excited expression, the captain suspiciously asked the girl if she knew this monster. But her question was answered by Liu Di the Younger, who called the stranger a whirlwind beetle. The woman stared at him incomprehensibly and asked what this boy was talking about. Yu Fi, meanwhile, asked her if this person could have escaped from that experimental laboratory. Looking at the screen that was right in front of their eyes, the commander reported that judging by its strength, this was so. She was right, because despite the number of soldiers, this monster was capable of absolutely everyone who attacked it. But when he was finally surrounded in a moment, the captain turned to Yu Fi and ordered her to go for examination. The woman said that she would go and make herself some coffee because an interesting night awaited her and a meeting with the Chinese god. As soon as she finished her sentence, she immediately looked at the screen and instantly changed her mind about relaxing. All those 6 soldiers who had managed to hold the scoundrel a moment ago were lying on the ground without a single sign of life. The commander ordered Mrs. Lisa to take the child and leave while she was going to detain this monster. Immediately after these words, a terribly loud sound was heard in the corridor from blows on the metal door. From that moment, not even a second had passed before the scoundrel from the experimental laboratory managed to break through it and open it. The man broke into their headquarters, looked at the women and smiled contentedly, glad that he had finally found them. Since the commander could not let Madame Lisa and Petty Liu Di die, she immediately attacked this scoundrel, wanting to show him all her strength. But the scoundrel turned out to be much stronger than the woman, so he instantly responded to her with a powerful counterattack. Having finished with the commander, the man turned his gaze to Yu Fi, who asked him not to touch the child, because the girl herself could easily cope with any of his attacks. The monster instantly broke into a wide smile and declared that from the very beginning he had been following his queen. Paying attention to this scoundrel, little Liu Di was not afraid at all, but he felt some strange feeling inside himself. The man, meanwhile, also smiled and greeted his little neighbor, who was hiding in the arms of this beauty. Liu Di the Younger jumped out of Yu Fi's arms and advised him to get out of this place because soon someone several times stronger would be there. Laughing loudly at this statement, the villain said that the kid was beginning to delirium because such strong people simply did not exist. Immediately returning his serious face, he stated that only as a sign of their proximity, the man was not going to kill the boy if he did not interfere with him. But Liu Di the Younger still did not give up his words and continued to repeat that his friend should have come to their aid very soon. Because the boy was more than right, a moment later the real Liu Di burst into the corridor. The villain, including Mrs. Lisa and a small copy of the young man, stared at him in shock. Lisa and the boy exclaimed joyfully, overjoyed that Brother Liu had finally come. The boy himself grinned sarcastically and asked the monster if he really dared to ruin his fun. He pointed his finger at the villain and loudly shouted that he had come for his soul, calling the man the black and white Joker. Having no desire to hesitate, Liu Di immediately accelerated and pounced straight on the scoundrel. The black and white Joker's whole body was tense from the blow he received, but the man was far from ready to give up. Mrs. Lisa, meanwhile, had her eyes wide open from such a bold and ferocious act because she considered Liu Di to be a real immortal. Suddenly, the boy began to look like a real madman, declaring that in fact he was a little touched. Surprised by his words, the black and white Joker stared at the young man in shock and asked who he even was. Leaping into the air and swinging his fist, Liu Di stated that his only concern was how worthy the scoundrel was for his second strike. The force of the boy's attack was so strong that it instantly defeated the Joker, which aroused anger in him, which only intensified the desire for reprisals. Liu Di did not stop his and continued the competition against this scoundrel, giving the commander the opportunity to observe them. The woman, in turn, looked at this boy in amazement and thought about whether he was the very legendary god of China. In the end, after 10 minutes of fierce battle, Liu Di triumphantly stared at the black and white Joker, who was lying at his feet in a pool of blood. Liu Di the Younger approached him and stated that he was trying to convince this scoundrel that death would await him very soon. Behind him, the boy heard the voice of the commander, who greeted him and added that she really admired his strength. The woman extended her hand to him and, on behalf of the FBI, invited the guy to join the defense team. She also added that those who came to them received a lot of money and advantages, as well as unlimited opportunities. Having carefully measured the woman with his gaze, Liu Di asked with interest what was happening in her hero team right now. The captain immediately said that their team consisted of Class B formats that were scattered around the world and solved important world problems. Liu Di thought for a moment, but then immediately said that he was in business, calling himself with his new code name Dai Liu. The captain handed the boy a badge and said that from now on, the young man could use this thing as his own resource. After examining this small device, Mo Tong immediately told his owner that it had a built-in communication module, modular defecation module, and GPS. After listening to all the gratitude from the woman, Liu Di smiled slightly and said that it was time for them to return. When the boy and the child went to the door, Mrs. Lisa stepped behind them, but she was immediately stopped by the voice of the commander, who asked about her direction. The girl winked at the woman and asked if they should meet a master of that level before joining the FBI troops. Without even waiting for the commander's answer, she turned around and headed straight for brother Liu Di. Staring after these guys, the commander thought about whether she would be able to control the heroes she had just gathered in her team. After a 15-minute flight, Liu Di's helicopter, along with Small and Yu Fi on board, successfully landed on the ground. Coming out of the turntable, little Liu Di exclaimed in delight when he saw two more guys in front of him. Xiaoxi, together with Kong San, had just lit a fire on which they were roasting huge chicken bodies. When little Shi saw his brother, he immediately became happy and rushed towards him. Running up to the young man, he asked him what happened on that mission. But Liu immediately calmed him down and said that they had taken care of everything. Turning to the beauty Lisa and his little copy, the boy smiled and warned his brother about the new addition to their family. He introduced the boys to each other and ordered Xiaoxi to take care of Liu Di, because he was one of the victims at the hands of the mercenaries. Looking at Xiaoxi, little Liu Di burst into a smile and greeted him happily. Xi leaned closer to the baby and, ripping out his hair, invited little Liu into their family. Pointing to Kong San, Liu told the new member of their family that this guy really loved cooking and basketball. San himself, having bitten off a healthy piece of chicken, turned to the boy and, with a little surprise, asked the master if this boy was his illegitimate brother. But suddenly, little Liu Di exclaimed indignantly that he could not take Brother Kun seriously because he was simply frying chicken here. Laughing at such a loud statement, the real Liu patted him on the head and called the boy a real child. Turning to Kun San, the young man threw him a package with his hand sticking out and announced that he had brought the man a gift. Pointing to his hand with a clown tattoo, the guy said that he had killed the same Joker who had once killed Kun San's wife. Having picked up this package and carefully examined it, even after such a terrible picture, Kun San could not believe what he saw. He immediately rushed to Mr. Di-san and began to thank the guy for his help, repeating that he was now ready to sacrifice his life for the young man. With just a wave of his hand, Liu Di finally said that these words were too loud. Wanting to take a little break from all this hype, he took his small copy with him and went with the boy to the research laboratory. Looking around his brother's house in all directions, little Liu was surprised at its size and beauty, rejoicing that now it was his home too. While the boy was looking around, a drone flew up to him, and a small robotic dog ran up and wagged its tail cutely. Picking up the dog in his arms, the baby said with a smile that he really liked the house of the real Liu Di. Approaching a large rack with shelves, the guy told the little one that he was strictly forbidden to climb on these shelves and approach the assembly line. Looking at the young man with admiration, the kid asked him if he could use the goods assembly line. Handing the robot to the small man, Liu Di said that he would allow him only if the boy managed to fix this thing, to which he immediately agreed.